Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL English broadcast as we continue our path throughout the Split 2 regular season. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk Battery for another set of two best of threes, one in the Group Nirvana and one in Group Ascend. First one, of course, starting off with LGD versus OMG. Alk, we got another venture into the Nirvana group today. How are you feeling about it?
Every time I think of Group Nirvana, Grapes, I do think of you because that meme that you post every time the Group Nirvana subplot just keeps on trucking. But I'm doing good, and honestly, I'm a bit sad to see LGD and OMG here, but we can get more into that as we go through it.
Yeah, in case you are unaware of what exactly we are talking about or you're tuning in for the first time, let's take a look at what the format for Split 2 is because it's a little bit different than what we ever have seen before in the LPL. We have our Group Ascend, which is the 10 teams that made it through the placement stages, and then Group Nirvana, which are the other 6 teams. Each of these play a round robin. Group Ascend plays a double round robin. Group Nirvana plays a single round robin. That's where we are right now, with the bottom 2 teams from Group Nirvana being eliminated for the entire year, where the other ones still have the opportunity to potentially play for a spot in the World Championships, with the top 2 teams in this group even getting a chance to make it into the playoffs for this split.
I think the fact that 4 out of the 6 teams in Group Nirvana are just going to be done for at least the time being, 2 of them being for the rest of the year, is insanely high stakes. I don't know any other tournament format that we've had in League of Legends that's similar to that. Maybe like a relegation era format where we're seeing teams go down into academy, but it's really rough, and especially with the 2 teams we have here, every game is going to matter because you're going to need the game differential. You're going to need to play your best on every single one of these days, as you're only going to face one of these teams once throughout the bracket.
Yeah, and while the teams in Group Ascend play 18 best of threes over these next couple of months, for the teams in Nirvana, maybe for the better because it gives you maybe some extra time to prep and extra time to really
Mm.
focus on your improvement in terms of your gameplay. You only play a couple of games, only 5 total best of threes in the span of a few weeks. And so LGD and OMG, they know that every game matters, and so they're going to be very focused, hopefully, on this specific matchup here today, as it is their first matchup. But overall, let's take a look at the standings in the LPL in general, because we only have had our one matchup in Group Nirvana so far. That was EDG taking a 2-1 series win over LNG. And make sure you stay tuned for later in the day, where we have WE, the only team in Group Ascend that has not played their game a single game yet. They'll be going up against JDG in our second series.
You know, the bottom of that graphic is about where we should expect it. I think people might look at TT being 1-1 and they're like, oh, well, from split one, that's obviously the case, right? They must have taken a big win. They almost barely lost to FPX in a 3-game series. I think that the biggest surprises for me is going to be this IG roster, just because, touted as a super team, did really well in split 2 placements, but so far I think are kind of living up to some of the expectations as a team ran with the Shy. So gonna be
Yeah,
excited to see more out of them and the rest of Group Nirvana as well.
yeah, you can always say for like, oh, IG, they've had a really tough schedule so far at the start of the year, but every team in that group is definitely a competitive one. So, you're gonna have to make your way through some strong teams regardless in that upper group. But over in the Nirvana group, as we can focus back in on that, we did have our one matchup so far, and it was a doozy with EDG taking on LNG, and we finally got LNG picking up a win, which kept us to our 3-game tradition here between these two teams. They also played earlier in Split 1, which was a 3-0 for EDG. But I think the thing that we're going to have to remember here, Alk, as we go into this series is that this is like the lower group, and so sometimes you're going to see maybe some mistakes, maybe a little bit sloppier gameplay, but it should still be fun nonetheless.
Yeah, and when we look at this matchup in particular from yesterday, I mean, this one was everybody's expecting LNG to be finishing somewhere around 5th and 6th here in Group Nirvana, so expected to be eliminated at the end of this split. But going up against EDG, this was supposed to be kind of, I think, a scheduled win for them, and EDG struggled, to say the least. They were getting pushed around. I think when Hai Chao was on, we kind of got to see him actually play the Azir to an okay level, but for most of the series, with the additions of new players and 5T5 in the jungle as well as LP, I still think that LNG have a lot that they need to be able to work on. And the fact that EDG even suffered, or even kind of, I guess, were wavering in this matchup is very worrisome for me.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show that every team here in this group is potentially here for a reason. You know, you had to go through a couple of pretty big losses, both in the
Yeah.
placement stages and then even in that last chance qualifier, you know, for some of these teams as well. So definitely some things to work on here for EDG, but they did eventually come out with a win. That is the most important. If we do ever get to the head-to-head, it will be EDG that hold that tiebreaker over LNG. But man, it is weird to see it like a player like Zika in such a dire situation, right? Like this is a guy that we were so
We're gonna
excited
get you out of there,
about, was
bro.
very hyped.
We're gonna get you out of there, bro.
Yeah, maybe maybe one day.
He's got a lot of
But
time. If how his team goes the way it goes, he will have a lot of time to look for a team in split 3.
I
Okay.
know 7 months of off season potentially on the line for, which could either be the best thing in the world because you get a lot of vacation, but also means you're not doing a lot of work in the meantime here, which I think these teams want to do. They want to play competitive League of Legends. They want to win, and let's talk about this matchup here specifically. Let's start off with LGD. This is a roster that I think overall has had a lot of excitement, ups and downs. A lot of rookies on this team. And speaking of rookies or newer additions to this team, we have Nayo joining the roster, replacing Climber as the jungler, making his debut for 2025 here on LGD.
Man, I gotta say, this was one of the reasons why I was sad about this LGD roster. Not only in the fact that these rookies haven't quite shown up and been able to take multiple games or finish out series, but subbing out Climber, who was so exciting of a prospect to see come out of the LDL, now replaced by Nayo, who last time we saw him on Rare Atom, I think it was last year, just wasn't particularly inspiring. Had, I think, looked like a kind of bottom half jungler and didn't provide anything particularly interesting. So I'm hoping now with a new roster with a fresher slate, this team can kind of move around some pieces. Maybe some fresh blood introduces some excitement here for LGD, but I'm kind of holding my breath on this one.
You know, the crazy thing about somebody like Nayo is that he literally is still one of the more experienced players here on this roster because he has played a part of a split before, back in
Yeah.
2024, where Sasa, XQW, YCX, they're all kind of in their first years with this team. But they've had some moments where they've looked decent, as you said, Auk, with the rookies kind of showing some promise. I think all the rookies have had like their own fair share of moments, but specifically in these last couple of days when they went through this last chance qualifier, they did not look good.
No, it was so sad too because I think everybody was thinking when we came into promotion tournament, well, LGD are probably going to be making it out. If not, they're going to probably be in contention with a team like RNG or even Ultra Prime in the surge that they had. But unfortunately, got taken down by a Team WE who just on the day in the promotion bracket went crazy. So I don't know. When we look at when we look at LGD, it's mostly been their bottom lane. Shaoya has been, I think, the best performing part of this roster, and I think that's been the same when you look at a lot of the Group Nirvana teams. Their bottom lanes have been so solid, but the top side of the map always seems a little bit dysfunctional.
And that's a good segue into our other roster here, which is going to be OMG. This is another team that has a really good bot lane, or at least a really good, you know, bot lane that has had their moments at least in Starry and Moham. The other parts of the map have had their ups and downs as well. I think we were really excited about Linfeng specifically all coming into the year,
Yeah.
but we have not seen them fully come together, which is why they're in the Nirvana group as well.
I think a team like OMG, the fact that they can take JDG all the way to 5 games is really impressive for some of these players who have been in the LDL for so long, specifically this mid and AD carry duo. But like you were saying, they have just not been able to piece it together. I think when you have someone like Moham, who is a pretty big coin flip of a player, and then you have Harry and Hung, who have not really found their footing still in the LPL, I think it's a recipe for disaster. Linfeng especially has had a lot of games where his Yone in particular is so impactful, but then gets caught out in a side lane, loses really hard in laning phase sometimes. I think if he can level up that consistency, games like these are going to be so important, but he kind of needs to strike while the iron's hot. He's got to get it now because, as we were saying, you got 5 series between you and potentially taking a vacation for the rest of the year.
I know. Going when we started off like the Demacia Cup, we talk about development. You know, they can
Hmm.
maybe struggle a little bit at the start, but we're starting to get into crunch time here. Now that we're starting off Split 2, and we're in this very cutthroat format right now, where if you make a couple mistakes here or there, it could be over for you. But OMG, they're a very confusing team to me. Again, it seems like sometimes they are looking like they could be able to make that next step, and I think it largely comes through their bot lane. I remember the one game they had against Top Esports on when Starry like went really crazy on Jinx, but then
Oh,
some
trust
of
me,
their
that's in here.
positioning. some of their positioning errors and things like that, that they really do come back to bite them.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we have someone who is able to like properly call this team, like to lead them to victory. I would have hoped that would have been a player like Hung, who has been playing in the LPL for so long, and even Moham, who again has so much experience, went to the world stage, but that hasn't necessarily materialized for this team. And so, what we're looking at for both of these teams in particular, I think gameplay wise, we're probably going to be getting a pretty messy series here tonight. And I think when we look at them, we are kind of looking at their setups around their junglers in particular. I think across the board, Nayo versus Hung might have a pretty big impact. And so the AD carry matchups and how we're accentuating them is going to be very important to me.
I will take a messy series over the last series that we saw between EDG and LNG here in Group Nirvana because those guys were scared to fight. I know we have a lot of team fights here, even though this one, as we said before, didn't necessarily work out super well with the entire OMG roster deciding to dive onto Kanavi instead of helping out their 10 and 180 carry who ended up getting Nefiri ulted. So it was a little tough for them, but we've got a little bit of time before our walkouts and our eventual 1v1. But again, just the stakes of this matchup specifically, nobody wants to be the team that gets eliminated for 7 straight months here, Alk. And so I think even
Yeah.
just the prospect of playing in Split 3 and getting another opportunity to prove yourself, like, as a player, that means so much, even if you know that you're not necessarily fighting for a world championship spot at the end of the day.
For sure. I think, again, when we're talking about any of the Group Nirvana games, it's just out of five, how many series wins can you take? I think the fact that, at the very least, if you don't want to be eliminated for the rest of the year, you're probably looking anywhere between 2 and 3 wins in series if you want to stay in the LPL. I'm looking at OMG. Their last scheduled game is the 4th, so a little under a month from now is going to be potentially their last games of the LPL, at least in Split 2 for the very least. And then I'm trying to take a look at where are you? Because I know we had a funny stat for, I think it was LNG.
Yeah,
I
their
just want to double.
LNG's last game could be April 28th, I believe, which is like very soon if you look at
Yes,
your calendar. So
that's 20 days from now. That's almost 3 weeks. 3 weeks they play their last games. Really insane. It's a cutthroat format, as we've been saying, and I think the story and the development does have to shift because, like you were saying earlier, Demacia Cup and Split 1, a lot of these teams are like, okay, dev pieces. We're waiting till Split 2. Let them play a bunch of best of fives, and then maybe the secret sauce of having to play against some of the better teams in your groups kind of level you up. That has not necessarily come true for some of these Nirvana squads, and OMG and LGD in particular really need to kind of. These are good benchmark teams. These are probably the squads you're going to be facing off for those spots, not only into playoffs but to stay in the LPL.
yeah, I mean, for a team like OMG, though, you have seen parts of those moments against bigger and better teams, right? You mentioned them taking JDG to 5 games, taking
Yeah.
or Ultra Prime to 5 games as well earlier to wrap up their split number one. So they've played competitive series, it's just haven't been able to necessarily close them out. Meanwhile, actually, when you look at LGD's match history, they have a 3-0 over WE, who is now a team in Group Ascension, apparently, because that obviously makes sense. But other than that, their only other game wins so far this season are against LNG, who is like a team that we're not maybe necessarily too excited about here. So a lot of rookies, we've seen promise out of this team, but we need to see them like really come into their own finally here in split number 2. This is the opportunity for them to do so here in Group Nirvana. We are getting the player walkouts right now. Let's get into this thing. It's going to be a fun time here in this first series for the LPL today.
At the very least, we will have fun. Whether or not it will be high level, high octane gameplay, left to be left to be discovered. We will see if that's going to be the case. But if you just need easy heroes for everybody at home, this bottom lane for both of these teams is going to be really exciting. I think that Starry has shown that he's a mechanical prospect and that he has some of the hands to be able to win fights. It's just some of the setup around him hasn't been the greatest. And then we look across from him, and Xiaoyao and YCX have been the shining stars when it comes to LGD this year.
So that'll be a fun. That's a very easy way to look at things. I think let's do it. Every draft we'll say, hey, let's look at the bot lane 2v2. How is that going to match up? How
And then we're
much
gonna get
can
like Jinx versus
either of these
Aerie,
carries?
and then we're out of here. We're just straight out of
then
here.
then we'll come back in 30 minutes when everybody's at 3 items and then team fights start. But yeah, I do agree with you. The bot lanes have been the most entertaining. However, we're going to be playing with some solo laners here for our 1v1. Sasa against Linfeng in this one. The top laner for LGD against the mid laner for OMG. We've seen a lot of different strategies here for this 1v1. We're going to get into it in just a little bit. But I always think it's fun to see like the two different positions go at it against each other, right? Like when the top laners play in the 1v1, we see them do that all the time. When the mid laners play in the 1v1, we see them do it all the time. Now we get like kind of different worlds merging here on the Howling Abyss for this battle for side selection.
Yeah, I mean, at least yesterday we had Rookie versus Shanks, so finally a lane matchup. But I'm looking at the rest of them. It seems like we are just throwing top laners versus mid laners because it's 369 versus Care, right? Cream versus Breathe. So doing it again. Zika versus Angel. I feel like they're really trusting. I think after what On did versus Angel and their 1v1 in Split 1, we are probably never sending supports back out.
Was that the Alistar one?
Yes, that was
Yeah,
the
okay.
painfully awful Alistar game that everybody was like, why did we do this?
We were really excited about it for like 2 minutes, and then we actually saw it in action, and we were like, okay, never mind, this is not good.
So my headcanon as to why they did that matchup is that they wanted On to face against Angel as like former teammates, because those were the Weibo Suning boys.
Right.
Were able to do a little bit of damage over there. They didn't. There's not the same roster that ended up making Worlds for Suning, but you know they wanted to have some fun with it, and ultimately I think BLG recognized probably winning that series either way. So, all right, 1v1 for side selection time.
And I love it. We already see 3 mid lane bans here for Sasa and 3 top lane fans for Linfeng. They know exactly what they're dealing with here. And I think that we're going to see some fighting here, Alk, because that's a volley bear locked in early on. That's not a champion that's trying to farm to 100 CS.
You know, you say that, and then we get the game. Okay, yeah. All right. Marksman
maybe we are playing for 100 CS or first tower or something like that. Or
yeah.
first tower.
So some patch notes. If you just tuned in, if this is your first time coming into the show after Split 1, we have gotten rid of the 100 CS win condition. So no longer are we going to have even the potential. If you watch some of the IG games or the very first IG versus FPX series, the Shy actually hit 100 CS and then he kind of just sat around and died instantly because he didn't realize that the game didn't instantly end. So it'll be first to 2 kills, or if there's a Ring of Fire, first kill, and then first to first tower, which I think you think about these two matchups. Tristana should lose the all-in, but has the range, the mobility with the rocket jump, and I think we might see Buster Shot, that big ultimate from Tristana, provide a bit of utility once we get to the Ring of Fire.
Those are always the most fun spells and the most fun champions to watch here in this format. You know, that's why the Alistar was a little bit fun because, oh wow, he's going to press the ultimate and headbutt into the Ring of Fire. But you need to do a little bit more than just that. But something like the Tristana, the Lee Sin, it gives you a little bit of extra oomph depending on how you get there. But sieging going to be very important for Linfeng most likely, using those explosive charges on this first turret. Meanwhile, Sasa, if he gets underneath, if he gets the push, he could actually dive some of the turrets as well with the Stormbringer. So a lot of interesting things to follow as we are here on the Abyss. Again, first to either 2 kills before the ring, 1 kill after, or just that first turret.
Okay. So we get to take a look at some of the summoners and keystones here. Double press the attack, which does make sense. But Sasa not having flash feels a bit weird to me. It makes sense for someone like Linfeng because you could literally just jump away, but not having that flash or even like a snowball available to you as the Volibear makes it, I think, pretty tough to ever actually interact with Tristana early on.
I feel like the double Dorons here, specifically from Sasa, going for the shield and the ring, signifies that he's not really trying to go for an early first item. He wants to just kind of fight on cooldown here. Without that rocket jump available, he can do a lot of big chunk damage here. Now Linfeng actually jumping on top of Sasa. I think he got himself a reset there on the jump as well. So he's doing himself a lot of favors here with the poke.
As soon as you get those 5 stacks of the explosive charge going off, you get a free reset of your W. So it makes sense to see that. I wonder how much more we're going to be getting those kinds of trade patterns from Linfeng. Because as soon as Sasa has no E, you can just do this. Yeah, he has no shield. This is just a death.
Ignite is procced. Hold on, the barrier from Sasa is big though. The Volibear actually winning out on this one. Both players under 100 HP. That Doran shield doing some work for Sasa as well, as now we're playing at a nice edge.
Yeah, Linfeng, you are not allowed to get close to this minion wave. The lightning strikes passive from Sasa makes this very difficult to quad fight going up, but Linfeng can just cut him off from the health pack.
Oh, wow.
Sasa, just take your recall, bro. Just take your recall. He's gonna push the wave anyway. You're just gonna have to catch this wave. It doesn't matter.
Okay, but
Just give it up.
now we play Tristana mode though, which is that those plates are gonna fall pretty quickly, especially if you get an explosive shot onto it. So it is a cannon mate wave, which might try to deter it a little bit. And actually, maybe Linfeng misplays this a little bit. Maybe should have just gone for the wave instead. Does get himself a plate. And we'll likely push this one in and just head back to base.
-2, -3. Okay, come on, Linfeng.
Hey, it's not 100 CS anymore. It's fine. As long as you get the cannon, it's okay.
Go. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Okay, I think this is definitely just complete conjecture here. Why does the LPL not love us here? I think they hate me in particular. Yesterday we had the timer for when the Ring of Fire was gonna go up. It's just gone. Like usually, we try to put like our own like fake timer, but they have like an actual official one, and I was excited because that means that's one less thing our prod people have to do during the 1v1s. But
I didn't even know. So yesterday they had an actual timer up there.
yeah, they put it in the top right. It was a really tiny one. It was kind of cute, honestly, and I just love the fact we had an official one because I can't believe we are in March, January, February, March, April. We're in April and we have no official timer for a 1v1 side select we were going to be doing for the whole year.
Yeah. I guess were they gonna do the 1v1s before the Fearless announcement too?
Yes, we were supposed to do 1v1s for side select, even if it wasn't Fearless, because we were gonna have best of 3s, best of 5s, right? So
maybe no excuse then. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez.
Right games.
We're just gonna have to guess. Hey, it's okay. It seems like it's been around 4 minutes or so, right? Don't you think? I don't know.
Oh, except this probably.
Yeah, we're like
have
4
you been
minute mark.
counting minion waves?
I have not. We can do some mental math here though. As it doesn't. Sasa has a Warden's Mail, so we're not gonna be fighting for a while. I don't think.
No, I don't think this is a very real fight here. Also, I think Linfeng's going for Blade of the Ruin King, which is interesting tech. Did just get nerfed on this patch or a couple patches ago for ranged champions in particular. So we'll see how that actually ends up going on through. If you're wondering, what the hell are these two guys talking about? There's a Ring of Fire that is summoned at 7.5 minutes. And it just turns into
Wow, Sasa gets Buster Shotted pretty far backwards, but not actually underneath the turret, and so it's just going to be a trade of those ultimates there. One summoner spell advantage for Linfeng. He still has his barrier that will be important, and now Sasa does not have the Stormbringer to go for a potential turret dive, so he's going to have to go back to base as well.
Graves, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it matters. I think that Stormbringer pass. I think that Stormbringer ultimate is gonna be right back up. Okay, so we see it's 130 seconds, so we've got 2 minutes before it's up. It'll most likely be available before that Ring of Fire. So we need to see. Sasa has an incredibly OP build to deal with Linfeng. You already noted the Warden's Mail. I'm looking at those boots now, plate steel caps. Good luck, Linfeng.
This is like what you play. This is like your build when you play Malphite into like a melee AD top laner.
Yeah.
And you make them hate their life. But now it actually makes sense because there's only physical damage that's going to be dealt against you here. That is the Blade of the Ruin King that you were talking about. So if you want a little bit of tank shredding, that does actually potentially help Linfeng a little bit. As we're getting closer and closer to that Ring of Fire closing in. Like once we get into that like all-out situation, like do you think that's when Sasa feels like he'll have an advantage with this extra armor, or?
So. He basically, if I'm looking at this from Sasa's perspective, is he needs to preemptively dodge or find. There we go. There's the timer. Okay, so it's when we have a minute left. Good to know. He's going to have to somehow buffer using the Stormbringer when Tristana uses the Buster Shot, because you're unstoppable while you're in midair, and so that would be the only way he's able to prevent being forcibly exited out of the Ring of Fire and made to take damage. So that'll be an interesting piece of tech. He could also just go for a stun and then try to go for an all-in. I just think it's pretty difficult.
Okay, little buffer here. The ring is closing soon, so if they want to try to get a kill off here, that now would be the time.
Wait.
But
okay, but so basically they need to. So Linfeng's gonna clear this wave. He's gonna immediately recall. The Ring of Fire doesn't immediately contract when it spawns, but there's just no Buster Shot now. It's down for 80 seconds.
We did see Cream actually basically 100-0 the tower like very easily, even on like not an 80 carry. So that's not gonna happen here, but we got relatively close. As now here comes the Ring of Fire. Linfeng is gonna have to base soon. Not just yet. Asasa actually did not even get the full of his HP bar back, but now he knows Linfeng doesn't have the ultimate, and so
Yeah.
we'll be able to force him back.
Linfeng hit the he's not doing it. He's not recalling. He's just gonna say,
Okay.
I'm just gonna fight him here.
Look at it to Bramble Vest too. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god. This is so difficult. All right. The Ring of Fire is on its way.
Remember, this is for side select in this series, can be very important. Blue side has been very strong on this patch, very highly prioritized for all these teams. So that's what Sasa and Linfeng are fighting for. And Linfeng's not going to have his Buster shot for this 1v1 as the ring will close in. He gets himself a reset. The Ignite's already proccing. Still, Sasa has his ultimate. Gets a big chunk of healing. And this Tristana is just tickling the Volley Bear at this point. There comes the stun. He's going to use the Storm. We're going to try to jump giant back. There comes the barrier as well. Linfeng just doesn't do any sort of damage. And Sasa wins the 1v1 for LGD.
There we go. We've been seeing Volley Bear become an answer here in the 1v1. A very dominant champion, but I don't know. I feel like I did not see Linfeng play this Tristana matchup great. The Buster shot in particular not being saved for the Ring of Fire. I feel like we missed out on our window there, especially because we didn't we greeted. We did not go for the recall. What's going on here, man?
I don't like. Do you go for like a last whisper instead of the Borg? Because Borg's just like percent HP at this point. Like there's no armor shred there, and it's not like Sasa was building any health, so that's kind of some anti-synergy there with in terms of the itemization. But I don't know how much it would have mattered overall. I think if you were Linfeng, you probably had to win that 1v1 a little bit earlier than before the Volley Bear ends up getting all of those items. So LGD, winners of this one, will take blue side. Now, that is very powerful as we can start to talk about the draft now. Things like Nefiri, Gwen, Jace, and Bessa. Very, very powerful picks in this current meta. And being on blue side means you get your first pick of the litter there.
And very important, especially with being able to take away certain champions. I think we are more focused towards looking into the jungle in particular. Also, a big priority in the meta right now is just trying to snap up some certain mid lane picks like the Yone, like the Aurora in particular between these two mid laners. So it'll be interesting to see. And now that we're out of the 1v1, again, we do have to bring up the fact LGD coming in with a new jungler here, Nio, who has been playing a little bit in TES Challenger, so playing in the LDL for TES, but we'll see exactly how this ends up working out for them, as he's been, I think he feels the same, very similar archetype to a player like Climber before him.
Honestly, yeah, I was looking at the champion pools, like between these two players. They didn't seem very different, like between the two splits, right? Or between the two players, I should say. Things like Xin Zhao, the Vi, Wukong is another champion that I think Nio plays a decent amount of. So it'll be interesting to see how much priority like that stuff kind of comes in for. More of the bruiser, heavy engage, early game focused junglers here is still kind of the name of the game for LGD in terms of trying to set up the rest of your team to do well.
Okay, I think that's us getting ready for draft here. I can already, yep, there's the camera pan. I know that one. We got players. All right.
There we go.
I'm expecting, again, big priority, Aurora and Vi between these two teams. I think just the ease of execution and giving yourself that go button is way more important than anything else, and you really have to simplify the game when you are a team that is looking to try to rush through some wins here in Group Nirvana.
And yeah, so as we kick things off, again, Gwen and Nefiri, historically throughout Split 2 of the LPL 2025, I guess I should say, very highly prioritized. At least one of them is going to be available here because of the way the bans have shaken out. And so OMG kind of deciding, do we want to take the trade? Do we want to let them get one? Looks like they actually just don't ban anything, and so they say, screw it, LGD, take whatever the hell you want. We'll take maybe some of the other OPs. If you give away the Nefiri, maybe we grab like a Gwen and Bessa angle or something like that.
Yeah, could be Gwen and Bessa, could be Gwen and Vi if they are going to be taking up the Nefiri. Seems like that has been, I think, a pretty good answer into the Nefiri. It does end up losing very early on in the matchup for. Yep, okay, we're getting a remake. All right.
maybe they didn't mean to ban nothing, actually.
Well, I'm sure they also didn't mean to lose the 1v1, so I'm surprised we're not doing a full chrono break at this point, guys.
At the end of the day, it's a skill. Yeah, Linfeng's like, guys, my opponent bought full armor. No way this is allowed. Let's remake this. Interesting. This is Yeah, I would have been very surprised to see them not ban anything. If anything, you like want to target ban something away from an LGD instead. I don't know. Very weird. Well, we're waiting things out right now, and we'll get that further information in a bit.
Well, like you were saying, very strong champions. I think with not only Neferi, post nerf still seeming like a very big priority here in the LPL, but again, Vi, Gwen, these champions we are expecting. If not, then we're probably looking at Aurora. We're starting actually to get more and more Vi Ari, just as a really simple 1-2. So I think a lot of options. The one of those bans that was pretty interesting to me is LGD getting rid of the Yone for a player like Linfeng. It has been, I think, by and far his most impactful champion so far in 2025.
Interesting as well because that's one of like an XUW that's an XUW champion as well, right? And just that's gonna be a fun thing to follow as we go throughout the draft. The mid laners, I feel like we kind of agree they share decently similar pools. I think XQW may be prioritizing a champion like the Talia a little bit more, whereas for Linfeng, more of the control mage play on top of the Yone, as you were already mentioning as well. And then it goes down to the bot lane, right? We highlighted Starry and we highlighted Xiaoya as being the big carries for this team, the guys that can be the X factors, be the difference makers in a late game team fight. And so making sure that they are set up for success as well. I know Xiaoya has gotten himself like a pocket Draven pick. He's one of the couple players in the LPL that can whip that one out too. We saw Jackie Love play it on
Yeah.
Top Esports just a couple of days ago. So it certainly also is a possibility.
It's so weird because like he pulls out the Draven, and the two games that we've gotten of it have actually looked really good. But
Yeah.
something very tragic goes on in that game every time at like 25 to 35 minutes, which feels like the hallmark of a team that is so young and inexperienced outside of players like Shalia and I guess now bringing in Nayo, but still is that they can have decent enough laning leads. Sometimes they're mechanically pretty good, but it's that late game decision making that tends to kind of bite them. And especially for LGD, they found themselves in spots where they're winning most of the game or they're in really good spots. They lose a single team fight or they lose something around an objective. And then they just start rushing every objective every single time. They're just like, okay, well, now we just have to overgroup, be on one side of the map at all times, and if we lose another fight, well, GG anyway. And it's so tough because it's like you can take a loss, you can lose an objective, either trade in the opposite side of the map, or just wait your turn. Wait until you're powerful, man. Please.
That seems like a mistake that we see a lot from different teams. Honestly, throughout League of Legends in general, but specifically from maybe newer squads where it feels like they want to fight around everything. Like, oh, like we can't give this up. Like we should just go. Like it's kind of like a mind control virus that you gotta go right there. The extra objectives with like the grubs and the Otacon, adding to that as well,
The
where it's
feats of
like,
strength
yeah,
virus has infected me. I must hit those
I must
objectives.
go in. Yeah, exactly. So being able to play to your win can. I mean, we talk about how in Group Nirvana there's only 5 games, 5 series that you play throughout
Mm-hmm.
this group stage, right? And so you have a lot more time in between to think about your fundamentals, to scrim, to experiment with how different aspects of your play are going, and so trying to understand these key fundamental concepts, especially for players, that you think of specifically for LGD, Sasa, XQW, YCX, like these are all players who are in their first years of the LPL, being able to fully understand all those concepts, going to be very important for them as we are back into draft for this game number one. Looks like that last ban intended to be Callista, and now we
Okay.
open up that gambit once again.
Neferi, Aurora, Vi. Any three of these champions I'm fine with. Gwen, potentially there. So, what are OMG's options here? I think, while in theory you could be taking a champion like Gwen, my issue is that Harry so far this year and really in his career as a whole has not really proven to be a very good enough carry player here in the LPL. So I kind of want to see him back on utility, especially now that Bin has completely infected the league with playing Scion. So
It's good. I'm
it's
not
good. I
super
just didn't
opposed
think it
to
would be
it.
Bin to break it out for us.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen it kind of go towards other people as well. Flandre had a good game on it, 369. So I think that would be not a bad option, especially with a very powerful mid jungle. You mentioned the Aurora as being something that both these mid laners enjoy playing, but for Linfeng, I think almost like it's a takeaway as well as being a pick that he's very powerful on as well. It does mean you give potentially Gwen to Fury as a duo over to LGD. These are two powerful picks. I know Gwen has been, I know they've each gotten tapped with certain nerfs over the last couple
Yeah.
of weeks, but for a while, these were considered the two most strong, most OP champions, and if you somehow got both of them in the draft, you were doing something wrong. It's going to be paired alongside a Rise for XQW.
I really like this start here for LGD. Not only do they have two side laners are going to be very potent to play sides, so Grub suddenly becomes a very important objective, but Rise, I think, with what OMG are showing so far, might become unkillable in this game. We'll have to see what ends up being the case here. OMG showing some strong team fighting, but we need to see if they can kind of work some out some of the kinks here. So as we get into the back end of draft here with these bans, my eyes are going to be looking towards supports here, especially for LGD. I think they were lacking a little bit in terms of engage. You're kind of looking at most like a Flash Rune Prison coming in from XQW. So things like the Nautilus and Leona really simplify the game plan, and we'll have to see from LGD what their options are going to be.
I mean, right now, they seem to have basically their pick of the litter at this point. Alistar, the only support that's been targeted so far, so things like the Rel, the Nautilus, even a Braum to counter the Nautilus or to preempt that will all be available. Moham loves his Rel, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's not banned here for him to just take it on 4 and maybe just give your last pick to Starry as somebody who can have such high agency in a game like this.
And they will have first pick. I assume what's going to happen is we're going to see an 80 carry pick here for Starry. Just give support counter pick over to Moham. Um, just let him kind of rule the lane. I think that Starry has shown so many different styles, not only playing some of the early game champions, but really focusing on some late game skirmishing. I think with all of the 80 carries that are gone, preferably I would like to see Jin, or I would like to see Corki, but Jin definitely helps with some of the crowd control. I just worry about his ability to deal with a Gwen and also a Neferi in the backline.
Yeah, the damage is conditional seemingly here for OMG. You need a couple items. You need Linfeng to get ahead. You need Starry to get ahead. And again, both of those champions play from range, and things like Gwen are able to deal with that pretty nicely here. So we're going to see the finalization of LG's composition with Xiaoya and YCX. Looks like a Nautilus is here first. And we'll see what that is paired alongside with. Got a lot of 80 carries that were targeted here in this ban phase. So
Yeah,
5 in total. We're going down that tier list quick.
yeah, what support here for OMG? You could go for a Braum. I think Braum kind of helps with some of your options. I still like Leona here as just giving you the ability to just say like, hey Rise, you're gonna have to probably flash this, or we're just gonna put down some damage. Okay, so they take the Rel. OMG have a composition that really wants a team fight on 2 and 3 items. You can, with this Jin very early on, provide a lot of utility, and your upfront damage from like a Xin Zhao plus this Jin can be very potent. My worry is that I think it requires OMG to play a very fast game to start, and LGD, as long as everything goes right, 2, 3 items, you are going to be monsters in team fights. So I want to see how LGD are going to be prioritizing early grubs, and can OMG either stack early dragons or maybe take away some of that topside objective to put this game in flux for them.
And I have my eyes on the jungle matchup here. You know, we talked about Hung being more of a veteran player. This is now his 3rd year in the LPL and going up against Nayo, the newest member of LGD, just in his 2nd ever split of the LPL, of course, on a different roster just about a year ago. So on the Neferi, which means you're going to be able to do a lot of damage in the early game, have a very fast clear. However, Hung might have the better go of things in terms of early game ganks pre-6, and so it's gonna be an interesting chess match between these two players as we are preparing for our first series of the day here on LPL English.
It'll be Hung trying to hopefully keep his spot here in the LPL, considering Group Nirvana, and Nayo proving that he deserves to be in this league. You know, played last year on Rare Atom and now has to yet again find a spot here on a roster that has a likelihood of potentially not being here in 3 weeks' time.
The stakes, the implications of what this series could mean. A best of 3 between LGD and OMG here in Group Nirvana. Both these teams know their season could be a lot shorter than they anticipated coming into 2025. couple of roster changes, a couple of adjustments overall. Hopefully some differences in play style from what we've seen from them earlier on in the season. We're on to the Rift for game number 1 between LGD and OMG.
You know, I was waiting for Jayos, but
We're saving them
last
for
couple
JDG,
nights,
seemingly.
last couple nights have been a bit tough for the Jayo. When IG's there, we're rocking it, but I need some of the lower end teams. I need you all to show out, okay?
We were having
not
this
every
conversation.
team can be a JDG, a BLG, okay?
Even before the game, we were saying like, man, like these games, like it's like 5 p.m. China time right now. We're like kind of on the border of like when work ends, I think, in general. So maybe people are just a little bit late. Maybe we'll get some of the Jayos later in this series if we go to game 3 or something.
Maybe. We'll have to see. So early on, we are looking at how OMG's solo lanes can kind of push around some of LGD's lanes. And I want to see if Hung in particular can kind of try to leverage, not just invading, because that seems like a pretty bland idea, but you are going into Nefiri. You have some early combat power. Sasa early on it.
An early ghost proc there. We saw something similar happen in the top esports series, and 369 kind of took advantage of it. Didn't end up working out, but Sasa actually gets a big...
He got solo killed by Breathe on the Na'Vi. He was playing the Gwen matchup.
He was playing the...
so
Oh, sorry, other way around. Yeah, the Gwen did not have the best time in that one, but it looks like the chunk worked out here as
Well, I was going to say the problem that 369 chose is that he went D-Shield, which is just... Unfortunately, with where Gwen is right now, you just have to go D-Ring. D-Ring is too OP, so he got opted.
We do have Nayo also pathing towards the Gwen, whereas on the other side, Hung going to be focusing towards that bot side, at least to start things off, as it looks like both are going to be going for those full clears. You can already see the power of the Nefiri clear, as she's just a little bit farther ahead of Hung at this point in the game.
Yeah, the thing that I'm looking at is that Hung was spotted early on by a ward on the Raptors, so this bottom lane should understand that there is going to be a Xin Sao potentially visiting this lane. So thank you to our observers for showing the bottom lane wave here, just wanting to see where exactly YCX and Xiaoya are holding their lane. Get some good damage down onto Moham, so just trying to disincentivize a dive potentially happening within the next minute.
Ooh, we got a little spicy there. Harry's down 100 HP. Gonna have to go back to base as looks like Hung finishing up that clear as well. Nayo in the area, but gonna let that teleport come through.
Yep. So Harry will miss. Yeah, he'll miss this cannon, and I think that's fine. Just probably gonna be a trade of teleports here. If Sasa really wants to, he can just walk back, but I think early on you want to try to use at least the first teleport timer that you're allowed to have. And this will just mean that I really like some of the change in pathing there from Nayo. Instead of going for the full 6 camp and then going up to top lane, he instead waited. He just waited out his blue buff, said, hey, let's look top lane on this wave, and we'll end up we'll have full clears from both of our junglers here.
Yep, and both top laners traded those TPs, and we're gonna get right back to that state of the lane where Sasa is able to do some damage once he has that maxed out Q and the E, whereas on Harry's side can do that poke from a little bit further away. A little bit of a quieter start here to this early game as neither of the junglers found much on their first clears. The interesting thing to follow now is what the bot lanes decide to do in the next couple of minutes with that first spawn of Grubs in just about 90 seconds time.
You know what I just noticed? I might have to hold as we get a 2v2 down here. It's Ignite
get
going
those
down.
Ignites. Both traded here. Starry does not have too much damage to offer though at this point, so it is just going to be that trade of summoner spells.
So they know there's a ward in the Tri-Brush as well as the lane ward. I was wondering potentially there's going to be something happening with Nayo on his Krugs, but instead he's going to be spotted on the Raptors here. Xiaoya went for the heal. Now, what we've been seeing ever since the heal nerf, a couple of almost half a year ago basically, is that a lot of our AD carries, like as you can see in Starry, have just been opting for barrier, but going up against the Rel is a small piece of just matchup knowledge, is that she does have the ability to shatter shields with her Q, so you get a little bit more out of it. Also, Starry just straight up used the barrier there. That was interesting.
Yeah, little stopping the Mystic shot. Hey, it's worth it, I guess, if it means you get to push this wave in,
I think it was mostly, yeah,
right?
the keeping the HP, because if the jungler's there and you're like, guys, I really need to crash the wave, you're like, I'm gonna hope that I have more than 40% of my HP.
Fair enough. Hey, gets back to base, okay, picks up the Swifty Boots, and now rotating towards the top side of the map, where those grubs are going to spawn in about 20 seconds. It seems like both teams are a little bit late to the play. Nayo is going to be there first, where Hung does have to run through the mid lane at this point. Problem is, though, for LGD, Xiaoya and YCX are a little bit farther away at this point. That means Moham's going to be there first. Crashdown does connect alongside the Deadly Flourish. That is a burst of crowd control as Linfeng picks up first blood for OMG.
I just don't understand why XQW is standing that far up and not even bothering to use his flash or set up some kind of robo play. I think you need to just give up that wave, give up this particular piece of control. You already have vision of the other brushes around this objective. Back up a little bit, reinforce with the rest of your team, and I mean, now Nayo just took half of his HP for free from Linfeng. I would not be surprised to see a potential re-engage here. Moham could look for something, and you still have this ultimate coming in from Linfeng, but he has some pretty low mana, so it'd have to be a one-way trip.
Here we go. Between Worlds pops out as all three grubs are secured by OMG. Crashdown does land onto 2. XQW back in the fight, but now Sasa's here with the needlework, and Harry is exhausted on the Gnar. Rub comes out. Let's see who decides to take it. It is 3 to try to cut off Harry and OMG.
Oh.
He will go down first. It'll be 1 traded back as XQW dies for the second time, as Sasa will find a second kill. It is an all-out brawl here in the mid lane. As all of a sudden, another collapse comes down here onto the Fury, and Nayo will pick up 1 kill and will flash away to safety, but it'll be followed here by Linfeng. What a fight that we have in the 7-minute mark, as only the Ezreal and the Aurora will survive.
So it'll be 3 grubs, and they get a verified ace there. Xiaoya dies twice during this play. He died at the beginning, he comes back in, dies again. Now we see LGD with a it's only 1,000 gold lead, but you look at where the lanes are now, the summoner spells that you lose out on this. We get right into this replay, and look at where the damage at this point is. It's still not being done. All this time, OMG still are able to fight. I think for me, the biggest factor that could have changed this is maybe Hung getting level 6 a little bit earlier, but now your backline is just completely disheveled. We don't even have a Gwen ultimate. Like, this should have just been get 1 or 2 kills, peel back out.
I mean, each side got 4, I guess. The biggest thing for me is that Harry just didn't use the Mega Gnar. He was level 6, got exhausted, never got into form, and died way too quickly before that spell was even used. And so we got 4 kills on Linfeng now in this game early on. We talk about him being an exciting player here for OMG that we have not seen the most of just yet. He's now all of a sudden in a huge position to do a lot of good in this game. That is a malignant 8 minutes in.
That's what I was going to note. It's just having that first completed item everywhere that this Aurora is now is going to be a pain point for LGD. So same thing that we were talking about a few minutes when we started up this game. How does OMG utilize how strong their solo lanes are so early on into this game to generate an advantage for themselves? And now want to fight, they'll get 3 grubs as well as the first dragon. So I would say the early game where we needed to see OMG get off to a good start is starting to pay off.
And when you're this strong, have this much AP on the Aurora, clearing those waves just gets so easy. You throw out a Q and an E, and all of a sudden you can roam either which way, top or bottom, depending on where your team needs you to be. And so if you're Hung, all of a sudden you have an Aurora kind of in your back pocket whenever you want, because so far ahead will have so much priority, and it can allow for OMG to make plays. Just need to make sure that Hung and Linfeng are on the same page.
Alright, so they're going to be taking a reset here. We do have grubs spawning in a minute's time, so wonder if there's going to be some kind of lane swap here. See, Harry's already just trying to get this wave in. He's going to, if Sasa wants, he does have the option to freeze, but I'm assuming he's just going to try to push this in and take his recall, as we can already see OMG moving their bottom lane to be in position for this objective. So we got to be watching Harry this entire time. Mega Gnar Rage Bar management has been a big piece of question already early on into this game.
It's yeah, didn't work too well around the grubs. I'll say that, as never even got a chance to press his R button in that one. Picks up the Merc Treads, as both of these top laners going for slightly more defensive builds to open up. Want to make sure that they don't end up falling too early. As we're taking a look at some of the numbers here that Linfeng has put up so far. I mean, so he's been the big star in this game, at least at the moment. I will say, though, for LGD, it seems like it does look like they're playing with a new jungler. It seems like they were not super coordinated on that last fight in terms of setting up bringing the resets forward at the right time, and they paid for it. Now Xiaoya might be in some
Xiaoya,
trouble as well. Already has used the Arcane Shift. The crowd controls chains available for OMG with the Deadly Flourish and with Moham. That's going to be dangerous once we get later on into this one.
Well, the team in LGD that really wanted to play on sides and you have really strong laners to be able to do that, no longer going to have access to grubs. It'll be 6 grubs. So OMG just get feats of strength just like that at 11 minutes. Because they already got the feats of warfare. They've now taken all 3 of the first objectives in this game. And LGD, yes, you're the scaling composition, but you have such powerful damage with this Nefiri. I think that now the 2 carries of the game have unfortunately jeopardized this win for them, as Rise going down and being so useless early on, already down 1,500 gold, and Xiaoya dying there. I feel like that's such a bad spot. Also, I still don't know
yeah.
this.
Harry, I mean, he used his ult and the jump really early on in that one, so popping the needlework is enough for Harry to blow his flash, as all 6 grubs, as you said, were picked up by OMG. They're playing even further into the enemy jungle as well, stealing away that Gromp camp, and so Nayo on this Nefiri in his first game. A champion that generally does best when it's able to snowball is currently only up a little bit in gold and is basically the sole win condition at this point for LGD.
Well, as a Climber fan, I can say that I am feeling relieved that this is the result we're getting, because it feels more of the same. Honestly, if we had Climber back, the game state would probably be very similar at this point. Because
yeah, just switch the nameplates, it's the same thing.
Yeah, like LGD beforehand, even with Climber in the roster, didn't really do a great job of placing down vision and protecting their camps for their junglers. So in a similar sense, now with them having continued losing lanes and, you know, some places that they've been caught, we're now seeing yet again a situation, another game where LGD have to have their jungler start to slowly lose resources out on the map and unfortunately be a little bit homeless here on the Rift.
You got your first item. That's all you get. Now all your camps belong to OMG, seemingly.
You're playing the Dark Souls version of Summoner's Rift now, bro. Good luck.
Yeah.
I hope you know how to dodge roll.
Interested to see the lane assignments here as well. OMG have sent Linfeng down to the bottom lane, as now XQW on the other side is top. Seems like they want to make sure that Sasa is not in a position where he can 1v1 Harry as easily as he was able to around the bot lane the last time up. We have the dragon spawning in about a minute. They want to make sure, OMG want to make sure they have their strongest player down there for that potential fight.
If you're OMG, I think you can make the argument that you should want to fight. The Ezreal hasn't even completed the Trinity Force yet. You're looking at a Rod of Ages on the opposite side. I think it's reasonable for you to fight. I think there's also an argument that could be made here for OMG that with 6 grubs, if they go ahead and put numbers down onto that dragon, you can overload on one side and make it basically impossible for LGD to be able to really play the map very wide.
That's true. You could just burst down an entire tier 1, I think, at this point, especially as those plates fall, which will happen right when that dragon spawns. It's a Chemtech Drake. That is good sign if you're OMG. It means you're not going to get that Chemtech Soul. You have your chance at one of the other ones that may potentially be a little bit better. As all bot side prio currently belongs to the red side. As you can see, Hung and Moham kind of coordinating together to try to clear out vision before this objective spawns.
They've got to play the mid lane. They just got to play bottom lane as well. Linfeng can continue to hit the stir. He just does not care about Sasa.
Grubs diff. Oh my gosh.
Grubs diff. They even get control of the dragon. So it's already tough enough. And look where Nayu's at. He's sitting top lane. There's no objective here, bro. Is he going to try and maybe steal a camp here? Because there's no play into mid. Maybe just reinforcing Xiaoya. But we've done nothing, turned it into nothing. And now we're going to continue to lose everything here for LGD. As that's another dragon going over. So, I mean, Herald spawns in a minute 40. Hopefully we get to see LGD actually contest this objective. Again, you are the late game team, but you don't have to give over everything.
I mean, giving that over is not the worst thing in the world, but it had to be coordinated with making some other sort of play, right? Like going with that rise up to the top lane and try to burn something off of Harry, get some damage onto that tier 1 turret up there. No objective to spawn over there. And Nayo, there was a camp available. It was that Raptor camp. Didn't end up going for it. Might try to find something onto Moham here. Nice use of the untargetable to make sure that Moham's stun does not connect. Flashes over the wall. Here comes that ultimate. It gets canceled by the Magnet Storm, but it will not matter. Nayo will pick up the kill and pick up the reset if he does want to go forward a little bit more. But you can see the power of that Aurora as well. Linfeng bursting him down to 40% HP with just one single combo.
Look, as much as I would love to say that Moham made a pretty big mistake there, he's all recalling on his side of the jungle, it's fine, but look at how many resources he got out of that. The Realm Warp, the flash out from XQW, including Nayo's ultimate. So if there was ever a good death from Moham, I think that's probably going to be as good as it's going to get here in this game, as it's a little bit of gold going over to LGD, but I still think you look at the map, I think it's the death that doesn't ultimately affect all that much. If anything, it lets Moham reset a little bit faster and get his ward so he can come back onto the map and move with Hung into this topside jungle for the Herald in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and this Rift Herald would continue to add to the chokehold that OMG currently have over the map state right now. They're already up 1,500 gold. They have the 6 scrubs. They pick this one up and can just send down a tier 1 turret at their whim before a major objective. It becomes even harder for LGD to play the game, especially around a potential Ocean Soul Point Dragon that's coming up in 3 minutes time.
And I love what we're seeing here. The problem that I'm having is YCX invested a lot of vision towards the bottom side of the map, so moving in, he doesn't have very many wards here to allow for a teleport from Sasa. Uh-oh.
Here we go here. Moham does get dodged away from it. The 2-man depth charge comes out from YCX. The Rel could be in trouble. Ultimate comes out from Nayo, and they do pick up that first kill. It is traded back here as YCX will fall on the other side of the fight. A teleport is coming in. It is going to be Harry joining the fray shortly. Still 4v4. Here comes Saucy, though. Pops the ghost. Uses the needlework. Will get one. Could potentially get bursted down as Hung flashes over the third proc. He gets himself a double kill before falling to Starry, who is now stuck in a 3v1 across the Rift Herald pit. He throws away his shield and runs back to base as OMG actually end up falling in that fight.
And I guess LGD just end up winning the fight now. So all of the goodwill, there's still a lot of game here still left to play here for OMG, especially with 6 scrubs, but grabbing themselves the Rift Herald here I think is the best possible scenario for LGD, as well as getting some pretty key summoner spells, as well as the shutdown onto Linfeng. So feeling okay about their spot. We had some criticisms for their early game. We get to check how this started yet again. All the engage onto YCX means that now Moham is missing some pretty key tools. I think the Starry opening up at the curtain call so early on when Xiaoya is right next to him provided too much threat, and I mean, hey, this Rise is starting to pump out some damage as well, as we get to see Sasa on the end of this fight pick up a few kills.
Yeah, this was the big difference maker here. If Sasa ends up going down specifically right before he gets a kill on the Hung, it's suddenly a different story. And LGD actually doing well for themselves. That's 4 kills. They're actually in the lead at this point. And Nayo on the Nefiri is 4-1-4. Not as homeless as he might have been a couple of minutes ago.
He has been made into a brand new homeowner. So exciting to see. There's going to be a multi-man play here.
Oh yeah, immediately targeting onto Sasa, who was the big beneficiary in that last fight. The needlework comes out, but it's just too late. It will be traded though, as Nayo picks up kill number 5, gets a reset on the ultimate, and will go towards Moham to at least make it a double kill for the Nefiri. So LGD once again winning out on the trade, even though their top laner dies first.
Going a little bit too ham on the side lane, and we're getting to that point on Rise where he has just enough HP, just enough of regeneration from something like Rod of Ages that he can kind of stand toe-to-toe with this Aurora, despite her already finishing a Shadow Flame before 17 minutes. And now Nayo hits a pretty huge spike, has the Black Cleaver as well as this Eclipse. I'm looking for how LGD are going to advance the game state, because it's not just going to be enough for the enemy team to have to give you kills and open up some space on the map. You need to be able to develop and kind of push the tempo here. So with the Rift Herald, you do have the opportunity with the Dragon spawning as well for them to be able to open this up. But with no mid lane wave, I think it is looking more and more difficult for LGD to really advance, or at least their side of the map.
LG would love this dragon though. Make sure that OMG do not pick up that Ocean Soul Point. It's going to cost them a little bit on the top side, as Linfeng with those 6 grubs is able to take down that tier 1 turret up there. That's the first tower of the game going over to OMG, but mid lane priority still the name of the game for now. It does mean that Nayo is able to pick up the entirety of that dragon, prevent that Soul Point from going over, and now they're looking bot.
Oh, look at this. We're even seeing that they have XQW and YCX. Oh, the teleport from Aurora. They're not going to be able to match. They're just going to have to give up a turret here. So it'll be a trade. Top tier 1 for bottom tier 1. You get control of the dragon as well. I want to see OMG really hold this choke point around the lane.
XQW takes a big chunk of damage, but the Magnet Storm is flashed away from. Realm Warp will take him back to safety as well. And now LGD are going to win out on this fight. A teammate Depth Charge comes out. Sasa is unlocked on the front line, but look at Starry on the backside as well. Curtain Call is going to come out. It's a 2v2, and right now it's OMG coming back into this one. Linfeng is just too strong. Here comes a teleport from XQW. Comes back with a full HP bar against a Pea Shooter, Jin, and an Aurora. Deadly Flourish is dodged away from. And it will be OMG on the retreat after a crazy 3-for-3.
And now they get time to hit on this mid lane turret. I think it's a big win for OMG. They evened up a lot of the gold, and despite having Mosquito Jin build, they are just finding kills for Starry. Linfeng gets to come into the back line. Big summoner spells now gone from the side of LGD, and their map still in Tiders. They're still having a really tough time of being able to kind of play very wide and very open on Summoner's Rift. So, looking back at this play, it yet again starts with XQW getting caught out, losing most of his HP bar. This has been a pain point for this team in multiple series so far in 2025.
He baits it out, flashes away from the Rel Engage, who used all of his spells to try to get that rise down. That meant that LGD had a little bit of an angle, but then watch Linfeng doing so much damage here on the back end of this fight.
Also, we just haven't seen Harry actually pull off a Mega Gnar combo to save anybody's life, so...
Not yet.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
It only takes one.
Fans. Yeah, I guess. Oh, Nayo, no. Oh, Nayo, no.
A lot of dashes on this Neferi. Hung's immediately going to flash forward, pop the Crescent Guard. There's a lot to block away from some of the damage, and as soon as that expires, that's the jungler for OMG down. Here comes Sasa. Needlework doing so much damage. That third proc forcing Starry to flash away. And so LGD, they get one. It is the jungler here for OMG. Does that mean they go for the Otacon, which is now available on the top side of the map?
Oh, this is such a huge win for LGD. Like, this was the games that we low-key kind of signed up for when we're talking about Group Nirvana, LGD versus OMG. It wasn't going to be clean. It wasn't going to be pretty. But hell, was it going to be full of action here? The early game was a little bit slow, but so far LGD have been able to claw back, but it just has been so back and forth between these two teams.
They will pick up that Otacon. It's going to give them that false life passive. So head back to base. LGD, we thought that they were going to be suffering a little bit after OMG and Linfeng won out on that first fight around the Grubs. But since then, they've been able to come back nicely, and I think a lot of it is around their new jungler in Nayo on this Neferi. 7-2-7 now. Of course, Sasa's done a lot of damage in some of these team fights as well, but I mean, it's really Nayo who was one of the few players, or one of the only players here for LGD that had any sort of advantage and has been able to make much use of it.
Yeah, he should be getting close to a third item, which does look to be Spear of Shojin. So it's going to be getting a lot of HP, a lot of ability haste as well. This champion's going to get more and more disgusting. I want to see LGD play with a little bit of reckless abandon. There are no summoner spells here available on relevant members of OMG, so being able to overload onto one side of the map or even playing as a 3-4-man unit on one side, reinforcing this Gwen can be very, very profitable for LGD. I mean, you basically get free house money to play with for the next minute, and the dragon is spawning, and you already have taken one, so there's no threat of a soul at least for 10 minutes.
You know, honestly, at this point, normally with the Otacon revive, you kind of can just like go in and do as much as you want. Play for the dragon at this point if you're LGD, right? Use the false life passives to make sure you pick up that objective, even up that count as 2. You see a Realm Warp issued by XQW as on the other side of the fight, or the other side of the map, LGD taking down that mid lane tier 2 and adding to their gold lead, which is ballooned to about 3,000 at this point.
Now they can make a play onto mid here. YCX probably going to be looking for a flash engage. There we go.
Hex Flash over the wall, knock up on a Moham. That rail is down. And look at the dive as well from Sasa. Might have gotten a little bit too far forward, but it's not going to matter if it means that Nayo gets himself a double kill underneath the tier 2. Curtain Call is going to send Xiaoya back to the base. And it does mean that maybe OMG have an opportunity to get a little bit of space on the map.
Yeah, but now they're going to be walking into this dragon with no flash on Harry, their jungler dead. This is going to be another dragon taken here by LGD. I think a perfectly fine trade. Even got some good chip damage onto the mid tier 2. Didn't trade all that much when it came to summoner spells, stuff that's going to be reoccurring as this game goes on. I liked how aggressive we played this, just catch out Starry. I think Sasa unfortunately went a little bit too far, especially when there is a Gnar, but again, had to trade the Summoner spell for it, so good deaths all around. Even getting the teleport, I think, from Linfeng, very important as Rise is becoming to continue to be a pain point in the side lane for OMG.
It's going to be an interesting close to this game at this point. We've already seen 29 kills in the first 25 minutes of this game. The first Nirvana game that we had, LNG EDG, it was not like this. It was a much slower game. And so I'm glad that we at least have some action here, some back and forths, as it really has been a back and forth game number one. We thought that OMG was going to be in a great position, and then LGD has really clawed their way back. And I'm looking at now Linfeng on this Aurora. He got so fed off of that first fight. 3 full items and 10 stacks on the Darksteel to do some of the damage. YCX maybe get caught out here as Sase is looking for a fight as well. The Needlework not going to find too much. So just chunks Moham a tiny bit. Not much to fight for the map either.
For all of our Gwen players at home, if you are playing Gwen, just a reminder, oh, never mind, I think we're getting a fight.
Oh, wow, YCX just stepped a little bit too far forward, and that is Linfeng picking up another kill. Teleport comes in, it's going to be Harry, who is Mega Gnar, but a little bit far away from the entirety of the fight. Xiaoya will use the timer to get that mid lane tier 2, add the 5th tower of the game here for LGD, but OMG do get themselves a kill back onto YCX.
The team with 6 grubs is losing playing the map right now, and like I was going to say before, when you have a Gwen, the amount of max HP true damage that she has, go ahead and just start up Baron. Almost every single time it is a winning play. She does so much damage, especially if you play Gwen jungle. She will run through this objective like butter. So going to be interesting to see how LGD are going to force and play around this objective, or potentially wait 3 minutes time for that dragon, which, I mean, they're going to be having 3 Ocean Drakes potentially, and that's a lot of resource regeneration.
I mean, especially on somebody like Gwen, right? With the 1000 cuts passive, able to regenerate a lot naturally with the Riftmaker. In addition to that, Nayo enjoys those heals as well. This is a very good soul to have if you are LGD and the team composition that you currently possess. So right now, Baron is going to be the focus here. True Shot Barrage comes in onto Linfeng as it looks like LGD trying to start a fight from afar. We see that Realm Warp also being used as Moham is the first target. Will get bursted down as Nayo will pick up the kill. Rest of LGD still 5 strong around that top side. Baron is on the menu if they want to go for it.
Yeah, they've got Gwen Ultimate as well. OMG are just going to have to either give this one up or stake the entire game on this big purple worm. Now just trying to get a little bit of that jungle HP, but look at how fast this Baron is being peeled away.
Yeah.
I love YCX here.
Hog's not even going to get a chance. He just gets ulted by YCX and gets taken down by Xiaoya. That's the Baron going over to LGD as it's their new jungler in Nayo picking it up. And now they could potentially look for even more kills. The Needlework comes out. Harry lands a stun initially onto the Gwen, but gets singled out by the remainder of LGD. And Nayo popping off on the Nefiri. That's kill number 11.
We haven't seen the strong team fighting from OMG. We've gotten individual skirmishes, and in particular, Harry has had such a rough game on this Gnar, never really getting a big Mega Gnar ultimate to find multiple members. And now LGD have the Baron. Xiaoyu's been sitting in mid lane, took a mid-tier 2, and has now taken an inhibitor turret as well. And hey, while all this is happening, even if they overchase, this is going to be a top lane turret.
Gotta go for something, and Xiaoya, he shifts over the wall, gonna be followed by the flash of Starry. They at least get that, but now here comes the Nefiri. The ultimate on top of the Jhin will be enough to take him down, and a reset comes through on the Linfeng. Will the Aurora have enough damage? It's one of the big carries. Meanwhile, the base is being eviscerated by LGD, and Nayo is just playing bait with the Nautilus. Harry has respawned, going to come back, but it is already 2 inhibitors going down. You will take that any day if you are LGD. And it looks like Nayo is still going to survive, and the rest of the squad has potentially arrived. Moham still looking here for the Nefiri, but now Linfeng says, hey bro, I'm out of there. Good luck in that 1v3, and he will not have much luck at all as Nayo gets another kill.
Let's go LGD! I was gonna lose faith if they lost this game, man. The LDL champions are at least making good here. XQW, and unfortunately his brother Climber no longer here, at least for now, but at least they are making good on these plays. Nayo on this Nefiri doing so much work, and I just love how LGD have so far played these last 10 minutes. Xiaoya always sitting in the mid lane just trying to get turret damage because OMG are overgrouping and still losing fights. And as we get to look at this, I just think like there are so many things that you could call into question. the fact that we're flashing forward as OMG, it feels like the desperation is really starting to kick in. And there was a play right after this. So obviously they're sitting in mid. Sasa and XUW are hitting on the inhibitor. We get the Realm Warp here. This Moham flash. That's all I gotta say for OMG, man. Just why? What's going on here, bro?
I don't know. I mean, it looked like they were in a winning position after winning that fight around the grubs. Linfeng looked like he was really strong.
That was like 25 minutes ago.
I mean, since then it's been on LGD, right? Now they're up 8,000 gold. This was a game that we almost counted them out of early on, but now it's Nayo on his first game with this team. 13-2-7. He's 4,500 gold ahead of Hung.
All right, we will have to see after this game if it was the theory diff or Nayo is the GOAT. Because if Nayo has another carry game, then I think we can give him the credit.
Yeah, maybe a bit of both. The Sasa, that's a big carry actually taken down here by Harry with a nicely timed flash ultimate. Nayo's going to have to do a lot of this on his own as the Between Worlds comes out. Maybe OMG have a chance to fight back a little bit. The Wind Becomes Lightning does connect on to the Neferi, and the Death Stance will eventually bleed him out. That's a big shutdown onto Starry as OMG are done with this one just yet. Oh my goodness, XQW does a lot of damage, but it is not enough. There comes the curtain call, and that's a big team fight win for OMG.
Why were we not fighting? Where was Xiaoya during all of this? I really want to take a look at the replay and see the minimap. Could the AD carry of LGD almost make it on over? Barely isn't able to kill Starry there, but I mean, it starts off with Sasa getting picked off, and then it just feels like LGD trickle into that fight. They lose some key summoner spells as well, so it's a stopgap measure here for OMG. We still expect for LGD to have scaling in this game, and again, now I want to see this. So we know Sasa goes down.
Bad
the fact that ultimate lands is pretty impressive. Good job from Harry. But this entire time, look at where Xiaoya is. He's hitting bot lane tier 3. Let him hit this inhibitor. If anything, he should be moving over here. It seems like he's making his way now. I'm just tracking Ezreal. Like, I really feel like he should just connect with his team, but I guess this choke is so dangerous right now. And
it feels like to me, LGD might have been thinking about the draft for game number 2 a little bit too early. I'm not gonna lie, they might have been autopiloting.
I'm thinking about the draft for game 2 already, bro. This game's cooked.
But now take a look. 20 stacks of the Medjais on Linfeng, who is now 9-1-9. Starry picked up a huge, I think a 1k goal shutdown onto Nayo on that last one. Has a full Infinity Edge, plus a Lord Doms, working towards, I think, either a Bloodthirster or a Guardian Angel with that last item. OMG pack a little bit of a punch with their backline right now.
Yeah, Jin definitely does a lot. I'm really hoping that this Static Shiv gets sold for a real damage item. Please have enough wave clear.
Eventually.
with an Aurora on your team. And it has to be Linfeng. Linfeng, a guy who, going through OMG on OM Dream, the academy team for this organization, tried to bring in some pretty good performances. But so far here in the LPL, it has been, I think, pretty painful for him. Especially you look at that JDG series, that Game 5, one of his first Game 5s here in the LPL, head in hands. He was crying after the match, and obviously there was a lot of personal responsibility on his end to kind of carry the team. He had a lead in some of these games. He was kind of beating up on Scout for a portion of the series. So I think here again, carry shoes, carry burden is on your back. Can this Aurora find the target? I just think it's so difficult with how much HP a player like Nayo has and kind of some of the mobility of their carries.
Has a GA now as well. I will say Nayo, very armor-focused build in terms of the defensive attributes that he currently has. So Linfeng should be able to do a decent amount to him as the Baron buff is available. We saw how quickly LGD were able to burst that down before, and with those 2 inhibitors being down for so long in this game, LGD have been able to generate a ton of map control. They can play around the vision, around the Baron pit very, very nicely, and can make OMG feel very scared to walk anywhere, even in their own jungle.
So what both teams need to be kind of thinking about and be really prescient about is for LGD, with this Rise, they can move from one side of the map to the other incredibly quickly, including if they have control of the Baron pit, teleporting all of their members into the pit, sneaking a Baron, and then just getting out like thieves in the night. So I think from OMG, we need to make sure that they're keeping wards, they're keeping vision of this side of the map, when now they're going to be losing access to this. And then you also have to think, if we give up this Baron, 30 seconds from now, there's going to be an Ocean Soul potentially here for LGD that they can play with.
We'll say now, full builds on the OMG carries. Linfeng and Starry have 5 full items. Nobody on LGD does right now. However, the Baron is being started up by the blue squad. Hung going to spot them out right now, but that gets bursted down quick. Can Hung do it? He jumps into the pit, but it's stolen away by Nayo. And so it will be LGD with that buff, and now it's up to Starry and the rest of OMG. They get the first kill into YCX. Linfeng goes between worlds, trying to dash back and forth. He baits out the needlework from Sasa, and the curtain call doing a lot of damage onto Nayo as well. He has to dash away. That is XQW going down. Nayo is the next target. OMG are doing it in this team fight here. Linfeng forces Nayo to go back to base. Mid control dominated by OMG as they want to pick up this Ocean Dragon.
And with that Baron, how much more can they get? I mean, Sasa's teleporting to the bottom side of the map. We said earlier when there's a Gwen in the game, Baron melts, but they lose a team fight on the back of that. LGD, we don't need to contest for this. Please, for the love of God. Nayo's nowhere near
He's in the bush. He's going to get caught out. Harry goes Mega Gnar, but will it be too late? He Gnars him into the wall. Deadly Flourish comes out. Sasa is dead, but here comes Nayo. Can he find the steal? Can he find the soul? It'd be huge for LGD if he can, but he runs away as he knows he does not have a smite available for him. And OMG will even up the Dragon count and are looking for more. Starry has the Guardian Angel Park, but he allows the Deadly Flourish to connect to the Xiao, who now has no mana. He has no mana, and Linfeng gets the kill.
Linfeng, are you going to die to the bleed? No, that's not the case. OMG are fighting back off of the mistakes here of LGD. We're going to have a 7th and final Elemental Drake bringing us the soul here in this game. From the early game, we had said it was OMG favored. In the middle part of the game, it's been all LGD. They still hold a gold lead here, but they have been playing some of these fights, I think, overplaying their hands. We talked about earlier, when they lose a big fight, they feel almost inclined to try to fight for the next objective immediately afterwards. And in this replay, I mean, look where all the damage carries are. XQW, why are we flashing like this? Like, yes, Starry's in range, but just walk up to him, man. Save your summoner spells.
There's not... Yeah, not worth it for them, and nicely played there by Linfeng. That between worlds, baiting out so many skills. XQW gets bursted down by the force shot. These carries for OMG at this point of the game are very powerful and probably stronger than even a Nayo in this situation, who now is 5,000 gold ahead of Hung. But look at Linfeng, 25 stacks in the book.
Oh, the Majai's Ego Stealer is alive and well for Linfeng. I just think it is hilarious to look at our 2 junglers. One of them has 4 items, and the other one is Hung. He's got 2 items, got some boots. He's got an empty slot in his inventory, which at this point in the game, for a lot of champions, feels like heresy.
This is the pure, like... What season was it? Like season 3?
Game, jungle diff. That's all you type in chat. I want everybody in Twitch chat to type jungle diff if Hung still wins this game. OMG.
Yeah, Hung stuck in like season 6 or whatever it was, when you just bought like, you just went back to base and bought like 17 wards every game as the jungler. Like, that was your job. And
I miss old Sightstone. I miss old Sightstone.
He's locked in back there.
Don't bring it up. So. All right,
so,
well, Grapes, we don't have much on the map here. OMG still, despite having some good fights back-to-back, are still down 5,000 gold. They don't have any structures to really play around, and especially with an open, all these inhibitors open and available, it's going to be a long time before OMG not only win a fight, but then are also able to push and look for an end.
And right now, though, without those objectives, there's not really much that either team wants to do for fighting it. So we're gonna be chilling for at least a little bit. Interesting to note that LGD still do have the map priority right now. The waves are pushing into the red side base, and that's because they were able to pick up a lot of these turrets. It's 9 turrets to 3. That means, honestly, if OMG win out in a team fight, but like not by a lot, if it's not like a full 5-0, they might not be able to end the game immediately off of it, depending on where the waves are at.
Now, seems like LGD, they really want to play around the top side of the map right now. I mean, you have Rise Ultimate that at level 16, the 3 points into it already should have some pretty decent range to it. So Sasa is technically allowed to overextend in a side lane, because very quickly LGD could reinforce those numbers. So I think just waiting for Xiaoya to get ready and catch this mid wave, and then make sure that Nayo, XQW, and YCX are playing as like a 3-man roaming death squad to reinforce one side of the map.
And that could work. I mean, we talked about how the picks You know, the late game works well for LGD. I think they thrive in like a side laning situation now. When you have the Gwen and the Ryze, and you can kind of maneuver the rest of the players around. The problem is there's not any turrets to take in terms of split pushing. You're only looking at inhibitors and the Nexus towers at this point, so you have to be pretty far extended into the OMG territory if you want to utilize these side laners at this point in the game. Nayo and Sasa, sorry. They're gonna have to be the big difference makers here as we're getting closer to these objectives spawning. I will say it's the Soul on one side and the Baron on the other. If you're LGD, do you take the gamble and try to go for the Baron and give up the Soul?
I think Baron is incredibly useless right now. Soul is a game breaker. I mean, for LGD, they'll have 4 Elemental Drakes and the Soul on top of it. They'll be nigh unkillable at that point, and if they win the fight here, probably is going to be the end of the game. Like you said, OMG, if they win with overwhelming numbers here, they could very easily just turn with 6 grubs and blow up the base of LGD.
Ooh, we're starting to see that Jhin damage pop in. XQW flashes forward again, but it will be the start of the fight as YCX lands at least that dredge line. Oh, Xiaoya! He shifts forward! He shifts forward! He's still going to get flashing away, having that ability as we see Linfeng on the other side going golden here on the Aurora. Harry with the 2-man Gnar. It stuns up the Ryze, but now Linfeng, he gets the Fury ult and his Nayo tries to go far forward. It will be Starry finally picking up the shutdown onto the Ezreal, and Nayo is going to get caught out as well. He goes untargetable, but now Sasa is here. Realm Warp going forward as X2W trying to join the fray. The curtain call will be opened up. Will anybody go down in the remainder of this fight? The force shot does so much damage as Starry takes down YCX, and now it's a numbers advantage for OMG.
The junglers are both alive, and you see the pings coming out. Harry's going to look for some kind of teleport. Can they make a group play around mid here?
Moham is very low. Any engage is likely a one-way trip. Hung going forward, but these are not the carries here right now. Linfeng is dead. That is one of the major X factors for OMG out of this fight. Sorry, he flashes forward. He sees a kill angle potentially on XUW, and he finds it with an absolute monster of a crit. 2 go over the wall as Nayo and Sasa, they're the strongest members here for LGD, but it's still a 4v2. This is the Soul, potentially available. Gnarl ultimate goes in. The Gwen is locked in, but here comes the Nefiri still at full HP. Who can take down this jungler? The new jungler will not get the smite as OMG will secure the Ocean Soul.
Now they have the Soul, they're going to run immediately to the Baron, and LGD are wishing they got those team fights back. They're wishing that Ryze still had the flash. They're going to ignore the purple worm. I mean, they have 6 grubs, but this minion wave just gets eviscerated.
It's not possible.
So they'll lose some time. Oh my god, what are LGD and OMG doing here? This is game 1! We still have at least 2 more after this. At the very least, we have 1 more.
This is what we wanted to see out of Group Nirvana. It might not be the cleanest League of Legends. It might not be good League of Legends, but it is great LPL entertainment. Absolute cinema. Pull up the meme right now. Spam it in the Twitch chat because that is what we have here in this first game between OMG and LGD. Let's take another look at this fight. It starts with Xiaoya with a really insane arcane shift forward that he actually lives for a while from.
Yeah, I mean, he has Guardian Angel, so I get it, but the rest of his team, I don't know if they're necessarily on the same page, that he's like shifting forward. Right before this replay starts, XQW using his flash. I feel like if they still had this objective, if they still had that summoner spell, that would have been something that they could use to potentially even get into the backline here. Realm Warp the rest of your team to make Starry and the rest of OMG kind of pay for it, but now they lose access to it. They have multiple members go down. This is gold in the back pockets of OMG, and I'm looking right now, Grapes. We're going to come out of this replay probably around 44 minutes. Longest game of the split was 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, IG versus FPX, 49 minutes. Do you think we're going to be seeing this game go for another 5?
I just know in the back of my head I'm doing the double shift as well, so I have W even to JDG after this, and so we might get that long one here, as you know. Now the Baron buff is available for another minute and 45 seconds. Linfeng playing very aggressive though as Nayu will look to maybe dash forward. That's a big engage coming in from Moham. Sasa goes down instantly. And here comes the curtain call. XQW in a terrible position right now. Harry over the wall will only land the Gnar ultimate on a 1, but that is XQW already dead. The Soul Laners for LGD are down, and it is just Nayo and Xiaoya left to try to defend the base.
Okay. How much can LGD get done here? I mean, Baron's still here for OMG. 6 grubs as well. They have a minion wave, and it's 40 seconds before the next available member.
Oh, it's poetic even. The new jungler here for LGD in a similar situation to the old, up 4,000 gold, but still might lose the game. The Nexus is exposed. OMG were down in the mid game, but they will not lose late. It is Starry and Linfeng carrying OMG to a game 1 win.
There were some shaky moments through that, but goddamn OMG, at least you made it exciting for the entirety of it. LGD crumbled when they need it most. I feel like we got to see a lot from these two AD carries. Starry with this Jhin eventually scaling into that huge monster that we got to see him in so many of these fights. And unfortunately for Xiaoya, he is squeezing so much damage on this Ezreal, but it just does not matter.
What a crazy way to open up this day of the LPL. OMG taking game number 1 over LGD. We thought that was going to be the result 5 minutes in, right? We saw that initial fight. We saw Linfeng get 4 kills. We're like, okay, let's think about game number 2. Then LGD come back. They have a crazy Nefiri game like that we've seen throughout Split 2. Then we're like, okay,
Yeah.
let's think about game number 2 from the other side with LGD winning. And then OMG come back. And I think the big one here is the fact that the soul laners the big carries here for OMG, Linfeng and Starry, they were able to get ahead. You know, Linfeng actually took advantage of the early game lead that he got and was able to actually turn it into a very solid game.
Yeah, there was so many question mark pings for me. I was like, okay, LGD, my boys are going to be able to take this game win. But I think Linfeng, we got to see the damage out of a champion like Aurora. This champion is so ridiculous. If you can get multiple procs of the passive, that 3-hit passive, we're able to take like massive amounts of max HP damage from your opponents. If that's going to be the case, then yes, this Aurora champion can be super strong. I mean, had an early lead, but kind of squandered it for a bit there. I'm really excited that at least we got an explosive game out of the 2 carries in OMG.
And that's what you wanted to see, specifically out of a player. You know, we talked about Astari is like, you know, the main carry on this team for OMG. Always is able to have himself a good game. And we saw that there on the Jhin, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs away with the MVP like we saw in the fan vote in that picture-in-picture. But a player like Linfeng, who has been given these opportunities in the past but has not been able to fully execute on them, be that difference maker. We saw him not necessarily do like a ton of damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Starry like out damage him in this game specifically, but
Yeah.
the way that he was able to play these fights and generate space, you know, play on that knife's edge successfully, unlike what we saw from some of LGD's carries, is I think what made the difference here in this game.
I just want to look at the damage numbers, man, because this game is crazy. Like, we had the early Grubs fight, we had Linfeng getting off to a good start, then we had, like, that entire span between, like, 10 minutes and 30, where we were like, damn, LGD are going to be able to close this one out, but I just feel like more of the same. I don't know how you feel about this, Grapes, but from LGD, even watching Nayo play the Nefiri, there were holes in the gameplay, like getting hit with multiple skill shots, kind of missing the perfect opportunities for for when you're untargetable. I felt like this felt more like we are playing a very like on the edge broken champion versus like legitimately in really great and clean play coming out from LGD.
Yeah, I don't think we can say clean play necessarily here today.
No.
It was, I mean, it is indicative of like what this group Nirvana is. It's 2 teams really playing for their lives throughout the 2025 season. As we get a look at some of this gold graph, oh my goodness, look at this. LGD were up 7.8k gold, and it
Yep.
just ends up going. We see this maybe a little bit too often in the LPL. I feel like this is becoming a common occurrence so far in Split 2.
I mean, I'm just looking at our AD carries damage. This is the kind of thing I want to see, and I really want to specify XQW and Linfeng. I hate to put the spotlight on 2 of our, exciting LDL prospects, but XQW just got waxed this game in ways that were not pleasant and probably not great to play through.
Yeah, we see some big positioning errors on the rise multiple times. Usage of the summoner spells, as well as where the realm warps were going, as well. Even on that first grub fight, which I think will probably be the first thing that we look at here in this highlight. No, we got to jump a little bit further ahead because this was a long game with a lot of team fights. But just if we look throughout this package of like where XQW was positioned, it never was really in a good spot to do damage, even though the Rise did eventually get to a good item break point.
Yeah, I just feel like so many times, like right here, right, XQW gets caught, he loses a majority of his health bar, loses his flash. In other instances, I feel like he's overreaching and trying to start plays by like flash rune prisoning, and that was something we talked about from draft when they didn't have the Nautilus, and I think maybe we can see some of that start to come on through for this game, right? Like in terms of engage, you're really waiting for Nefiri and this Nautilus to get enough work done and potentially chip away at your opponents. So probably something they're going to have to go to the draft again, kind of cook up something a little bit different here because now they're looking down, at least starting off the series down 0-1. They have to win the next 2 games. And again, in this format, you're only in single round robin. So every single match really matters if you don't want to have the possibility of being eliminated.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like if you're LGD, you got everything that you wanted. 20 minutes. If you're looking at the game state 25 minutes in, and you're asked like, "Hey, do you want to be put back in this situation?" I feel like they would take that almost every single time. You know, Nayo on a carry, this new player here for LGD that was hopefully was brought in to hopefully provide a spark. Where Sasa, who's another exciting top laner, like on a Gwen that is very very strong as well. That's a game state that LGD should be able to take advantage of here. And so I'm wondering if it's the champions or if it just is the way that they played out some of these fights later. It seemed like they got a little bit too big for their britches and got a little cocky sometimes.
I feel bad for Xiaoya, man. We're gonna get you we gotta make I think I'm going to try to make a team of players that we need to free. So I've already got some prospects. I've got Zika in the top lane, potentially Xiaoya as my AD carry. Now I gotta find a support, a mid, and a jungle that are a bit elo held on their team. It's not Hai Chao, so I've already we've got at least 15 other prospects here.
Hey, add us at LPL English on Twitter with your favorite with your suggestions of who could make this team. Maybe we'll read some of them out as we go throughout the day here.
True.
This is one of the last fights that we had. It seemed like OMG played with the space that on their backline well, and understood that their front line was not supposed to do a lot of damage. They were just supposed to make sure that the Aurora and the Jhin stayed alive, and that's a good identifier here for OMG as well.
Good enough for me, honestly. Let's try to make sure that Xin Sao can kind of have that ultimate to be a pseudo tank, invulnerable for the time being. And also, just Sasa got realm warped into the enemy team and instantly died. So I'll pour one out for you, brother. But now we gotta kind of really quickly hit who our MVP is gonna be.
I think it's Starry. It could be Linfeng too. I was hyping up Linfeng, but both of those, it has to be one of those two.
I would be okay with giving it over to Linfeng. I know we had some question mark pings, but he had the early game lead, and then he was able to kind of follow through with this Aurora, just kind of one-shotting everybody.
Okay.
All right, fine.
That's fine too.
That makes sense too. I'm okay with that.
Like, who objectively had the better game? I could see that going to Starry. Like, a lot of good setups, playing a lot safer overall. But in terms of the narrative and what we were expecting from these players coming in, I think we were expecting Starry to be like the best player here for OMG. And so seeing Linfeng put up a performance like that, also very admirable. So that's going to do it for our coverage of game number 1, as we had a pretty long opening to our day here on LPL English. So we got game number 2 draft coming up in just a little bit. But before we do so, we want to give a big shout out to all of the support that we have been receiving throughout the start of the season. And we are extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also goes towards paying the on-air talent and the content creators who are creating stuff here for you guys. So subscribe to the Coffee. It's linked in the chat right now to unlock perks like early access to all of the content that we put out and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. I know Patty's cooking up some pretty cool stuff in terms of content for you guys in terms of the players. So if you want to have any influence on that, you can check out that link in the chat right now. We got game number 2 between LGD and OMG coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have game number 2 between LGD and OMG. Grapes alongside Alk Battery here for this first series, and OMG in this group Nirvana, where things have to be do or die. End up doing here in a 45-minute wild back and forth game. LGD had an 8,000 gold lead. They seemed to be in full control. They had a jungler that was 5,000 gold up, and they still ended up losing this one, Alk.
Why you gotta do that to Nayo, bro? Like, he just lost the game.
It's tough.
That was particularly tough to watch. I mean, we said halfway through that game we were gonna wait till game 2 to see whether or not it was Nefiri diff or Nayo diff, and are we willing to give him a pass for what the crimes that may have occurred in the mid lane position?
I feel like overall, individual play, LGD can feel pretty good about how they did. They were able to win some of these mid-game fights. They were in such a good state. What ended up screwing it all up was that team fighter on the top side. That wasn't even really a team fight. It was just Harry landing a Gnar ultimate in onto Sasa early, where in a position where he absolutely should not have been, just like clearing a wave in the middle of the enemy base top side, where Xiaoya was on the bot side hitting the tier 3 turret. That is
Yeah.
where the game fully broke open. And that's not necessarily a mechanical error. That is a like brain turn off, let's just start hitting things mode that LGD like seemingly went into, right? They thought they were far enough ahead that it didn't matter, and that's what ended up costing them that game.
Well, maybe if they had secured any of the grubs early on, maybe we would have been in that position.
That's true.
So we're getting into game 2. LGD now on the blue side here. Interesting to see.
Still on the blue side.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I guess they get blue side both games. Okay, well. Now we get to see the first pick. There's no Gwen, there's no Nefiri. My eyes, again, Vi, very big pickup for either one of these junglers, and seems to be kind of pick of the litter once we get through first round, first games.
Yeah, the Vi was something that we specifically were targeting for Nayo. Want to make sure that this guy, on his first series with this new LGD team, first series in the LPL in 2025, is on some comfort, and so getting that champion, which is very highly prized overall, is going to be important. We've seen Tryndamere around here for players like Linfeng in the LPL, but it's going to be that Scion that you were talking about, Alk, and I think you're pretty happy about that one. That was one of those that you suggested going in.
Yes, Harry on carries. I mean, you can even see just a majority of that Gnar game, he was just standing around. He was like the ultimate cardio player of all time, to quote Yanni and Cubby. So, gonna be looking forward to what he can do in this game. Now with the Poppy, they have a very resilient front line. What I'm gonna be looking for from OMG is what real damage, like 1v9 carries, you're gonna have, because if LGD do end up taking this Azir, that is something that is gonna be away from Linfeng. And so, looking in terms of the jungle matchup, or in terms of mid, are they really gonna try to opt for a Talia on 3? That kind of becomes a little bit questionable, especially early on with a Vi and an Azir.
I feel like Atalia honestly here works really well. All three of these champions for the top side of LGD have dashes that can be interrupted here by both the steadfast presence of the Poppy and the unraveled earth of a Talifa comes out, but it's going to be an Ahri instead for Linfeng, which provides a little bit of that roaming potential, the ability to really be a vehicle for allowing a player like Starry, who we have not selected as champion yet, to have some success.
Okay, this entire second phase of ban is probably going to be towards AD carries. I would expect at least one support shout, just because with Nautilus and Rail taken, Alistar, Leona do start to gain in priority here. Leona probably a little less so for a team like LGD when there is a Poppy in the enemy team, but still. OMG though, I mean, perfect amount of front line. You do have a really deadly 2v2 in mid jungle with this Ahri and Poppy early on, so I'll be interested to see. LGD though, their backline access is basically premium. I like that now with Ezreal and Xayah gone, there's not many AD carries that can stay particularly safe on the side of OMG. Please, bro, there are three champions who are going to be gunning for you on repeat. Don't do this.
And not a lot of peel, really, for OMG. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to that game that they played in against Top Esports, where Starry got 10 kills on the Jinx and just got dove with the rest of his team all kind of betraying him. A little bit of mobility with the Corki will help at least a tad, as it looks like OMG are going to save that last pick for Moham once again. Opens up, though, for some possibilities for LGD. They already have a ton of damage in their kit, so they could go more utility-oriented, they can go more lane-oriented, and the Caitlyn is going to try to help them dominate that 2v2 against Starry and Moham.
Alistar feels a little bit bad. I'm kind of coming back around on my Leona pick here. I think The non-conditional engage with the ultimate is definitely nice. They do need someone who's going to be able to frontline. Doesn't seem like that's the case. So LGD, who's going to be buying space for Caitlyn and this Azir? This is a pretty risky comp coming in from LGD. They need to be able to play range perfectly. They need to make sure that they're taking space really, really well and playing around Caitlyn and Nico.
Whoa.
Okay, we're getting Moham on the Elise. All right, this is going to be a game of all time. For all the fans in chat, I wish you best of luck for your channel points, dog, because this is going to be all over the place. I can already tell.
Moham and Elise support, to me, is immediately a red flag if you're OMG. He's either going to go 10-0 or like 0-25, I feel like, in this game. That is the flip and the stark contrast on both the champion and the player here for this one. I'm curious to see how this is going to work out, because right now LGD's bot lane purely set up to try to outpoke this 2v2 lane, whereas if you're Starry and Moham now, you kind of have to go like fully all in onto one of these carries early.
Yeah, it does mean that probably Nico is going to be the first instance, so YCX does need to be a little bit careful. And what we need to see, I think, from the side of OMG is you do have some scaling elements. This Elise is going to be on a timer, but you look across from them, and there's not very many people that are going to be able to, you know, tank an Elise Cocoon or a Poppy going in. So I do really favor OMG as this game goes on. I think the fact that Ahri is going to have so many ways of being very mobile, it just now comes down for LGD is what summoner spells and how are they landing their ultimates. Because a Public Execution and a Vi ultimate probably turns into 1 or 2 members dead, but on the crackback, what happens then? You've lost all of your spells. You've now lost your ability to really kind of forward that engage, and eventually you're going to have to deal with a Scion and a Poppy who are going to just get so incredibly tanky as the game goes forward.
Yeah, unless Caitlyn gets really ahead. As somebody who plays a decent amount of Scion, as a champion that I typically like running down a side lane and killing 20 minutes into the game. So that is potentially in the cards for Harry if LGD is not able to get off to a good start. So that is what we're looking at early on here in this game. LGD with their backs against the wall here in this series as we head into game 2 of this best of 3.
So, in my mind, Scion versus Ambessa should be like vaguely Scion favored.
It's tough. The Ambessa, like, you can dash away from things. You know, the Q is very difficult to land early in the laning phase, and so I think generally, like, I haven't played too much of this matchup, but I think this is one that Ambessa is able to do pretty well in.
The way that I visualize Scion is that he doesn't really care. He's just kind of like, cool, so you're going to push the minion wave because you're going to try and use spells on me in the minion wave. And then I will just press W. I will first back and hit plated steel caps or a bramble vest, and you will just simply have to lose the game and cry to your jungler. But we'll have to see. You know, plenty of... This is going to be a grasp with dying Ambessa. They have moved their bottom lane here. They have spotted Nio, so he just gets completely booted off his jungle, and he wastes time? Oh, no. Oh, God.
And no option here, or no decision from LGD to do anything else. It does mean that the Caitlyn lane will get an early start to the push, but they were going to get that anyway here. And now Hung actually going to go for a level 2 gank here onto YCX. Already that Cocoon and the Ignite landing here, as Moham, though, is getting a little bit low here. Hung coming over here with the heroic charge as Starry is forced to try to catch this wave that is crashing underneath the turret. Lethal Tempo has been procced here by Shaya, but misses out on that Piltover Peacemaker, which means that Hung will survive.
Okay, I mean, he gets to just go back to his jungle. I think it's fine for the time being. I like what Nio was actually doing here. He, again, showcased a little bit of creative pathing. Instead of going from his top side and then clearing bottom lane, he's actually going to be able to catch 2 of his camps here and immediately go back down. So, or go back up towards top lane. Maybe an answer in the mid lane, especially if we're talking about Ahri very early on.
Yeah, we already see Starry and Moham also missed out on a lot of XP for going for that play. And because they didn't get a kill, it means that Hung and Nio are basically on the same timer in terms of their clears. In fact, it's Nio actually going for a little bit of an invade himself, and maybe a dive in the works in the bottom lane if things go their way. It looks like he's going to spot out the blue buff not being taken, as Hung didn't want to be hung around there for too long, and so it will mean that Nio actually gets another camp in response, maybe even the better end of this trade.
That's a pretty big win, I think, coming in for Nio on this Vi. So showcasing some good pathing early on and adapting to some tricky situations here. He's going to immediately just cross through the river, utilize Sauce's priority from the top lane, try to cut Hung away from some of these other jungle camps on this side of the map. I love what we're getting from LGD in the jungle. Even last game, I had some question marks about his mechanics, but so far early on, he has been at least really receptive to changing up the idea of what he needs to do on this fight, mostly covering for his lanes while also stopping Hung from getting much done.
And that's great to see here for a new player here on LGD, because we both thought that Climber was one of the more exciting pieces on this LGD roster, one that had 4 rookies on it, but was potentially still, you know, full of the opportunity for levels of success. And seeing him get benched, you know, a couple hours before our call time was a little bit surprising, because we were like, oh wow, I thought that Climber was going to be like a big piece of this team, and so this Nio guy better play pretty well, and so far he is doing that here for LGD.
For sure. So far, we'll have to see if this continues and if they can also just grab themselves a win. It's been a while since LGD have really been able to kind of take series, so going to need to see a bit of improvement, and hopefully the fresh blood in the jungle is something that's going to be able to provide that for them. They do have vision of Hung as he resets, but both bottom lanes immediately appearing into the top side. To me, this feels like LGD are going to be a little bit late to this Grubs in a minute's time. You already see that Nio is pathing up and trying to flip his path to end on the top side of the map. Hung is going to be behind there by about 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, so we'll see if the Dragon becomes the focus here. The Grubs also available, or who ends up dropping in a camp. Try to make sure that they are there for their team first around one of these neutral objectives. Is another relatively slow start to this game, kind of like what we saw in game number 1. However, it was around this point where the game did start to blow open here. Xiaoya and YCX still getting the better end of the 2v2 as they were up about 10 CS. The lane swap did not really result in much change overall. And I think we're just waiting for these Grubs to spawn. Both mid laners now hitting level 6, both teleports available for the top laners on the bottom side. Those Grubs going to become very important here in this game.
Okay, so Moham gets control of the Tri-Brush for now, but I mean, Nico plus Caitlyn just completely delete mini waves for free. Oh, Linfeng's just going on to XQW.
Yeah, lands a charm. Hung here as well. Popped the steadfast presence, but look at Nio. He's there first. And so that's first blood going over to LGD. Hung now in a 1v2. He's only level 4. One more auto attack would have taken out XQW, but he's not able to pick it up. Nio will shut him down with the Vault Breaker and make it 2-0 LGD.
Linfeng just needed to wait at the very least. You've already forced some of the summoner spells out from your mid laner. Now it's just 2 kills over to LGD. They'll also grab these early Grubs. Great opener here from LGD in the mid jungle.
Oh my goodness. That was a little bit of a misplay from both Hung and Linfeng in that play. Or yeah, maybe a little bit more than a little bit. As we have an ultimate pop here onto the Scion as well. Sasa trying to get some damage down onto Harry. Q will be available to chunk him out, but he's still a Scion. He's still going to be able to chunk up a lot of stuff, as with that 2v2 kill will be also Nio picking up those Grubs.
Hung is in the top lane. Are they going to look for something here? Oh, that is the
Cocoon.
Oh, he's just dead.
That's the all-in that they wanted, and here comes Hung. Will he be able to find this kill? But no! It's Xiaoya picking up the kill onto Starry first, and now Moham is running as far as he possibly can, but the Peacemaker will shut him down. It's a double kill for Xiaoya, and it's quickly 4-1 LGD.
All right, well, the game plan has gone from good to worse here for the side of OMG, as now Caitlyn's going to be at least have a little bit of time to recall here, gets a pretty big wave crash under the turret, and now we're starting to see LGD, they have really good early games. This is kind of where the power spike for this team is going to lie, within the first couple of items here particularly. We're going to replay this mid lane play. Linfeng, you have no mana. Why are we doing
dash
this?
Again.
Yeah, like you dash in, you know that he has ultimate, at least at the very least. And this is, I think, Hung just misses an auto. I think he cancels it.
Like twice. Yeah,
oh,
he did it twice.
No. He has 10 HP. He literally has 10 HP on top. Oh, well.
That's a crazy
again,
cocoon as well,
yeah,
by the way.
Yeah. This fight, good job from Xiaoya just stepping on forward. He recognizes he has enough damage, and there's so much priority going over to YCX. This is a very good start for LGD in their bottom lane.
So they find themselves up 1,500 gold. We'll say it's a very similar situation that OMG was in game number 1, Nock, and they ended up not having the cleanest mid game after that. And so LGD are going to have to make sure they hunker down and put up a good performance for the rest of this game if they want to force a decider here in this series. The first series for both of these teams in Group Ascension. As with those major objectives both going over to LGD, it puts them at a good start, but still some more work to do.
And this is going to be really important these next couple minutes, because 2 minutes from now is going to be the grubs for the next dragon, but I am looking at that top side objective. No flash on YCX will make it very difficult for him to find, you know, any kind of flash pop blossom plays. So in that time, that does mean that OMG get a little bit of relief, and potentially they can try to leverage one part of their side lane. Remember, we are looking at these two solo lanes for OMG to really get a lot of use as this game goes forward, because there is no front line or official front line here for LGD.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, because in Best of I, they could be like semi front line, but at the end of the day, they also want to be pressing the R button onto the backline carries. That leaves a lot of opportunity for things like this here on to Starry. That's both of the ultimates used, and it does result in the 5th kill for the blue side.
Now they'll be able to recall, just move over to the top side of the map. Great find coming in as well. At least buy some time for Sasa to probably get one more wave here, especially with YCX reinforcing his side of the map. And these are not optimal lanes you really want to be opting into as OMG. The Scion just giving a free laning phase, or some more free farm over to XQW, mostly just holding this lane. And Linfeng not feeling enough pressure to be able to go in and maybe find some damage down onto Xiaoya. So, and we don't even have the Rod of Ages yet. God, I wish that I'm ready for this build to go away.
It is very strong.
Yes, but this is like
playing.
Tank Jace. If you remember, I hated Tank Jace because I thought it was antithetical to the champion.
That is true.
This is another thing where, like, Ahri's not meant to do this.
Yeah, we're supposed to build like Ludens and play burst mages. But
I was supposed to one-shot someone and then at like 35 minutes complain that tanks are broken. You know, like. This is,
but also when it's 25 minutes into the game and you're level 16, it feels pretty good. So you have to give him that.
True.
Anyway, 2,500 gold lead right now for LGD. Is they might not be getting to that point of the game right now. If you're an OMG fan, you got to make sure, try to find some opportunities to win some fights. Might see it here up in the top side as our mid laners are going at it. Linfeng chunking down XQW very low. That is coming at the same time as these grubs have respawned. It will mean that XQW has to go back. He does have the teleport though, as it looks like either side too eager to start this one up just yet.
Okay. But they just gave up control of this bush. I mean, Harry gets to walk up. He'll put a ward down. They'll have an idea as to where this Nico is. Now they definitely know. And Linfeng sitting on the flank. Sasa needs to find Starry here. Maybe XQW can do something.
He got hit up by Decimating Smash. Meanwhile, Linfeng get chunked out, forced to dash away. That's 2 grubs at least picked up for OMG, but now it looks like they're on the defensive. Nico ultimate still available. Public execution. Lands in onto Harry. He will be the sacrificial Scion. Takes a lot of damage here. The Soul Furnace buying some time, but it is XQW to pick up the kill.
Yeah, this could have been way worse for the side of LGD, and I think Linfeng's just dead now. Yeah, Azir's on his way. Nayo's coming.
Not a lot of damage. Does have the flash just available off of cooldown, but it's far too late at this point. Looks like Nayo, the good jungler here, wants to make some good relationships to start off his first series with the team. Says, hey, XQW, have this one. He's now 3-0.
There's a freebie, so Azir's really accelerated. You needed to find early plays as this Ahri and Poppy to make this game feel a little bit more close, but you're looking at those item completions. I mean, Sasa completing the Eclipse a little bit ago, and now you have first items for XQW and Xiaoya. You're going to be feeling very good for not only this play now with 4 grubs, but also, if you really want to, you already have your bottom lane down here. We could play for Dragon, too.
Why not? You're up so far that it doesn't matter if maybe you don't have the fastest, quickest timing. Just works pretty well if you are LGD. Nayo is on the way. XQW just pummeling onto this tier 1 tower as plates are going every which way for LGD, who want to force a game number 3 in this series in the Nirvana group, as we get a nice little cancel from Hung as the dragon is spawning in 5 seconds.
All right, Harry's moving first. This is adventurous.
OMG, they want to start the fight first. Oh my goodness, Xiaoya gets bursted down before the unstoppable onslaught from Harry even comes in. So that's the 80 carry for LGD down. He dies without having any summoner spells available to him, and that means that OMG get first dibs on this Drake.
Okay, good job. How much can XQW? I think at this point, like, yeah, have Nayo hold down this mid lane, maybe stop them from re-entering this side of the map very easily. Sasa is looking, but has 60% HP. Are they going to try to make a play with YCX and Flash Pop Blossom? I think it's tough.
No, at this point it's not worth it, especially after the Dragon's already gone over. Unless you just find a random catch on a Mohawk, which they might have been able to do. Meanwhile, XUW, he's been chilling up here on the top side. He is getting stronger and stronger by picking up these waves and these plates, but it does mean that he's not here to potentially help his team out in a fight.
Well, he also just 1v1'd Linfeng, because Linfeng was having a hard time. Are we fighting this, guys?
Two-man keepers verdict from Hung, charge into the wall as well. YCX forced to flash away, and so is Nayo. Don't think that was worth it for potential contestant of a blue buff, in my opinion, but it will mean that 2 summoner spells are already burned, and Harry is going to be fine on this top side as well.
I think that's a pretty big win coming in from OMG, consider with all the factors that we're seeing here. We get a replay finally of this play here. This is just the 2v2 that I was talking about. It wasn't exactly the Ahri, but having the Elise as well as the Poppy make it very, very deadly to walk around into terrain, to walk into choke points versus these 2 champions. So good snap coming in from the side of OMG. And like we were saying, XQW has been having a pretty strong handle on the matchup between him and Linfeng here. Half a level over his opponent, now level 11 on the Azir, and 2,000 gold to his name. He finishes that Nashor's Tooth, and suddenly, not only objectives, but also standoffs where they're just looking across at your opponent are going to feel very, very good if you are LGD.
Yeah, and it's a similar story to where we were putting Linfeng in game number 1, right? When he was 4-0 on the Aurora, we were like, okay, you have all the gold, you have all the resources, what can you do with it? Because we haven't necessarily seen Linfeng do much with those before, but he was able to actually have himself a very good game and actually drag OMG to that game 1 win. Gonna need to see the same thing from XQW. It's nice that you have this advantage right now, but it's about what you do with it, how you're able to take advantage of the lead that you have over your opponent.
And I love what Harry's doing here. You have so much health. Why not? Just use it as a resource. Walk in, allow your team to clear vision. Although I don't know how important bottom lane vision is. I know you want to try to at least stop XQW from maybe hitting this turret for free, but with a Herald on the opposite side, with this team having 4 grubs already plus this Azir, I think maybe putting some of your efforts towards the top side and dropping this might be a little bit more fruitful.
Actually, on the cards here, XQW just picking up another one of those tier 1 turrets. So he is getting very strong on this Azir. The gold continuing to go into his pocket. You can see he's 2,000 gold currently ahead of Linfeng on the Ahri. So gonna be a big bird. And now the last of the outer turrets is in the mid lane. It looks like the rest of LGD are trying to take this one down. The Caitlyn lane, the traditional, very nice siege composition, as you can also see the poke damage that XQW is able to inflict on a Moham like we were talking about.
Starting up this Herald, Moham has to take a recall after taking too much damage from XQW and YCX. You perfectly noted it there. I think having this siege comp when you're already ahead, and this Azir is literally a monster in this game, the true emperor of the Rift right now. He is just way too ahead, and so it'll be up to, if you're an OMG fan, you're looking at Linfeng and Hung. Can they get into the back line? Can they disrupt this Azir? It's only going to get tougher from here. He's going to get more HP. He's going to have higher base stats. Linfeng is nowhere near close to finishing a second item, it would appear, at least until this recall is finished. So by the time he gets to like his damage spikes, my worry is that LGD will be too far ahead at that point.
Yeah, and we're seeing them try to continue to snowball that lead in the mid lane. As the Rift Herald gets procced, likely will be able to take down this tier 1 turret. Looks like Nayo is going to help it out by driving it straight on into that tier 1, combined with the Pop Blossom onto the Poppy as Hung actually gets bursted down. And now Harry's in the middle of everything, and it's a bad spot right now for OMG. They instantly lose 2. Harry's still alive on the front line, and the 2 carries for OMG are as well. But it's not a good situation for them as they also just lose 2 at the cost of that turret going down for them.
I just don't understand what OMG is doing here. This is the OMG that we saw throughout all of Split 1 and even into Split 2 placements. Just feels lost. Just feels like, what exactly are we doing here? I get the idea coming out of the Herald. You want to try to use the Keeper's Verdict or the W to make sure that you kind of stop them in their tracks, but you have no way of reinforcing. Sion is not even here until after you're already kind of in position. And it's a really good ultimate coming in from YCX to open that up. So now we're in this game state where 2-item Azir, almost 2-item Caitlyn, and you're going to be looking at even the rest of the top side of this LGD that do so much damage that they don't really care that they don't have a front line. They can just delete your back line, and then OMG are just standing there like, oh, okay, well, now we don't do any damage, and we lose the fight. All right, cool.
Yeah, this is where the mid-game composition for LGD truly shine. When you have a lead and you're able to just continue to force picks like this, you see Linfeng already burning his flash. The response for OMG is to try to overload on the top side, take down this tier 1 turret. But it might come at a pretty hefty cost, as Linfeng is on his way, but it's going to be a 5v4, at least for the moment, in favor of LGD. The tower goes down, but now let's see what OMG can do about it. Niall goes forward with the ball breaker, but cannot find an ultimate on anyone just yet. 2-man decimating smash, and now Hong actually sends two away. This could be OMG's opportunity. They land the charm only onto the Ambessa. Sasa's forced a flash. YCX with a 3-man pop blossom, and here comes the re-engage. Sasa into the backline, picks up a double kill instantly, and now OMG are forced to flash away. There comes the cease and desist. It's on to Starry, and Sasa is lying in wait. It's a triple kill, and it's going to be 4-0 LGD.
And they even have an Otacon in 30 seconds. I just kind of want to see them push with 4 grubs with the siege composition. OMG, they almost make it happen with a Poppy ultimate, but LGD on the crackback, they have this Nico ultimate that just completely eviscerates the back line. And it was a large trade of summoner spells here. They get control of the top side as well. I mean, this right here, we were saying, okay, 2-man knockup, Poppy ultimate, this should have been where we find them engaging, but Linfeng just isn't able to pull the trigger fast enough. The damage from Starry just isn't relevant, and then this huge pop blossom on top of the public execution just lights out here for OMG.
There's also a support Elise in the game at this point in the game. It's not picked up any kills. And that means that you are not a champion, really, at this point, as it's 4-0 on that fight. Dragon going to be started up by LGD as well. This is what we were hoping to see from this team of rookies that have shown promise, but never really getting a big win. This would be a very important series for them to take in terms of the hopes of them continuing on in the LPL. The Dragon gets secured. Hung looking for an engagement. It might just be a little bit too late, as here comes another big pop blossom. Once again finding 3 players here for YCX. Sasa now finally arriving as well. The Emperor survived from XQW is going to force the repel out of Mohan, but it's all too late, as Sasa continues to get absolutely fed on this champion. The Ambessa has himself a triple kill.
Double triple kills here for Sasa, and LGD just look like they can do no wrong. 21 minutes, 17-2. This was the kind of gameplay that we wanted to see coming in from LGD on the day, and even kind of the gameplay that we were expecting all the way back in the promotion bracket that, unfortunately, that put them here in the group Nirvana. So now it's just a matter of closing out, man. 10,000 gold at this point. This looks like it should be a lot closer of a finish than we got in Game 1.
It's going to be the Otacon taken as well here for LGD. 10,000 gold, 21 minutes in. And talking about that format a little bit as well, well, we continue to mention the bottom 2 teams in this group get eliminated for both 2025 Split 2 and Split 3. If you finish towards the top 2, that means you actually get a chance to play for the playoffs, and that's something that a team like LGD would certainly like to have.
True. I do want to be a little hesitant about putting them in top 2 in this group. You know, Ultra Prime and RNG showed, I think, better quality games throughout some of their play in the promotion bracket. So, if we're being fair, OMG/LGD is not exactly top of the table, even for our group Nirvana pool. So, I totally agree in the fact that the format definitely means that every game matters. So, we'll have to see if OMG can kind of put up any of a fight here as Nio.
They did chunk out Nio pretty well, but Sasa with the public execution does a lot, but they finally do shut down the Vi. They land a knockup onto the Ambessa, who now does not have an ultimate, and here comes YCX with the Nico ultimate. Will she be able to find anything? Hung wall bangs Sasa in. A 2-man decimating smash comes in as well. Pop Blossom only finds the Scion. OMG are down 15 kills, but are still looking for a team fight. Hung going to get taken by XQW. Will be 2 kills once again going over, but the rest of OMG will be able to escape with a numbers even trade.
Okay, well, and this was all for a blue buff. Imagine what they'll do around a Baron. So,
not there
2 minutes
just
time
yet.
before that. Yeah, 2 minutes before that's going to be spawning. I don't have much else to say. I mean, there's probably a Caitlyn ultimate here. Oh, it's just barely off cooldown. Goddamn. Well, they're just losing fights on repeat now, and Linfeng hasn't even completed a second item. He's going to be able to maybe pick up this bottom lane wave and be finished with Leandri's, but there's already a Seeker's Arm Guard. This is feeling like, hey, last-ditch efforts here for OMG. Is there any last plays we can make before this game is over? And even around this blue buff, cool, you got Nayo, but Sasa on this Ambessa just does way too much. So much Omnivamp, and it's just too much of a raid boss.
But does it make you wonder, just a little bit, Alk, what could happen?
Made me wonder about Game 3.
If one more fight goes OMG's way? Never mind. Never mind.
Not we come out of the replay and Hug's dead.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
It is 20-4. Grapes, please. There's look. I know we're both North American residents. We're used to the copium of having to come back in games on the international stage, but we don't have to do that here. We're just international representation when it comes to the LPL broadcast.
It's 11K at the 24-minute mark as we see the result. It looks like Hung just stepped on a trap, and that eventually resulted in his demise. Nice ultimate coming out from XQW as well. And now we wait for the Baron to spawn. That's kind of the timer that LGD seem to be playing on. I think OMG are more than content to give that up because they know that if they try to go for a fight, they're going to get aced.
And they just deal with this, with any objective, honestly, incredibly fast. Azir, Caitlyn. So, exciting stuff, especially for an LGD roster that seemingly is going through a rebuild. At the very beginning of the year, we saw them playing with Climber. They had Meteor waiting in the wings as their coach. Thought maybe, one of the most historic junglers in the LPL being able to help a fresh new blood here would, maybe bring in some veterancy, some tips, level up his baseline. But now with Nayo, I will say, even in their loss, Nayo definitely seems like he is not only, I think, more fluent in his gameplay so far, but has also been... Oh my god, no.
XQW, he runs into a decimating smash. He's able to go golden. However, the Keeper's Verdict does send one away. Nayo is in some trouble. You might have just cast a curse this man, all because OMG are chasing the jungler for LGD down. XQW doing a lot of damage on the backside. Now you lives for so long.
Oh my god,
and
but
finally,
XQW
will get taken down. Pop Blossom will pick up one. XQW with a two-man Emperor's Divine. And Sasa is invincible in this team fight. He will finish things off for LGD and secure themselves an ace.
There we go. It looked a little questionable there. XQW, he was like, guys, even after game 1, I still got to make this game questionable for us. So he's going to move in. They've got 4 grubs. How much structure damage can they get down? It's 10 seconds before the next member in Moham, but these Caitlyn headshots are going to hopefully do something fierce.
They're going to try. They got 3 members at least to take the inhibitor. They will back off for now after that. The Baron is available, and Nayo respawns in about 10 seconds. The 3rd Dragon for them, also a topic of conversation. It looks like instead it'll be resets and redeployments as LGD expand their gold lead. It's now over 12,000.
All right, so replay. XQW gets hit with this. Not necessarily blind. The fact that he still has vision there is really disturbing. And I like the idea of this, but look what happened. Look what Hung does here. Somehow he's able to hit the Nico away, so fine enough for me, but Nayo just wastes so much time, lets his team get back into this fight. Where is Linfeng? Man, you're playing Ahri. We have W Flash. We even have our Spirit Rush. Oh!
Wait, that was the anti-synergy of all anti-synergy.
No, there is no waiting. There is no waiting. We are going next. We are getting ready for this next game. 25-6. There's a Baron. LGD, let's just take this damn objective and let's win the game.
They should be able to take this, no problem.
Please.
I mean, at this point for OMG, why not just go for a fight? Because you're probably going to lose anyway after this Baron goes down, but they're not even going to get there in time. As it looks like they'll use this timer to just get a little bit of mid-prio. Hung, not even in the opportunity to get for a steal, and Sasa just going to chase him down. Actually, no, the Keeper's Verdict will get him away. And so it's now a 13,000 gold lead for LGD. They'll have the Baron for a little bit. They don't even want to go for the resets. They just want to try to end this game right now. They want to get to a game 3. Nayo going to maybe spot out Hung. No, he's able to jump away back to safety as now the inhibitor is going to be under fire.
Okay, they've got a top lane wave here. Double super minions and Bessa plus this Caitlyn. You could always reinforce this. I think this should just be the death nail, and we'll see if OMG can be a little creative and maybe
Oh,
find some angles.
finds a charm here for Linfeng, but it's cleansed away instantly by Xiaoya. There's the verdict, locks away 2. Sasa dashing into the back line. Another really nice pop blossom though from YCX, and that should do it. Hung is forced to run the wrong way, away from his base, away from the Nexus, which is where LGD will reside. We are headed to a game number 3, our second of the Nirvana stage, as LGD will win this one in just over 28 minutes.
Look, they got it done in half the amount of time almost it took for OMG to be able to win this one. And LGD able to close out after an incredibly dominant early game. One where OMG just felt lost, incapable of finding leads. And this is kind of the Jekyll and Hyde of so many of our Nirvana teams. The inconsistency, how one game we have some teams and some players that are looking on fire, and then the next, just nothing. Nothing. No, there's just nothing for them to be able to find plays with.
It was that was a tough one, especially from all the praise that we were shouting towards for OMG. To then lose like that, it's not a great combination. As LGD, hey, they looked very good. And I think that the new jungler here again for LGD had a good loss, and then I think a very good win here in this one. And I think the real MVP as well, Sasa on the Ambessa. I mean, he was able to take over a ton of those mid-game fights and basically make this game unwinnable for them.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm excited. As much as I'm a Climber fan, Nio seems to be in the right direction, at least early on. We'll see if this continues to be the case. Typically, new additions really do pop off in some of their first games, just I think mostly due to the fact that teams weren't necessarily scouting for that player, so some loss in terms of some prep beforehand. But I am kind of tentatively very excited for this LGD team. We get to see those glimpses. It's games like this that are like, wow, Sasa, really great top laner coming in from LDL. Finally we get a performance, and then I feel like Xiaoya and YCX kind of holding down the fort yet again.
Yeah, it was a fun one here for LGD. It shows kind of like what they can do if they are given the opportunity to play a game. Like that's what LGD want to have out of their gameplay, right? Have the top side play well, have the bot lane kind of just be solid. I think YCX actually with a ton of really nice Nico engages in that game as well. It helps when your team is really far ahead to find those engages. Basically, anytime you land a multiple man CC, it just always results in a team fight win. But yeah, that's a good sign. As LGD, they pick up their first win in quite a bit, right? They dropped out of that last chance spot a little bit earlier than expected, and so they're definitely feeling good about themselves after that one.
Okay, producer Mickey, can we fly the last time in Group Nirvana graphic? Because I feel like we already have gotten there. We've just put your hand over the EDG triumphed over LNG. One of the teams with G in their acronym is going to win today, okay? And we have kept the 3-game tradition. So tradition trumps all. You know, we're returning to the promised land of every Group Nirvana game is going to go the distance.
You know, they don't get a lot of like best of series in total, right? So they got to make sure they get the most, they make the most of it, right? So getting that extra practice, hey, shout out to them. As XQW actually, very good game in this series, and this is a more standard gold graph. It's like climbing the mountain here, as
up and to the right.
Yeah.
That's all I want to see. I wish I got a picture of those damage numbers, because I'm very confident at the very least XQW has 3 of their members combined. Maybe if you throw in support, that's 4, which is
he did a lot.
Pretty disgusting. He
Yeah.
did a lot of work this game. To be fair, Linfeng was this play in particular. I know it's the very first play of the game, but this one just like broke my soul, because we get the double auto cancel here from Hung. We get just why as RE players are we doing this? I'm so sad, man.
Yeah, I mean the thought process was good, right? Charm him up, try to get some damage down before Hung shows up, but then the extra dash forward just wasn't enough. And a great game from Nio again as well on this Vi. As we just going to take a look at some of the replays that happened in this game. It's going to be a lot of LGD highlights here in this one, as everybody really came to play.
Yeah. Really exciting stuff, I think, for LGD, and the fact that these are the games that kind of give us a lot of hope. In particular, if Nayo can continue to kind of bring up his level and I think generate some more synergy with the team, this could be the fix that they were looking for. Because before this moment, LGD were a team that could garner some early game leads, but necessarily couldn't close out every single game. Nayo seems like he has at least not really missed a beat playing in the LDL for a little bit of time after his stint in Rare Atom last year.
Yeah, it's great to see a rookie come in and really fit in. Obviously, this is the Nirvana group, so you have to put a little asterisk there. It's not the level of competition that you might be facing up against like a top esports or a BLG, but certainly tier 1 competition, obviously, as that's what all these teams are currently in. And so for Nayo, I'm sure it feels good for him to be a big difference maker in this game. And you know, sometimes for a sub, it's not just the the ability that, oh, this person is going to be better 100%. Sometimes just having a slight difference in play style, a different voice in the room, can be enough to try to find a spark for a team. And so maybe LGD have found themselves something here with this setup.
I did want to also mention that, you know, kind of finishing up on Nayo, is that he did kind of lose his spot, not necessarily by his own play. Like, yes, RA weren't the best team last year by any stint of the imagination, but RA just disbanded and left the league. It wasn't like he got to really kind of play out his last split, or they knew that this was going to be coming in. So lost the spot because there are just fewer spots now in the LPL. And hopefully with some fresher faces, some younger, more raw talent, we can see that from LGD. You know, him and Shaoya returning members from LPL last year. We've got a bunch of call-ups from the LDL, and that'll be kind of the test here as we go into our third and final game. Are we just giving XQW our player of the series or player of the game? Is that cool, or?
The damage numbers suggest
Sauce at the back end. Sauce at the back end
Sauce
picked up a lot of kills,
Sauce
which is really cool. You know?
Was good. Honestly, YCX as well, and then Nico, like, there's a couple of people we could give this award to, but I feel like with the audience vote, seeing the damage charts and everything like that, it might just be XQW. There it is.
Yay! Let's go. One of our favorite 3-letter acronym players. Great job, man.
There's a couple of them here in the LPL. 2 of them in this game on the same team as well, which it's been a fun little experiment here. But hey, after the game that XQW had in game number 1, it's nice to see him bounce back, as we have evened things up here in our first series of the day, as we are in our second matchup overall here in Group Nirvana, with LGD evening things up with OMG. 1 apiece at this point. When we come back from this break, we'll get the decisive Game 3 draft, and we'll see which of these teams will pick up their first win of Split 2. Welcome back, everybody. Right at the draft we go for game number 3 between OMG and LGD. Grapes and Hulk Battery here for this final game of our Group Nirvana matchup. And OMG looked very dominant in that first game, interestingly enough. Or sorry, LGD looked very dominant in that last game. And so OMG swapping over to blue side this time around as we get right into things. Hulk, let's break things down here.
It'll be their first time here being blue side in this draft, and Varus, most importantly, the champion that makes it through finally in a trade for the Jackspan, one of Sauce's most well-known champions when he was back in the LDL. So good pickup already here for Starry, and for LGD, they are just running through these bans immediately. We get to see the Tristana, who we do expect to see in the mid lane, but a Lilia here for Nayo.
I mean, it could be a bot lane pick as well, although having the AD mid laner alongside the AP jungler is pretty typical at this point when you want to, set up an early draft setup for your team comp. See what the response is here for OMG. Linfeng is known for playing some wacky stuff. The hover is suggesting that we might get that, and it's going to be a Yasuo early on in this draft during the first phase. Would expect this to be paired up alongside something like a Gragas, like an Alistar, get some knockups in there.
For sure. Alistar would be definitely really high priority. It does mean that OMG are looking to play a little bit of a longer game here, however. Early lane, Yasuo is not necessarily known for his prowess, at least not how it used to be, so I like this from OMG, though. Even just having the Varus and the Maokai, you have such strong setup. You have damage from range to be able to poke out a Tristana and a Lilia. This is a really good opener, I think, coming in from OMG.
Again, we are in that true fearless format as well, so that's why we're starting to go down the tier list a little bit. You take a look at the bands, or sorry, the bottom of your screen with the champions chosen. A lot of really powerful picks in the meta already have been selected. The Gwen, the Naafiri, the Ambessa, the Vi, even something like an Azir or a Sion that has been rising in popularity. None of those will be available here as well, which is why we're seeing things like this Yasuo pop up as we enter the second phase of bans with an Alistar being picked up for YCX.
I think OMG do need to start being worried a little bit about topside champions, especially when we look at champions like Renekton that they're going to be able to play for Sasa. Also thinking about potential Cassante picks here for either team. I think LGD would probably prefer to have a Cassante on their side, but you already have the Gnar and the Gwen gone. I think there's not very many answers, unless we're going to be getting more Udyr, which has been a bit of a specialty pick for some of our players in the LPL.
Yeah, I think specifically Sasa actually has played that quite a bit in the top lane, even as recently as earlier this year. So that could be a possibility here. Hung on the other side also has some of those wacky picks, things like that, and the Nunu always can be available, as you could always flex that Maokai down to the support position for Moham. The AD carry's pinched right now. Looks like Shai is going to want to lock one in right early on. It will be the Misfortune to provide some extra team fighting ability. It also guarantees that XQW is going to be the one on that Tristana.
Okay, so we get the Rakan as a knockup. I do like the Misfortune when it comes to being able to fight Varus in the laning phase, but I am just super worried here for LGD. I feel like there's not very many champions that are going to deal very well with the Rakan and the Maokai at the same time. You're going to need a tank that's going to be able to not only withstand and deal with the Sion, or with the Renekton that potentially is being hovered here. Now you're also going to have someone else that isn't just this Alistar that can block a Maokai ultimate, that can stop the Yasuo as well. So what does LGD have otherwise? I'm really liking what OMG, despite how low range they can be.
Part of me wants to see like a Malphite or something. The Udyr, there it is. First Asa,
Okay.
something that soaks up a ton of damage. You look at OMG's composition, it is all physical damage except for Hung on the Maokai, who, sure, he could build a Liandry's, but once we get into the later portions of that game, that magic damage is not going to stack up much against something like this Udyr. So a really nice front line with Sasa and YCX to set up a double marksman composition for LGD with Nayo on this Lilia, who's going to be able to pump up a lot of DPS as well.
And what I love about this Udyr, that in conjunction with an Alistar, it just becomes almost impossible for OMG to really find angles. We're going to need to see creative engagements coming in from Moham and Hung, and control around space is going to be so pivotal. The Maokai makes it a lot easier. When you look on the opposite side from them, I mean, Udyr just gets to walk into 4 melee champions and have a field day with the Cryo Phoenix. I mean, this is as good as it's going to get, and as well as an immobile AD carry. I don't think it gets much better as an Udyr angle.
Yeah, there's not a ton of long, hard long-range engage for the side of OMG in this draft, or for LGD in this draft, but they're going to be okay with it because it's going to be almost impossible for OMG to run into them when you have an Alistar, when you have an Udyr top lane like this, and even the Lilia, who can also loves to be in team fights with these melee champions, who can play from range with the Blooming Blows, can land the Lilting Lullabies, and pick up really big crowd control ultimates for this double marksman composition. The MF Lilia, another combo that we should be focusing on here. As here we go, game number 3 between LGD and OMG in the group Nirvana. Winner getting one step closer to keeping their season alive and getting the opportunity to play in Split 3, if not even make a push for the playoffs.
This will be the first game we see. These are the first games we have seen here in Split 2 after the placement stage. They were not taking part. We had none of our Nirvana games in the first 3 days, so got to see some of our group ascend, but it's been a while since we've seen some of these teams, especially for OMG, who didn't even make it into the promotion bracket. They just had to play, they got 4th in their group and were kind of just done for at least for a couple weeks, so Going to be exciting to see if they're able to bounce back. Obviously, taking a pretty devastating loss in Game 2, a very close victory in Game 1. But you do have to feel that with how the series has trended, LGD early game has been, I think, just the better team so far.
I forget who I was having this discussion with here, Alk, but what do you think? Does it feel better to be OMG and just like get completely stomped in that last game and feel like, okay, it was just a bad game. Like, let's get back at it. Or does it feel harder to come back, like if you're LGD, after you seem like you were in such a good position to win game 1 and then having that like kind of fall away from you and finding yourself down in the series?
I would prefer the emotional momentum of being able to hold the last win in the series before going into Game 3 in a best of 3, but there are merits and there are a bunch of different factors that go into it. So going to be really interesting to how this game kind of pans out. We're already seeing both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. There is a lot of early vision from LGD to try to spot out where this Maokai is. And interesting from YCX and Xiaoya how this Alistar is being played. Typically, Alistar level 1 is not necessarily known for its prowess, but really just wanting to trade very early on and giving up a little bit of his HP bar just to secure level 2 and potentially looking for a dive in a minute and a half time.
Very aggressive from YCX in that 2v2, who quietly has been having a pretty good series overall against OMG here to kick off split number 2. I mean, had a good set on the Nico just the last game, and so if he can find engages like that on the Alistar this time around, it will be big for LGD in terms of trying to find themselves that final push here in this series. Look at the top lane. A little bit of trading overall, but Sasa is going to be very happy just soaking up damage and clearing out these waves. Harry does hit level 3, but so does Sasa, and he should be okay, at least for now.
This is just the annoying part. He gets to out-sustain you as the Udyr. He almost always wins the push. The one thing you can do as this Renekton, you can just... Oh, wait a minute, XQW. Oh, no.
Oh, rocket jumping right
XQW?
onto the head of Linfeng. The lethal tempo has been procced. Remember, it was Linfeng who actually played the Tristana earlier on today, but it was in that 1v1. And it didn't end up working out so well for him. So now maybe he has that extra confidence. He's like, this champion sucks. I can do fine against it.
See, no, he has the... Oh, Linfeng. Linfeng's probably just going to have to flash here.
Yeah, does XCW have the rocket jump?
XCW flash? No? Okay.
Okay. They know Hung's in the area, or at least finishing up that clear on the top side, and so they don't want to go too far forward. Nice wind wall to block away the swirl seed. It's a little bit extra poke. Does mean that XCW is able to crash this wave in, and probably get himself at least a nice reset. And we're still at a standstill pretty early on in this game. Again, the stakes are pretty high. However, you look at the lanes right now, actually OMG are the ones who are winning out in the CS department early.
And look at what LGD are already doing. Because they had priority, or they at least freed up Xiaoya to immediately leave. He's already up top lane using that strut passive really, really well. So be able to continue to put Renekton down for the time being. And they also have Nayo on this side of the map, so anybody who shows up, if they stay under this turret, does make it incredibly difficult for them to continue to push. And, I mean, really you're just focused as LGD, just get level 6 on both of these junglers, honestly. And it opens up so many playmaking tools, and when you look at how their champions do tend to operate, they're very reliant on having long-range engagement tools.
See Harry actually use the teleport down to the bot lane. That could be important, as both top laners won't have those summoner spells when the grub spawn up top. Meanwhile, Starry actually in a lot of trouble. Xiaoya flashing over Moham to try and get some extra damage. That not end up becoming worth it, as just ended up being a trade of those summoner spells for the AD carries.
Yeah, it will mean that come this Herald fight in a minute's time, that it will be a little bit more difficult for them. I like that YCX is spending his time by playing Human Ward and clearing out some vision away from OMG. There's arguments to be made on both sides, right? Because you're looking across, there's still going to be an Alistar. There's now a no Flash Varus going to be playing against a potential Udyr in 3 minutes' time. The opposite side, I mean, Flash Maokai is always possible, right? So.
And as soon as Linfeng gets level 6, that could be opened up as well. You just need the Bramble Smash onto one single target, and that can immediately be combined with that last breath. And that could be a big combo that means some big damage for OMG in this game. Still very even in terms of gold. The grubs are spawning in 20 seconds. Right now, Hung has the first move towards the top side, but Nayo is soon to follow. And more importantly, he's going to help XQW pick up that mid priority, but gets spotted up by Hung. But the control ward will spot him out. Linfeng going for the two-man knockup, does combine it with the last breath, but not enough damage in response. The Windwall doing a ton to block out all the DPS that Nayo is able to provide, though. There comes the Eep two-man knockup. It will be first blood, secured by LGD, as Hung flashes away from the knockup of YCX.
And that should just be a couple more of these grubs. I like that Nayo actually stays mid. He soaks just a little bit of experience. He hits level 6, and he gets the level up as well, so he'll get the HP. He'll also get all of these honey fruit. Got to be feeling really good. Good job here from LGD to find those kills, but now OMG, they're even moving up Harry to just make sure they can contest for these grubs.
Yeah, Star and Harry getting first move does mean that OMG, despite not having their jungler at level 6, are able to get the priority around the grubs. So that is a small win for them. However, it will be matched by Sasa, getting a big wave under turret, getting him a free reset, and also that kill, of course, going over to LGD. It was a very aggressive play from Linfeng, maybe a little bit too aggressive, as Hung was never really in the area and had the opportunity to do much in that fight.
I thought Hung was just going to flash forward and try to find it, because he already landed Q3 as Yasuo, just walk forward, and he has the last breath, but decides not to do it. I wonder if we're going to get a replay of that fight. Either way, it now does lead into this Tristana being able to push. They're going to try and reinforce top lane. Good use of the bullet time really just to prevent the dive from coming through. And look, Linfeng is still coming through, but he's getting pinged out.
Yeah, so it will result in actually nothing being picked up here for OMG on that top side. Nicely done by Shaya. XGW going to rocket jump away from the Rakan, as now Hung's next target will be this enemy red buff that has just respawned. It looks like he will be able to pick it up. The response could be the dragon or just the bot side camps that Nayo could be able to grab here on the blue side.
Harry did a really fantastic job of actually covering for the first time Nayo when we were watching this Lilia before. She was actually able to only steal a few of the minor chickens away, and so Harry at least wasting some of this Lilia's time, but Lilia only gets faster and faster on the clear, now taking the red buff on top of that, so Nayo is going to be supercharged when it comes to the jungle, and Hung's got to be careful here. He now knows. He has an idea. He's like, alright, well, Lily's taking two of my camps, so I'm just going to take my Krugs and probably take a recall, try to run up towards top lane.
We'll see what the rest of the movements look like. That first dragon hasn't been taken yet by anybody, and it's really even in this game here, Alk. OMG slightly up in gold, slightly up in terms of objectives with that first grub camp, but LGD do have that kill on the Tristana. XQW. Pressure might come back to him as well. The double marksman, I think, overall here for LGD, as they're going to be the ones who have to dish out the damage combined with the setup of LGD's front line.
So, looking at the objectives, I mean, still have this dragon up, but with where the game is at this point, I think we're probably going to be waiting for those second grubs before we see any kind of movement towards the Drake pit. Still there's no flashes here from either of our AD carries, and I'm honestly surprised we haven't gotten a little bit more motion from our junglers around this lane. I mean, Maokai has ultimate coming up. There is a potential for them to be able to look for something. Nayo is going to be starting up the dragon during all of this.
And we'll be able to probably pick it up unless the rest of OMG come down. It looks like they actually will by shoving out that mid wave. Will be matched by Shaya and YCX. Actually, Chain of Corruption goes in on the Alistar. He does not have the ultimate to try to cleanse himself away from it with the Blight Stacks. It's a ton of DPS to him. The Nature's Grasp takes him below 200 HP. Meanwhile, ultimate traded here as Harry already has dominance popped. And with that full rage bar, it will actually force Nayo away, as OMG actually will gain control around the Dragon Pit, but are not strong enough to pick it up.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to stop this, and it does buy a little bit of time for Starry to actually hit on this wave. A lot of good damage being landed there onto YCX. And a small support differential here. The fact that YCX does not have ultimate, he will get it the next time he shows up on a wave, but...
Oh, bullet time. Well, that was just way too far forward from Shaya. Starry forces the flash away from Misfortune, not wanting to get hit up by that upgraded Q. So that's more priority for OMG in the mid lane. The Grub's now spawning in 40 seconds. That Dragon's still not taken, by the way, as Nayo will once again start it up.
Well, now they're just going to make a dive on top lane. XQW has no jump. Sasa can teleport for this.
Knockup connects.
But There
comes the last breath. It's all fine and dandy here for OMG. They get themselves their first kill of the game, and those Grubs also available.
I just don't know if they're going to be able to go for grubs here. I mean, they'd have to reset. They did just use a few of their tools. Linfeng's half HP. They'll probably just recall here. Lilia will be out and onto the map, has the Leandri's finish at the same time as this Maokai. You see the pings coming out. They have this Rakan ultimate. They know that Last Breath is a very low cooldown very early on. So they're going to invest all of these resources towards the top lane, towards playing towards these grubs. They already have 3. If they can get 4 or 5, you suddenly make Yasuo and Renekton very potent to deal with. I still am worried about the side lane though when you're playing against an Udyr who's rushed a Thornmail here at 11 minutes.
Yeah, that Udyr's gonna be tough to kill. It's gonna be up to Starry most likely with some percent HP damage with blight stacks, but he is going with the lethality build, which doesn't become very easy to kill that Udyr. We'll see how the rest of this game goes, but right now the fight is around these grubs. LGD want to try to even up the count. They at least get 1, but here comes OMG. Dominance already popped. XUW jumping in onto Linfeng, who pops the wind wall, but the big ultimate on the other side comes in from Moham. The quickness knocks up 1. There comes Linfeng with the last breath, and Xiaoya is already down. Linfeng now dashing into the YCX. Flashes to follow it up, and the feats of warfare are claimed by OMG. Nayo still wants the kill.
Nayo!
He steals away one of the grubs and pops the losing low by onto 3 members. Hung dashing forward. Will it be enough? Saucy's still low, but will be able to survive. Starry gets bursted down by XQW, but Linfeng is still alive. He's dashing and slashing his way through, but Saucy still doesn't die. He picks up 1. He flashes himself to the bone for a double kill. The Udyr's unstoppable here. It's just now a 1v2, and Harry will fall. It's an ace for LGD.
Oh my god, they had so much damage on the YCX, but it just doesn't matter. Lilia, Sasa, and XQW, the top side of LGD, who we had so many doubts of throughout this entire series, come up clutch in a fight around the grubs. It's still going to be 4 grubs going over to OMG, but look at the start of this play. The tanks just, kind of spending a lot of time wasting OMGs here, and this is where it got a little bit questionable. A great engage from Moham gets Linfeng right into the back line. And we're thinking from this point, this is OMG's win, but now Linfeng's nowhere near the area. Nayo with this 4-man sleep just makes so much work for his team. And then Sasa. The fact that Sasa lives for so long in this fight is an abomination of Udyr champion design. So everybody, you can point and laugh. Turtle stance, auto, turtle stance, auto, tiger stance, phoenix, flash auto, 1 million healing, type B.
Okay, is it an abomination of the champion design, or is it the fact that he picked Udyr full tank into a full AD composition with the lethality
I'm going to say the funnier one is making fun of champion design because everybody loves to do it. It's low-hanging fruit. But we did say from draft, Udyr's kind of Thanos here, so...
Yeah. It's going to be really hard to kill him. I mean, I don't know. We might need a Shadow Flame out of Hung or something to try to do any sort of damage to this guy. Because there's no disincentive for him to just continue to stack armor. 2-0 and 2 in this game. And now the 80 carries are starting to get fed as well. Full Yuntal's available for XQW. And actually the big beneficiary in that last fight was Nayo. 4,000 and 5,000 damage dealt on his lonesome in that last team fight.
Right. Well, for the time being, we're kind of waiting to see how LGD are going to be able to move around some of these solo lanes. Again, newest pickup in Nayo here for XQ. Okay, nice job on buffering that away. That could have been very dangerous with a Yasuo and a Maokai in the area, but doesn't mean that they are giving up mid-wave priority. I wonder if Linfeng, he knows. Nope, he does not. Well, sleep's already landed, bro. Sorry,
yep.
man.
Linfeng probably dead here. Not going to find anything. There's the Blooming Blows from Nayo to pick it up. That's kill number 2 for him. Goldie slightly now in favor of LGD after winning that last team fight and also getting the kill. Should have priority around this dragon as well. Remember, they were actually able to pick it up, the first one of that one, I should say, off of the extended back and forth across the map. So that's actually a slight advantage that's going to go towards them here.
I think personally, I don't really care about this dragon right now. I think we're looking at 45 seconds on top side. Not only the Otacon spawning in that area, but this Herald spawning in 40. I really want to try to take down this mid-tier one if I can help it. It would not only help Xiaoya to be able to move around the map and feel a little bit safer about pushing forward, but it also would kind of open up this map so that Nayo can then move around with this Tristana and look for, picks into side lane, trying to grab early, to try to grab some respawned camps. I think that would make it much more difficult for OMG to be able to play this game.
I just keep looking at this team comp here. If you're Starry, how do you not go? How are you building? Why are you building lethality here? I don't get it.
So the thought process here is you can probably still go like Edge of Night and it's kind of fine. It's just I don't want to get into an auto attack war versus Misfortune and Tristana ever. Like,
okay,
these champions are naturally building crit, so they're just gonna naturally deal more damage than me. Tristana has higher burst potential than I do. Xiaoya hits like a truck with the love taps, so it's a bit more difficult. I think wanting to outrange them is perfectly fine. You're just hoping that I'm able to out-damage and outrange people like Nayo, people like Xiaoya and XQW before this Udyr becomes fun.
Yeah, the Udyr might already be at fun mode. Let's see. This is a good litmus test right now, as he's just able to run away from that ultimate being thrown out by Linfeng. I mean, the armor pen, the lethality only does so much armor pen. At some point, Sauce is going to be pretty unstoppable. That's what I was thinking. If you go like the on-hit build, you at least have a little bit of extra percent HP damage, some extra on-hit, but not going to happen this time.
All right, well, that's going to be the Herald going over to OMG. Linfeng and Hung are already there. It's going to be a little bit of damage using this bullet time from Xiaoya, but again, this is just to make sure that we have mid-priority, and they're making a fade towards bottom lane.
Let's see. Harry, gonna have to press that back button soon, man. Otherwise, here comes YCX. Okay. He's able to get underneath his tier 2. That should be fine. The response here in the mid lane is OMG proccing that Rift Herald. We're going to try to at least take this one over. Moham.
Oh, they get first
Going
turret
to drive
here.
this one in. Should be first turret if they pick it up. But the question is, the wave clear from Xiaoya is just too much. I don't think they're going to be able to secure all of it.
Wow.
Meanwhile, XQW doing a good job pressing on this bottom side. But won't be able to get that turret either, as Harry's able to clear out that wave nicely.
Why didn't Hung just use his ultimate, man? Just force your ultimate, get the first turret, get yourself feats of strength. I mean, there's time in between the objectives. Now they're going to lose first turret to Tristana. Udyr's literally just farming away versus this Yasuo. Who cares? And it's going to be, at the very least, another mini wave before they're just going to lose first turret here. I really feel like if they wanted to make sure they get that gold and take out that mid-tier one, that should have been their play with the Rift Herald in the foregrub. So now it's a punishment. Now LGD get the first turn and they get gold into this Tristana.
You know, and I don't think that this is a coincidence that this is the slowest game that we've had for a team like OMG. You know, it's a game 3, do or die. First time that they've been at an elimination match or quote-unquote elimination
you've been outplayed.
Series yet. And so it seems like they're playing a little bit more passively this time, which I don't think works for their composition. You're going up against an Udyr who's building full armor and a double marksman comp. It's going to be very tough for them. They're going to have to try to make something happen quickly, but it's just not working out for them, as now YCX getting targeted here. Okay, here comes Linfeng. There comes the last breath. It knocks up just Nalyo, but he's able to flash away. Here comes the re-engage. Harry's able to pick up the first kill. It will be a 1-0 so far, and the health bars are on OMG's side. However, Sasa still full HP. XQW still trying to dish out some DPS. Bullet time comes out. Moham forces the flash away. And now LGD can go for the re-engage. Harry must try to lock down the Tristana. And XQW will fall, but it will be matched by Harry going down. Now Xiaoya stuck in a bad set of things, but now the Udyr is ready to cook here in this team.
See you later.
Nayo taking down Moham. It's a triple kill for Nayo. It's going to be a quarter kill, a pentakill for Nayo. Welcome to the LPL, my friend.
Yeah, welcome back from Rare Adam. Nayo in one of his first games of 2025. We get a pentakill finally here. We've had a couple quadra kills, but finally it comes through LGD in the Nirvana group. We said early on that Lilia versus all these melees was going to feel good, that Sasa with this Udyr was going to feel good, but damn, do LGD. They've come here to win.
I mean, I was just watching the Udyr in that fight. I didn't even realize that Nayo was in a position to get himself a penta. Let's watch this one again. I mean, he was the one who got engaged on to start the fight.
Yeah, it's this ultimate from Varus that kind of lands it. You called it there. You said that he flashed out of the pit, so he's no longer in that much of trouble. And then I'll be honest, I feel like Harry just has such little threat in these fights. It's this flash engage onto XQW. Eventually that kind of turns the tides here. But even in the picture-in-picture, man, LGD just don't stop winning here. No one is hitting this Lilia.
And she's just able to run in. Do a lot of damage with these blooming blows, being of course that sole magic damage champion at this point in the game. You know, Sasa does a little bit, and that's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
All
okay. Right. That was complete RNG. Sasa, I saw that, man. You were trying to steal the penta from your new player.
He says you gotta own it, bro.
The Leandry's burn. He got it through the Leandry's burn, but Sasa was hidden away. What the hell, man?
Earn it, brother.
That's why I wasn't expecting the pentakill. I saw Naya was in Zonia. It was like pretty low HP.
Yeah.
Just RNG'd his way into it. Okay, hey. Nice job, man.
All right.
LGD, they're 4,000 gold. They got a kill on the Moham in that picture-in-picture, and they get their third dragon. This game looking very much in their control at this point.
That 4,000 gold is entirely the Lilia now, which is really funny to look at. But, I mean, you take a look at even some of the experience differentials from these two players, and I mean, Xiaoya is a full level on his lane opponent. Sasa is about half a level. Take a look at this player gold as well. He is by and far away the richest player. So now, Nayo yet again, a game where he has keys to the kingdom to carry this game. It was the Neferian game 1 that unfortunately still ended in a loss. This time around, Nayo with this Lilia, I mean, him and Sasa are essentially unkillable now that with the Zonias and the 2 item spikes that Sasa has on the Zudir. So we need to see them pilot this perfectly.
Well, they're going to try to kill the seemingly unkillable champion here in the Lilia. Throws out the Chain of Corruption, not even close to finishing off a kill. And there comes Sasa into the back line. This Udyr just continuously, unrelentingly going after OMG in a 1v5. And he's able to run away with his life. Linfeng ults to his doom. And now here comes LGD. The rocket jumps forward from XQW. Will get himself a double kill.
Okay, well, that's just got to be the end of the game here. They're going to grab Otacon. It's going to be ruinous Otacon as well. So increased rewards from the 3 dragons that they already have access to, a ton of these blood roses. So the experience differential is only going to grow. OMG for their prizes, they'll at least grab themselves mid-tier 1, but Grapes, it feels like it's been a 3-0 basically from LGD. Minor missteps in game 1, but this is just, this game's over.
If we just didn't for fun it, like around enemy base
top side,
in 45 minutes into the game, like 30 minutes into the game when we had a 10k gold lead, LGD would have won all 3 games against OMG. And that's very promising here for a team that we were hoping to see a lot of, a team full of rookies. Get another look at this fight. Look at all the resources that are thrown to this Lilia. Doesn't even have to pop a Zonias or anything, just walks away scot-free.
Yeah, there's just not enough damage here. I mean, it's Starry here with this Varus, who unfortunately that the arrows only do so much, and then Sasa literally gets to walk in 1v3, then 1v4. He actually forces what looks to be like some shielding for this Yasuo. It's just not enough. There's no damage from Linfeng, and now XQW in this double AD carry composition just gets to fire away for free.
Yeah.
All right, it was McHale's from Moham. There we go. So even through that, it just doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. I like literally at this point, like I think Sasa could 1v5 soak up damage for like 15 seconds and still live through everything. And so that's not even saying, you know, the rest of the team around him, right? So Baron buff up in 25 seconds. They already got the Otacon. You can see the rose petal difference adding to what is already a 5,500 gold lead for LGD, not to mention the team comp difference that we already have mentioned. And if you're OMG, there's not much you can do at this point. Look at Linfeng right now also getting bursted underneath his tier 2. YCX and the rest of the squad taking down this top lane turret, and just a small response on the other side from Harry. It's not going to matter too much if you just keep losing towers on the other side of the map.
They literally, it doesn't even matter if Harry split pushes. It's going to be gold, like short-term gold, just to maybe edge some of it back into their favor. But you got a 5,000 gold lead deficit between Nayo and XQW and their lane opponents. And the game doesn't get easier. Yes, maybe Yasuo 3-4 items if you find a pick. Here onto...
Here we go. One
Okay.
attempt. It will be a pick. Nicely done by Moham to set that one up. And so OMG going to try to find something after already taking down XQW in that fight. It looks like, though, without any more engaged tools, no quickness, no last breath, it will be them just backing off.
I mean, Grapes, look, I would be honest. It's cool. It slows down the game. We just don't know how meaningful it's going to be. There's nothing to play for. If anything, they kind of come up trumps in that because they trade the kill on XQW for a TP from Harry. So, I mean, now this dragon's coming up, and OMG are forced every single dragon, even if they steal this one, they still have to play for the next one in 5 minutes, and then the next one 9 minutes after that. So, OMG, if there was ever a time for you to just have some kind of heroic, insane team fight, it has to be literally here. Otherwise, there's an Ocean Soul, and the game's extremely over.
Okay, but like, I just don't understand. I don't know how you kill this Udyr. That's the one thing. Like, you can find a pick on the XQW. You can find a pick on a Xiaoya, but at this point, the stronger players in this game are Nayo and Sasa. And those two have take a lot of time to kill, especially with the team composition that OMG have and the deficit that they are facing right now. The Dragon has been started up, and looks like this could be OMG sending it all the way in this do or die game number 3. Here comes that Nature's Grasp, but a 3-man knockup already comes in from YCX.
He stole it!
The Dragon is stolen away by Hung, and XQW is forced to rocket jump away with less than 100 HP. He will go down. Sasa will finally fall. Will this be the fight? Nayo now the target, but Xiaoya will flash away and pick up that first kill. Moham barely missed out on the knockup, and now Xiaoya can go off here. It's a 2v3, but the health bars are on LGD's side. Blooming blows, gets dodged away from Moham looking for a knockup. He will miss, and the Make It Rain goes down into Linfeng as well. Swirl Seed connects. Linfeng's running the wrong way, buddy. He's going to try to dash through these minions, but will not last for long. Nayo picks up the kill, and LGD once again win the fight.
But look at how close that fight was, and they still got the Dragon. OMG are trying to hold out here. If they can get one more item on this Yasuo, it's going to be Infinity Edge finish for him. 3 items here for Starry. This game does not get easier for them, but I will say, if they're able to hit that power spike, maybe there's a chance. As we look at this replay, insane steal from Harry just to keep this game alive.
I don't know how he got it, honestly. As we go through the rest of this, a little bit separated. We're LGD, and I think that's what resulted in this Xiaoya staying alive really nicely in this fight. That's what actually, honestly, kept LGD from getting completely wiped.
I'm just so impressed by a player like Linfeng, despite what's happened in this series. The fact that he's been really flexible with some of his champions and even getting unique ones like the Smolder mid and the Mbessa mid, and now with the Yasuo, it feels like low-key getting some melee specialist vibes, but just doesn't really get enough time to play it in series. LGD, they just rip open this Baron. It's so fast from them.
Yeah, here comes the Nature's Grasp. Hung, can he pull off another Miracle Steal? It does a decent chunk of DPS, but the Baron will get taken down, and it is Nayo to secure it. Now Sasa in a beautiful spot on the front line, but here comes the dive. They go in onto Nayo, who's forced to go golden early. Bullet time comes out and will barely not burn down Linfeng. He will live for just a little bit longer. Harry with the dominance picks up a 1k shutdown, but Xiaoya and XQW are still alive, and the main 80 carries for LGD are going to be the ones to carry them throughout this team fight. They get the Baron and they get 4 more kills.
But what can they actually do with this? They'll be able to push on the top side. They're just going to recall. There's no TP. I mean, maybe XQW tries to find some honey fruit that are around. He's going to actually end up picking this mid wave along with Sasa. I think that is as good of a situation as you're going to get here for OMG. It's going to be the loss of some of their turrets, but their base, most importantly, will be safe when it comes to their Nexus.
It should be the top lane inhibitor at least, as another Tier 2 in the mid lane will go down by XQW. Maybe they can turn that into a second inhibitor tower as well. The death timers, though, are coming up rather quick, so LGD have to get out before they take that second inhib.
All right, smart play. Good job coming out from them. They'll get their resets in, and they'll be able to have this Baron for the entire duration of the rest of the clock here before another Ocean Dragon spawns. Items being completed here, and Grapes... This replay, man, just how close is this? I know we keep saying this. I know LGD are in a massive position to win this, but you just see certain moments here, specifically like Moham and Linfeng getting into this backline. I'm looking at Harry on this Renekton, just being able to almost barely live through so much, even with Asterix and his Dominus. It's a lot of gold going their way. It's still 8,000 now in favor of LGD, but these fights are getting more realistic for them. My problem is I'm just still this Udyr, man.
The Udyr, he still lived for a long time. That was the first time he actually died, and that's a big one here. Teleport comes in, though. They already burst down Starry, but here comes Linfeng and OMG find the kill on Xiaoya. YCX is going to go down as well. It's going to be a 2-0 in favor of OMG. Now the target is going to be Sasa. They look for Nayo as well. XQW is low. He rocket jumps away, barely dodging away from the knockup of Moham. And Sasa on the Udyr is now unstoppable. Here comes Nayo as well. Underneath the tier 2 tower they go. Guardian Angel already parked onto Harry. They're fighting 2v3, but still Starry's alive. He gets a shutdown onto the Udyr, and he gets himself another. They go way too far forward, and OMG keep themselves alive at the cost of another inhibitor going towards XQW.
Okay, but 20 seconds, and look at how long these death timers are. Sasa and Nayu will not be alive for this dragon. And now, OMG, they just need to race out of the base. Tristana can actually just be here and take this dragon immediately by herself. They're not going to get here in time. OMG are going to lose the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, just too far behind at this point. I mean, Hung,
XQW hit
he's
this!
running.
No!
He's running right now. I don't know if that's going to happen. We're going to a replay just to see what happened here in this one. Big fight from Starry, barely able to survive off of this initial play. And then it's just an overdive from LGD.
What is Xiaoya doing? This is now 2 different MF ults where we're like, wait, what's going on with the positioning here? I'm just looking at this and, hey, who cares about this replay? Ocean Soul on the table.
Oh.
Harry down to half HP from that combo.
Time. It takes Starry down to half HP. Chain of Corruption lands onto the Misfortune, but they don't do much with it. This is going to be sold for LGD, as OMG don't want to lose the game over potentially flipping another Smite fight. So extra healing, extra sustainability for LGD. They continue to add to their lead. But now you're starting to wonder a little bit here, Hulk. I know we thought it was going to be LGD favored from the start of this game. But they can't afford to make any more mistakes. This is the breaking point for them. They need to be able to close out a series against a team like this, and they have the opportunity to do so right now.
If they can't close out a game where they have Ocean Soul and they end up losing this game, I think I can't ever believe in this LGD team. I'm sorry. I think that the fans at home can't believe in an LGD team like this. Yes, it is a bunch of rookies, but games like these are so easy to play out. And we're just seeing stumbles every now and then. Still very large gold lead for them, like you were mentioning. And we're getting, it's so hard to play because you're trying to reinforce on this side of the map. You're trying to defend this last tier 3, but I mean, there's a Tristana, there's these double marksmen. All of these structures fall like paper in front of them.
Oh, Linfeng! He finds a knockup on XQW. Chunks him down to about 1,000 health. Xiaoya still untouched in the back line. And look at Nayo in the middle of the entire enemy base. And that's the team fight that LGD were looking for. One more jump forward from XQW to seal the deal. LGD, it looked a little bit scary here that they threw that first game, but they have looked dominant against OMG over the last 2, and they will pick up their first series win of 2025 Split 2.
Out of 5 games, they now get to have a 1-0 record here in Split 2. The addition of Nayo seems to be working. The addition in the jungle has made an impact. And from here on out, again, single round robin here in the group Nirvana. There are only so many games. There are 5 series you get to play that potentially decide whether or not you're playing in 3 weeks' time.
And that's a big win if you are LGD. How heartbreaking it would have been to somehow find a way to drop that series after all the advantages that you put yourselves in. And I think MVP for the series overall does have to go to the newest player on LGD.
Correct.
I think it has to go towards Nayo. That game 3 Lilia, even game number 1 on the Nefiri, able to really have himself a very impressive debut in 2025 with his new LPL team.
Yeah, and I think it's so exciting for him just because, again, coming off of Rare Atom, he was a pretty middle of the pack jungler. Didn't seem like maybe more than bottom half, but I mean, now that he has at least another roster where he can kind of prove himself, he gets a fresh slate here. I think you can also couple this with the fact that OMG have shown that they are not the strongest team, especially not here in Group Nirvana. So I'm kind of looking forward to slow and steady. How exactly does LGD kind of right the wrongs of prior games and prior series? Because this was still a game and a series where they threw a huge lead in game one, and here in this third game they were up a massive amount and almost still lost it.
If they lost that game, it would have been that'd be one of the biggest disappointments that we've had all year, and we've been in the
Yes,
LPL all year, right? And so it would
we
have been a
watched
tough go
firsthand.
of things. Yeah, we
So
watched top esports play exactly.
yeah,
So for OMG, back to the drawing board they go. They have not been able to recapture the magic of taking JDG to 5 games, taking Ultra Prime to 5 games. They seem to go the distance a couple of times against teams that could be considered rather competitive, but then it's just not. They're just never able to close the deal. And they've had good moments. Don't get me wrong. Linfeng, I think overall had a good series. I love the Yasuo look in this game 3, despite it being a losing effort. But still more for this team to look forward to.
yeah. OMG just almost tragically kind of losing some of these games, and we have to look towards some of these carries. I mean, Starry like flashing forward to try to find at least a kill in one of these fights to try to go even. Linfeng on this Yasuo kind of putting in heroics, and even you think back to the Aurora game, I I don't really know what to say. I just kind of am looking at their top jungle and asking them like, can we get some better performances from you guys? Because even Hung just feels like we're doing nothing in all of these games. We are not really trying to get very much early done. Like, first 8 minutes, he'll interact with his mid lane, like, he'll get a gank going on, and that's cool. We gotta keep going. We cannot just farm for the rest of this series and do very little to impact our lanes. Harry also feels like he gets trapped in side lane or doesn't necessarily interact with his team all that much. So I don't know. I just want to see more from them, especially because you have such exciting prospects in your carry positions.
Yeah, I think Linfeng and Starry, they did their best all series long. I mean, you look at the damage charts right now, actually it was Starry who ended up doing the most out of anybody on his team, just barely getting beat up by XQW. Obviously, being the poke Varus helps out, but even taking down some of those tanks on lethality Varus, like he was doing his darndest, and I agree with you here, Alk. It really felt like Harry and Hung were passengers throughout the majority of this series, and they're gonna all need to come to play. They're all gonna need to hop in the driver's seat once in a while if OMG want to go anywhere here this season.
Hell, man, just push the car and put that in neutral. Just start just. Come on, like here's a Gnar ultimate with 4 people. There you go. Just do something, man.
Yeah, it's hard to find solutions here, especially when you're here in this group Nirvana. A loss definitely feels even more deflating than even a loss in the regular part of the season, right? Because you think, oh, that was like a really good team or something, but now you're playing against like the teams who also kind of fell down to the bottom with you, and you're fighting to avoid being that having that target on your back, having that scarlet letter of being the team that is out for the entirety of Split 3 by finishing bottom 2 in a group full of like the quote unquote bad teams, right? And so not the
Yeah.
best start for OMG. Still more games to play for them. I wouldn't say a lot more games to play for them. It's just 4 more as we get a look at the pentakill right there again. But they're gonna have to find some fixes and find them quick.
Yep. Just want to real quick. I mean, we're thinking about MVPs. I think it's very clearly Nayo. Just
Yeah.
insane play in I think all 3 of the games. Even in their losses, you can kind of see that the idea is there. And um, I'm just looking at this kind of the season as a whole. Again, it's very early on. These are our first matches for these 2 teams coming into Split 2, but the format it just bears repeating so many times. Like you only play 5 series. It's 5 best of 3s. At most, you're playing 15 games, or not 15. Yeah, 15 games, and that's your season. That's like the entirety of whether or not you get to play for Split 2 or not. And then there's potential tiebreakers and all the like, right? So even if you make it like third, fourth, you're done for Split 2. You don't even get to play playoffs. There is so much on the line. Every single one of these games feels like almost life or death, especially if you start off the series down 1-0.
Yeah, and for OMG, they actually were the ones who started the series up 1-0, right? Like they were the ones who won that first game, even
Yeah.
though it was not necessarily one that they were favored in for the majority of it. But being able to not bounce back or after taking that game 2 loss was rough, absolutely. And you think of some of the drafts that they had, specifically like not building a composition that could take down this massive front line that LGD threw in front of them, and you look ahead to what could potentially be fixed for them in the future. They have a couple of weeks to figure things out, obviously, but every game time ticks closer and closer to midnight for some of these teams in Nirvana, which I know we're being very dire and very doomer about all this, but that's the stakes of what these guys are dealing with right now.
Yeah, I want to thank friend of the broadcast at the very least, or a friend of some of us in North America, Hami AG Alex, showing up with first Lilia pentakill in comp aside from Yike. So Yike has two of
Wow.
them, as both of them. So finally get to add the second player in Tier 1 to be able to pull off Lilia pentakills. So congratulations to Nayo. Again, it's very rare. It's kind of rare company to have, especially for a champion that feels like it's been around for a while now. So, again, congratulations to him and the rest of LGD.
Yeah, and so they'll go up 1-0 here in Group Nirvana, while OMG will fall to 0-1. But that's going to do it here for our first game or first series of the day here on LPL English. I'll thank you for joining me here for this first matchup. We're going to switch some of our caster pairs up, bring up Black Brawl Bloxer for our Ascension matchup between WE and JDG. We'll be right back with that series after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we are here for our second series of the day. Over to Group Ascend we go, with WE taking on JDG. My name is Grape, still here for this second series, and I'm joined by Mr. Black Bloxer. Bloxer, I know that you have sat through 2 straight Nirvana games, as you were on the second shift for both of them so far, so it's been an interesting go of things. But now we got some 2 heavy hitters going at it,
Oh, yeah.
specifically in JDG, getting to watch one of our LPL favorites take to the Rift.
Yeah, this matchup should be really interesting, right? Because for JDG, you're not looking at WE as being particularly worrisome. They weren't one of the better teams that we had during those placements. You know, they had a pretty rough time of it, managed to just about squeak into Group Ascend, which will have been very nice for WE. They're going to be happy with that one. But JDG, they're looking towards these higher ranked teams. They're looking towards these teams like the BLGs, the top esports. Those are the ones they're actually worried about. But that can mean that you can look past a team potentially. You know, there's a lot of best of threes to play in this split. For WE, it's a real test to see how they're looking. We haven't actually watched them play yet in this Group Ascend.
Yeah, so we get to see their first game. Meanwhile, JDG actually just took down NIP a couple of days ago to kick off our group stage. And so they already are off to the right foot. They play WE, and then in 3 days' time, also having another matchup against BLG. So that is another game that we certainly will have our eyes on. But let's take a look at the rosters. First, starting off with JDG. You know him, you love him. A roster that finished pretty good at the end of the playoffs. Ale, Shun, Scout, Pays, and Missing. Obviously, Pays, one of the big stars for this team, and Scout moving over from LNG to join this team and actually finding a decent amount of success so far.
Yeah, JDG, they've been looking pretty good so far in this split. They were able to come out very well through the placements, looked like a well put together team. There wasn't really anything with them that was looking too bad. They did lose both of their games to IG in that Group D, so, you know, they had things to work on, but still, they've been looking nice. The thing we were really talking about when it came to JDG here was Missing. He'd been really hit or miss during a lot of their games. Some of them he was able to pop off, was able to look really good, and actually carry his team through from the support role. In other games, he was making plays that were just head-scratching, you know, flashing in for no reason, getting caught a lot of the time before objectives, and meaning his team were playing out 4v5s when they really didn't need to be. So it's going to be eyes on him today to see if he's going to be able to step up and really shore up a couple of the weaknesses he was showing.
Yeah, you mentioned hit or miss. That definitely goes for some of the players on this JDG roster, apart from Missing. Somebody like Jun as well, who has had some really good splits and some splits where he ends up getting, benched by BLG, even going back to last Worlds, right? So if you are a player like him, you want to get your revenge here, and it has been a little bit hit or miss for JDG because they have won really banger best of 5 series against teams like Weibo, but then lose best of 5 series to Anyone's Legends, or even get taken to 5 games by OMG, who we just saw lose into LGD down in the Group Nirvana stage. So not all the way there are JDG, but we've seen glimpses of what they can look like when they are at full strength. But let's see who their opponents are here today as well. WE coming in as a team that we were not necessarily expecting to be in this group, but here they are, and they'll be playing their first game here in the Ascension here.
Yeah, they were in Group A, and they had a really odd time of it in Group A. They lost to everybody bar EDG, who they were able to pick up 1 win versus. They were then able to grab themselves a win versus EDG in a tiebreaker, sending EDG straight down to Group Nirvana, and then were actually able to squeak themselves just into Ascend. They beat out LGD, they took some games versus Ultra Prime as well. So it was a odd run for them. They had to play a lot of games to be able to get themselves into this Group Ascend, and honestly, going into the second day of that Group A, we were looking at WE as absolutely the worst team. They'd lost to EDG on the first day, they'd not really put up a fight versus anybody, but we were saying, hey, if they're going to be able to do something, it's going to be on Monkey. And actually, on that second day, he really was able to pop off. Obviously, we haven't seen them play yet here in Group Ascend, but Monkey has been really the beating heart of this team.
And it seems to be Monkey on these specific champions as well.
Yeah.
Like the Viego, the Xin things that can make plays, do some damage as well, and just be just a solid skirmisher for his team. And when you combine that with some veterans on this roster as well, like Cube up in the top lane, he's been in the LPL for a couple years at this point, also previously with WE, and then this Korean carry duo that they have in Karis and Taeyun as well. It can create for some interesting moments here for LGD as we're seeing in these clips.
Absolutely.
Or sorry, for WE.
yeah, when WE are able to win, it's pretty much through Monkey being able to get himself a little bit of a lead, find his way into these games. He had a just ridiculous impale on Skarner to be able to pick up a win versus EDG, really turned around a game for them. So if they're able to win, it's going to be through him. As much as we were criticizing Missing, though, for having some hit or miss games, the same can very much be said for the support over here for WE. Vampire had a couple of games that just did not work out for him. There were some where he was looking okay, was able to hold his own. There was one, I think it was on the Alistair, where there were just question mark pings flying, flashed into a couple of walls, missed a lot of headbutt pulverizers. I think I watched him miss every hook on a Nautilus for an entire game straight, which, not the best look for a jungler here in the LPL. So he's definitely going to need to step it up if they want to be able to beat JDG.
Yeah, for a player like Vampire, he's gotten a lot of criticism, I think fairly so, but it's also important to note that he is one of the younger players here in the league, 19 years old.
Yeah.
Has only been playing for a couple of splits at this point, and they've never been on like the highest performing rosters in terms of expectations going in, but gonna have to clean up on some of those mistakes. And I think, going in, we all know WE are going to be the underdogs in basically every single series that they play here in Group Ascend. And so the question is, what needs to go right for them to take games? Some of those coin flips are going to have to come up heads, and for them, specifically for Monkey and Vampire. And then for JDG, when you look at Missing and Shun, those coins might have to come down tails. And even if that does happen, though, Bloxer, you're then dealing with, just Ala, Scout, and Pays as well on the other side. And those are no slouches either.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really rough ride of it, especially in this first game, where, you haven't got to warm up versus anybody else. JDG, they get to play FPX in their first round. That's a nice little warm-up right now. FPX, unfortunately, not looking like one of our top teams here in Group Ascend. They've been able to warm their way into it. This is a very tough challenge right at the very start for WE, but they're going to be playing with very little expectations. I think as an organization, they're going to be very happy to have gotten themselves right here into this Group Ascend already. Remember, the top 4 teams from Group Ascend move on straight into the playoffs. Everybody else from Group Ascend, though, still guarantees their way into that play-ins for the playoff versus a couple of the teams from Group Nirvana. So you've got a ton more games still guaranteed for yourself, even if you don't make top 4. There's a lot of time for this team to ramp, and like you said, they've got some young players as well who are going to benefit a lot from this good experience versus some top teams.
And the interesting thing about the format as well is that if my understanding of it is correct from like what I read from Leaguepedia and some of these other sources, I think that play-in stage that you mentioned, Bloxer, is just a single best of 5 that is just crossed over between the two divisions. So like each team plays basically one best of 5 in that stage, and anything can happen in a singular series, right? We've seen JDG get taken to 5 games by an OMG, right? So that is always in the cards here. And so for WE, I think right now that you've kind of guaranteed yourself at least the security of being in a best of 5 to qualify into playoffs, like getting yourself ready and not necessarily focusing on the wins or losses as much, and instead really trying to focus on improving overall as a team. You have players who have both been established veterans as well as exciting rookies on your team, and so it's all about making sure that the pieces can come together to form a coherent unit by the time that play-in best of 5 does begin.
Absolutely, as we're going to watch the teams walk out right here. Big smiles on the face of everybody on JDG. Pretty serious looks for WE, but of course, first time in this group, maybe a little bit nerve-wracking for them. It should be a good matchup. I think even if we get the expected result and JDG are able to 2-0 this one, WE, they've had moments where they've been exciting. Cube specifically, up in that top lane, has actually been really good at dissuading dives, picking himself up advantages through either botch dives or just turning dives that were otherwise well executed into 1-for-1s. So I'm going to be interested to see what he can do in the top lane, if he can maybe establish himself a little bit of an advantage as well, and make Monkey's job a bit easier for him, because as much as Monkey has been great, if you've got 3 losing lanes, it's very hard as a jungler to really be able to get anything done, especially when he very much favors these quite aggressive jungle pickups where he can really go skirmish early.
Yeah, and so sometimes you just gotta hold down the fort up in the top side, which we've seen him able to do even on champions like the Rumble and the Ambessa, which are able to have a little bit more agency once you get into those team fights as we prepare ourselves for the 1v1. And speaking of Cube, he's going to be a part of it, going up against Scout here. Another top lane versus mid lane battle.
Yep.
As we get to see some more clashes in champion pool. I don't know, Bloxer, if you were able to see the first 1v1 that we had here on the day,
missed
but
that, unfortunately. What happened?
It was the top laner, it was the top laner for OMG, or for LGD in Sasa going up against Harry, or going up against Linfeng on Tristana.
Yeah.
and it was a full armor volley bear that was just able to not take any damage to the Tristana. And so, hey, if you're a top laner, maybe take that, maybe use that to your advantage. Pick up a tank.
I mean, yeah, we've been seeing quite a lot of interesting matchups recently where it's been an ADC versus either an assassin or just something very big and tanky, just trying to hold out, trying to get a lot of tower kills. Actually, it's been a lot of wins through tower kills rather than actually picking up those 2 kills that you need to be able to win. Remember, it isn't going to be about CS anymore. 100 CS is no longer a win condition for these 1v1s. So, very interesting to see what they actually pick up. I mean, I would love to see a just bruisers matchup, you know, just 2 champions flying at each other right from the very beginning. A couple of these have been going all the way to the point at which that ring of fire starts closing in, which is, yeah, a little bit slower, let's say.
Yeah, and again, always the importance of side select is why we play these 1v1s. It's why these guys, I think, take some pride in it as well, knowing that they can help provide their team an advantage before the series even begins. It's not a randomly assigned side select anymore. Now it's almost skill based to see who earns the blue side, at least in this current meta, right? To start things off, as we're getting closer and closer to that beginning, probably just waiting for ready checks and final things there. But I think again, just like expectations for WE, we're not expecting them to necessarily win this series, but what would you consider to be like a good performance for them? What are things that you would take away from this series as a success if you get to see them in action for this team?
Overall, obviously, if they're able to pick themselves up a game, that would be huge. I think that would be a real disappointment for JDG. They would not be expecting to lose even a single game here. Beyond that, though, I think if you can just see, again, more explosivity out of Monkey, showing up in a big way for this team, showing that he is one of the most exciting junglers that we're having at the moment in the LPL. Some of his performances in those placements were just so fun to watch, and if he's really able to do that again versus top level competition, that would be great to see. It's tricky to do, of course. He's not got easiest matchup for himself here. You know, I'm not so sure that Jun is going to be able to just allow Monkey to roam through the rift, but Jun has also had a couple of games where he's been a little bit hit or miss, a little bit aggressive in situations perhaps he shouldn't have been, so there is going to be an opportunity here for Monkey, and then for the rest of the lanes, you know, just don't get pushed in constantly, don't be losing constant solo kills. If they're going toe-to-toe during the laning phase and then losing the team fights, I think that's a win.
Yeah. Can the individual skills of WE kind of match up with all the star power that we have on JDG? That would be a very big win for them, as we might get ourselves a little mirror matchup here. The Varus is a pick that I've heard receive some criticism from casters in terms of entertainment value. I personally have not seen it be played in a 1v1 just yet, but we were talking to Alk Battery a little bit earlier, who was obviously just on this last series. He's a big AD carry player. He loves this champion. I think there is actually a good amount of skill expression that can be shown in this 1v1, so I'm excited to see Scout and Cube go at it here on this pick.
And I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Varus, obviously, in the actual game as well. That's something that these 1v1s have been giving us. There's a lot of champions you don't necessarily see on the Rift. But to see something that's picked up so much, it's going to be really fascinating. Like you said, there's a lot of different builds you can potentially go. I'm not sure what the ideal is going to be in this 1v1. Lethality, maybe, if you just want to sit super far back, poke, and hope that your opponent goes for the ball on hit, never actually get in range, see if you can win it through that way. And also, it's just fun. I like when we have these mirror matchups. It's a good time.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually seen a mirror matchup just yet, and it is blind pick, so that is allowed to happen. So, gonna be a fun one here between Cube and Scout, deciding side selection for this matchup between WE and JDG. Again, WE, they're playing their first game in the Ascension group, probably a place that they weren't necessarily expecting to be, given their early expectations and their performance in Split 1. But definitely for them, it's about making the most of this opportunity. You get to play a lot more games on stage. You get a lot of experience against some of the best players in the LPL. And so being able to learn from this, even in these 1v1s, right? Like, just getting these little reps are going to help. You can see, Karis over there looking over at Cube as well, getting ready for this 1v1 to start.
Oh, yeah, and we should be jumping into this one right about now. It is going to be the exact mirror in terms of the first items, too. Let's see where they're going to be going.
Oh, do you think they communicated in chat? Like, hey, let's go this to start off?
Same items, same runes, same summoner spells. This is identical right here.
I also love that they go the lethal tempo. Okay, so the things that you can express in terms of skill is that you can utilize the blight stacks nicely if you operate successfully. Looks like neither of them really prioritizing that right now. The other thing is with the passive for Varus, right? You get the extra auto attack speed for killing minions. If you can stack that up nicely, that will be good. And then, of course, the usual of spacing and the things that AD carry players like to do. So that's what we're looking for here in this matchup. And right now, it's Scout that's winning out.
And who do you think between these two is someone who's going to have played a lot more Varus? Because I would expect that it would be Scout as a mid laner who's ended up playing more Varus than top, but we have had Varus top before, as they take a big chunk of damage out of each other. Cube actually coming out quite a lot behind in this one. He has been chunked way down at this point.
Oh, that piercing arrow would have hurt. As, that's 2 points in the queue for Scout right now. Yeah, the top Varus was fun. You got the Jack. I mean, as a top lane main, I did play that a little bit. Maybe abuse is the better word for it. When you go to the Jack show and you're pretty unkillable, not necessarily as powerful anymore. As yeah, Cube getting very, very low. He's gonna have to at least take a base or something here, and that would mean big advantage over to Scout.
Really is, because like I said, we've seen a lot of these towers just going down early on more than anything else. So if you're able to get yourself a good chunk onto this tower, take a couple of plates, that'll put you ahead in terms of items as well. And also the benefit of being pushed up in these lanes is that you can take your opponent's relics as well as being able to take your own. It helps you to keep that health advantage very much so during the early stages. And you can see it here, coming back with just a dagger right here for Cube, whereas you've got a full pickaxe for Scout. He's going to be in a significant advantage now once they start hitting each other again.
That's a big item differential. And also Cube didn't even decide to go back and regenerate all of his HP because he needed to get back to lane as fast as possible, which means another HP advantage going towards Scout is looking a little cooked if you're a WE fan. I'm not going to lie here. Scout needs to really misplay, or Cube's going to have a crazy moment here. Scout's actually the one who hits level 6 first. He throws out the Chain of Corruption, waits for the Bone Plating to expire. Cube flashes away from the Blight procs of the Piercing Arrow. Scout waiting for those cooldowns to come back off of cooldown.
Well played.
But will not be able to find any more Blight stacks here. Cube had 3 of them sitting on him for a while, but did not get any of them procced.
It was a well-played fight there from Cube. Oh, unfortunate that he just takes that last piercing arrow there because he was in a little bit of an advantage. Considering the deficit of items that he was in, it was well played to start that one off. Now he's going to obviously have that level 6 advantage for a little while, but Summonerless, quite low health. He's going to be having to play a lot of dodgeball right here to make sure he doesn't just get taken out. Good flash.
Scout flashed away for the Chain of Corruption. This should be a kill. That's first blood. That's one of the 2 needed here for Scout. And it's not going to be the end of the 1v1, but it does give him a big chunk of gold, and that's a huge win here for the mid laner of JDG.
Yeah, massive for Scout to be able to pick that one up. Obviously, he's very low health at this point, so he's going to be trying to push this wave through as quickly as possible, get a recall off, spend a little bit of gold. Interesting to see if he's going to have enough in his back pocket to be able to come back with that first item completed, because if so, it's going to be awful to try to play out right here.
For a plate too.
Yeah, he's going to stick around for the plate. I don't blame him. If you can come back with that first completed item, you're just going to be in such a strong spot to once again just walk right here at Cube. Especially with your ultimate coming back very soon.
It feels so bad. Look at him. He's 1,200 gold up.
Yeah.
How are you ever supposed to win? He's got a full pork.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Yeah, this is unfortunate. This one is pretty much done. I've seen people mess up from this position, take an inopportune recall, have your full tower taken down. You know, there's opportunities right here potentially for Cube to be able to get himself back into this one, but it's going to be very, very unlikely, it must be said.
We need some severe outplays for Cube. That's not a good. That's not a good start. I'm not.
No. Chains of Corruption is back up right here for Scout. You still got a little while left until Cube is going to have that one back available. Doesn't have the flash either, so if he gets tagged by that one, will most likely just be taken down. Like I said, the Bork is going to be in the back pocket of Scout too, so he's in a very dominant position in this one. You can see it here. Cube can't even step to the minion wave.
And if you're Cube, you almost have to wait for the Ring of Fire to go down, because if you do kill Scout beforehand somehow, you'll burn like all of your cooldowns. You'll be really low HP. You're going to have to take probably a tough reset as well. And that means that you're just right back to even, and Scout will have all of his cooldowns back up. He'll have an item advantage and things like that. So for Cube, it's looking tough. Another wave crashing in. He's gonna have to do something at some point, otherwise his tower will actually go down before the Ring of Fire closes in. As those plates not as strong as they are on Summoner's Rift.
No, the tower's incredibly squishy in this mode. It's often surprising. You see somebody think they just about have enough time to get a recall off, but they end up losing their tower incredibly quickly.
Like this. Like,
yes,
this is a
exactly.
risky recall, honestly.
Exactly. If Cube actually goes back to base here, I think he will just straight up lose this tower. At the same time, he doesn't feel like he's in a spot to be able to actually step up and contest Scout. So it's just going to be a slow bleed out right here for Cube. It's going to take a miracle for him to get back into this one. And because of that, it's most likely we're going to be seeing JDG over on the blue side of the Rift for game number 1. And the blue side definitely the strongest at the moment.
Yeah, we're already thinking about side selection
Oh yeah,
at this point.
This one's done, I mean, surely.
Scout even dominating the health relics. Here comes the Chain of
Oh.
Corruption. Scout hits his.
Yep.
Cube
Cube does not. Some more auto attacks as the lethal tempos have been procced. Can he hit? Piercing Arrow does connect. Cube does still have his flash. And so does Scout. It's actually a relatively even trade in terms of HP. But Cube now has to head back to base.
Yep.
And that means Scout can once again get some free reign here on this tower. And might actually be even able to take it down. Let's see how fast he burns this down with the full
I think
bore.
it's just gone. I do not think you're actually going to be able to get back right here as Cube.
Run, Cube, run! Oh, he's BMing. He doesn't even want to end.
Yeah, it's done. This is done.
He says, "Fight me like a man." Okay, tower's down.
Yeah.
Scout wins the 1v1. JDG left side select.
So it turns out between top laners and mid laners, it is going to be the mid laners slightly better right here on the Varus. I very much enjoyed that as a 1v1. There was a lot of just dodging back and forth. It did feel a little bit like a dodgeball game between them. But yeah, like you said, it is going to be JDG coming out on top with this one, and most likely going to be the blue side. We'll get confirmation if that is going to be the case in a second's time. And interestingly, with the blue side, often that B1 pick at the moment is the Varus. It's been such an incredibly strong pickup, and something I know that both these ADCs like to play.
Definitely depends on like what game you're on in the series, right? There's other powerful picks like the Gwen, the Nefiri that we have seen be heavily prioritized. The Rumble, Jace, a lot of other picks, a lot of power picks here in this current state of the meta. So being on the blue side, obviously very helpful because it means you get your first pick of the bunch depending on what you decide to ban away in that first phase. And hopefully that 1v1 is not an indication of what this matchup will actually look like, because we want to see a little bit more fight out of WE. Yeah. We don't want to see them necessarily roll over and die, and that's kind of what we got here in that 1v1 here.
That is the unfortunate thing about these mirror matchups. Once you fall behind, well, you don't have any extra skill to pull out from your champion. You don't have the promise of, oh, I outscale him. You are him. Unfortunately, just going to be the loss right there. Like you said, it was a little bit of a slower, less interesting 1v1 by the end. I'm glad that we got to see one with a couple of kills, at least, even if it didn't actually turn into kills being the reason that it was won overall. But still, it's going to be interesting once we get into the actual game to see if WE are able to put up a bit more of a fight. Like you said, we really don't want to just see WE completely roll over, despite the fact that that's exactly what JDG are going to be wanting to have happen.
Yeah, for JDG, it's just about building confidence, right? You got your big matchup against BLG in a couple of days. That's certainly going to be a tough matchup, probably one that is BLG favored by many of the analysts and experts out there. Should be definitely a very fun matchup to cover as well as we get closer to that. As there's just a lot of really fun games every single day, but this, for JDG, you want to make sure you don't end up in a situation like that OMG series, right? Where you're dropping games randomly to teams that you were expected to beat. So we're into the draft for game number 1. Let's see what each team has. Once again, JDG on the blue side to start things off.
Yeah, as we were expecting, and interesting to see WE right here banning out onto this Skarner. It's been one of the best looking pickups for Monkey, at the same time giving it over as a potential first pick. Now, will WE get rid of the Gwen? Because the Gwen has also been one of those top priority picks, has been absolutely running the Rift at the moment, and if you do let it through, I'd be a little bit surprised if it doesn't get picked up right here by JDG, but there are still some other pretty good pickups still available. Things like the Rumble also up and available, really good top laners at the moment available. And they're just going to get rid of the Sejuani here, potentially looking to counterpick with one of these other strongest picks still left on the Rift.
So targeting Shun here early on. That Vi has gone through the draft, and with that Nefiri off the tip of the board, definitely one of the most powerful picks here, but it actually seems like we're leaving a lot of stuff open here. Rumble Gwen, going to be the instant 1-2. Now, it does mean you have a very AP-focused top side, and does confirm Monkey will be the one playing this champion, but it also is a denial away from JDG.
Yeah, and I mean, those are two of the strongest pickups, so to get both of them in the same game is gonna be a little bit insane right here. The amounts of damage that you can lay down between this combo is nuts. Like you said, it does leave you a little bit squishy, it leaves you very AP focused in the top side, so you're gonna need to shore up that bottom lane and that overall damage profile pretty dang quickly. We are gonna get the RE picked up right here at the moment. JDG got themselves a little bit of a pick-based composition, very single target at the moment, see if they're gonna continue on with that one. If they do, maybe something a little bit like the Kai'Sa going to be a potential ADC that they're going to be looking towards. This would certainly make things a little bit more AoE.
Yeah, Ala really likes this Kennen pick. I think he's played it a ton throughout his competitive career. I saw the Jace hover. That's another pick that was banned in all 3 games that we had in our last series between OMG and LGD. But it looks like JDG not focusing on that right now. This would be 3 very powerful picks for the top side of WE if they decide to pick it up. But with the Kennen locked in, maybe they want to adjust and try to pick something that can do a little bit more damage to it. So the Corki, with a little bit of flexibility there as well, will be the response to wrap up this first phase.
Yeah, it could potentially be the Corki going on to Karis in the mid lane. We've been seeing quite a lot more as a bot laner at the moment. That's where it seems to be at its strongest, and does really give you a lot of that AD damage that you were needing right here on WE's composition. At the moment, they do have some decent team fighting potential, but it's still a little bit hard to play this one out without any significant tanks. I'd be expecting JDG to try to take a couple of these big tank supports off of the board. Things like the Alistar, the Rel, the Leona, all of those have been very strong at the moment, and actually decide to go towards the Poppy, another one of those tanky supports that we've been seeing recently that's able to completely change the game, especially with that ultimate.
Yeah. Take a look at the rest of what is to be selected. Most likely just bottom lanes being targeted here. You see the Poppy takeaway here for JDG, making sure that Vampire can't get his hands on that one. Provide some denial of the dashes that are available right now for JDG. Pays Kai'Sa has been very, very, very good, especially here in the LPL, so that will be off the table for him, as we'll see what they decide to do. I think WE likely just I mean, I don't know. Do you pick support here and try to leave that flexibility for the Corki, or do you just make sure that, or do you prefer Vampire getting a counter pick in that support position on R5?
I think I would probably leave the flexibility until last, but at the same time, the support really is going to change up the way that this game is played out. If you decide to go towards something very aggressive with it, something like the Nico potentially, then that tells you a very different story than if it is just one of these tankier supports that we do still have available. Right now, though, it looks like they are going to be hovering on towards the Jhin. It's been a pretty strong ADC at the moment. It gives you a lot of extra range that this composition would otherwise be missing, and it does very much lock the Corki on into the mid lane. They are going to lock this one in. The comp still very, very squishy right here for WE. This is a big risk of a composition.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have a lot of damage, but not a lot of defensive stats. And I look at that Kennen that All is currently playing, and that's certainly a champion that can burst through, targets with not a lot of resistances here with that slicing maelstrom. So gotta be a little bit worried if you're WE, but you do have the opportunity to make this a volatile game, which I honestly don't hate as a strategy, especially when you are a pretty severe underdog. JDG are also going for a relatively squishy team comp, but it seems a little bit more well-rounded overall. You have a big engage here from the Kennen, you have MF with some other big AoE, and then we'll see what JDG decide to lock in with their support position. I expect something with some more heavy engage that can follow up of a cease and desist from Shun.
Yeah, the only reason that Missing isn't straight locking in this Rel is because the Alistar is very good into it, and you're kind of deciding which version of the matchup you want. The Rel works slightly better alongside the MF and the Kennen, but at the same time, you really don't want to give over that complete counter to Vampire, so they do decide to go towards the Alistar, and it means Vampire, instead of picking up the Rel for himself, countering himself, gonna go towards the Nautilus. Now, we did say that we'd had a couple of games out of Vampire on the Nautilus that we weren't the biggest fans of, but I think in this composition, they needed some extra engage, and they needed some tankiness to be able to just face check brushes, something otherwise this composition is going to have quite a lot of struggles doing.
And as we load up here for game number 1, again, implications, I feel like not as severe, surprisingly enough, compared to the group Nirvana for our Ascension group. Obviously, you want to end up in that top 4 because that locks you a spot into the Split 2 playoffs, but still just, I think, in general, the opportunity to get reps against some of the top teams that you have in the league and some of the top teams in general in the world, especially if you are WE. So going with, I think, a more skill-expressive comp this time around, a lot more damage-oriented. I would expect to see Monkey still play a role, although the ganks aren't necessarily going to be as easy to lock down, given that Gwen is a champion without a lot of hard CC.
And the lanes are not particularly giving you easy gank setup either, right? Rumble has a little bit of a slow. Corki, same sort of thing. You know, there's not hard CC in either of those lanes. So if you're really going to be looking towards ganks, it's going to have to be towards the bottom side. If not, maybe just using the skirmishing power of the Gwen to try to make it uncomfortable right here for Jun. See if you can get him off kilter in his jungle potentially. And then just in the straight up skirmishes we're going to have around these objectives. That's where Monkey's really going to be looking. But we will be following him very closely. If WE are to win this game, if they're to pick up a game right here versus JDG, it's going to have to come from this guy. He has been the beating heart of this WE team. So let's see what he can do in this one.
Well, he's got himself one of the strongest champions that are currently in League of Legends, so that'll hopefully help him for the fans of World Elite as we are loading onto the Rift. Game number 1 in our Ascension group. We've got the Giles going for JDG as they take on WE.
Let's see it right here. As we said, this one is going to have big implications really for JDG. WD, we're not expecting quite as much from them right here. They were one of the weaker looking teams that we had during the group stage. Right now though, already going to be getting aggressive here onto Missing. He's not going to die, but he is going to take a good chunk of health. Likely going to have to go for a quick reset. Let's see if we are actually going to get some funky lanes. I'm not expecting it. I think we're just going to go back to standard lanes. That's certainly what the game wants to have happen with all of the anti-swapping that has been implemented. But just seeing if potentially WE could have found something early on. Instead, like we expected, just back to the standard. So where are the junglers going to be starting right here? Jun seems like he wants to be starting down towards the bottom side of the map. Opposite right here for Monkey. He does want to be roaming down towards that bottom lane where he does have the setup for ganks if he wants it.
Yeah, if you're out of there before 1 minute 30, then you're all good. Then you can kind of go for whatever play you want. And so, I like to see WE playing with a little bit more, knowledge that they've got to do something a little unorthodox to win this series. And so, it seems like they are aware of that. They went for that early level 1 invade or early level 1 play on the top side, try to stack things up. And it did not end up working out, but that's okay, because still a lot more game to play here. Junglers, again, starting on the opposite side of the map, blocks here, as we have Monkey actually going to be playing down towards Taeyun and Vampire.
Yeah, exactly where they've got a little bit of setup to be able to actually try for these ganks. And also, it makes sense to just be trying to move a little bit away from this Rumble, who should be having a pretty back and forth matchup in this top side, but he should be okay. I'm not expecting Cube right here to get solo killed, and Cube has really shown throughout these previous set of matches we got in the placements that he's very good without a lot of attention. He doesn't need a lot of jungle attention to be able to make things work for himself. He's been very resilient to ganks and dives and things like that, just keeping himself as a little bit of a bastion up in the top lane. Now that could change, of course, with this game. He's on a bit more of an aggressive pickup than we do usually see from these top laners, so maybe in this situation Monkey, a little bit later on into this game, does want to hide up there for a gank, because potentially trying to put Arla behind will be a big thing for putting JDG's composition off. Arla, like you said, with this big ulti on a very squishy WE composition, could be huge for the team fights.
I see Vampire got the exhaust summoner spell on his F key, and so that's going to be very important once we get some of these later game team fights. If he can time it right, so when Ollie goes in with the slicing maelstrom, that exhaust will be available. You can place it on top of the cannon. That'll greatly reduce the impact that this champion can have in a team fight. And so I think that we'll have our eyes on as we continue to go throughout this game. We're pretty even still overall. Karis doing a nice job doing a big chunk of damage onto Scout. And now, looks like Sean might be in the area looking for a play.
Karis just stepped down.
Yeah.
If he'd have stepped up just a little bit in that moment, would most likely have gotten flash queued right there, would have at least blown the flash back out of Karis. Instead, steps down. I'm not sure that he had seen. Potentially did have a little bit of vision. If not, was just good timing from him to be able to step back down, not get himself caught out right there. Mid laners are both going to head back for resets, drawing it back into the lanes. We've got a minute until the first Drake is going to be spawning, 2 until the grubs are up and available. And the first Drake is actually going to be the Hex Tech, so this is one of the best ones to get as an individual Drake. Both these teams would love to be able to grab those stats for themselves. We'll see if we get a bit of a skirmish around there, or if it's once again very much going to be a focus towards the top side of the map. Now, often when there's a Gwen involved in a game, I talk a lot about how we want to see all the grubs onto that team, because giving grubs to Gwen means she's an absolute side lane menace. That's not so much going to be the case in this game, because the Gwen being in the jungle, you don't really want her off side laning, putting that split push pressure down.
Yeah, a lot of other things the jungler has to do other than sitting in a side lane.
Unfortunately,
in terms of
so.
the role that he plays for his team. So I don't expect Monkey to do that as much. Still be very big in these team fights. And speaking of seeing some of that damage that could be issued. Alla now is getting collapsed on here as Monkey already procs the Ghost. Alla flashes away in response. He's going to be matched by Cube, who now is overheated. And there comes the snip snip. And it's WE and Monkey picking up first blood.
There we go. As we were saying, Monkey has to be the driving force behind this team if WE want any hope of being able to win this one. And it's a really nice dive for them to be able to get that timing just before Arla has that level 6. Once the level 6 is up and available, it's going to be so much harder to try to gank onto this champion. So well timed right here. Of course, JDG, they're going to recognize that seeing the jungler up towards the top side for WE opens up the Drake for themselves. And despite the fact Karis is in the area, it's going to be very unlikely that they can do anything about this one. Maybe they can try for some kills though.
Yeah, they're looking maybe onto missing. Valk available for Karis. Doesn't want to go too far forward. So we'll just be that dragon traded over for JDG. However, they are down now a kill in terms of gold. A Cube is able to get a decent CS lead up on the top side, as well as just the rest of the map doing pretty solidly overall for WE. I mean, you said it, Blockster. You wanted at least the early game to be kind of an even state for WE, and right now that's what we're seeing.
Exactly. I think in a lot of these situations where we've got top teams versus bottom teams, it's not necessarily that the teams get beaten out during the early stages of the game unless there's a massive gap. It's around the team fights where oftentimes they begin to fall down. But it is just nice to see these teams actually be able to go toe-to-toe in the laning phase. And then, hey, if things begin to go wrong a little bit later on, it's not going to be the end of the world for my opinion of WE right here. But at least these early stages, seeing Monkey be proactive, getting things done, playing through Cube, someone who often gets a little bit ignored in these games, I like it. I've been happy with the way WE have played out the first 6.5 minutes. But of course, we've got a lot of League of Legends left to play.
Yeah, because something that, hands can't necessarily give you is experience and the ability to play out team fights as a coordinated unit. And that's what these guys kind of know what to do, as Cube going to be targeted here in a 1v3. Going to try to survive as long as possible and burn as many cooldowns as he can. Overheats on the Rumble before going down to Shun. But here comes the rest of the team. Karis picks up the first kill on the missing. And now it's a 3v2. Now turned into a 3v3. Here comes Scout. He's exhausted. There's a slicing Maelstrom for Mala, though. Makes another 1-for-1 trade. Karis is able to dash away with another Valkyrie. And now the soul laners for JDG going to try to do a little bit more damage onto the Corki, but he will escape with his life. Overall, a very even trade. It's 2 for 2.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the way that WE were able to recognize this play was happening. Cube knew he was going to die, could potentially have tried to get away, would have likely died anyway. Instead decides to stick around, run around within his equalizer, trying to make sure JDG spent as much time in there as possible. And it does enough damage to be able to open up the rest of his friends who are incoming. You can see him on the map right now, sprinting up towards top lane. Missing, walks straight through the equalizer. Arla spends a bit of time in it as well. And sure, you end up going down, but it's a good hook from Vampire to be able to set this one up. But also the roam still coming through right here from Scout means that this one turns into a little bit of a mess. Still, enough damage. Karis actually gets to stand and just fully use that Gatling gun and gets a ton of damage off in that one. 1-for-1, more than happy with that for WE. They are losing themselves a little bit in terms of some of the lanes for just CS. But still, Monkey going to be able to pick up some of the grubs right here too. This has been a good early game.
So far, so good for WE. And again, this is all that we were hoping for. Be competitive. Learn some stuff here in this early stages over these next couple of weeks before, of course, you likely, as a team that's not expected to finish top 4 in this Group Ascend, have to play in that do-or-die best-of-5 to get yourself into the playoffs. That is the goal right now here for WE. And so far, it looks like they have been taking it in stride. This is their first game in Group Ascend. They're the only team to have yet to play a game. And so far against JDG, they are looking very good, and it's around the win conditions that we were expecting, most notably Monkey on this Gwen, leading the charge in terms of the plays being made across the map.
And giving a lot of these kills right here over to Karis, was able to pick up both of the kills in that top lane. Now has 700 gold and advantage up against Scout, and just is in a pretty good position, and we've seen what Corkis can do. Of course, pretty short-ranged as a champion, and there's a lot of threat, there's a lot of backline threat for JDG, so it's going to be tricky to see where Karis can actually find these moments to go in and deal the damage that he needs to in order to get his team to success, but he's been put in a good position at the moment to at least try to carry this game out.
A lot more League to play, though. I mean, Karis still not at his full Infinity Edge yet. We got the Grubs not spawning for another 3 minutes for that second iteration. That's Dragon in about a minute's time as well. So now still time to farm up here for JDG. They still feel very good about where the game is at this point. I think their late game generally is very good with the Kennen and an MF. And a lot of good tools to kind of set up for those players, whether it's the point and click here of an of a Vi, or even missing landing a multi-man knockout.
Exactly. It's going to be tricky for them to be able to find those moments, but at the same time, JDG, they've been great on these engages, and it's very much, I think, going to be on WE to avoid that initial bit of engage. For JDG, though, it's all about the pick potential that they've also got. Sure, the straight-up 5v5 teamfight is going to be great with Arla and Missing and Pays, like you said, but between Jun and Scout, I think these two champions getting a pick early on and turning that into a 4v5 is going to be the easiest way to success for JDG. Why take a 5v5 where potentially W could fight back when you really don't need to? Oh, Pays. Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Here.
Vampire was in the area, I was a little bit worried.
I got a little dicey there for a second, but Pays hasn't yet contributed to a kill, but is still able to farm up nicely, working, I think, towards that first set of Bloodthirsters. Dragon is started up by Monkey and WE. Mid prio, though, generated by JDG, but they're going to walk straight into Vampire, who actually Hex Flashes kind of nowhere, and now lands that hook. Here comes the bullet time, but the Gwen Shroud actually keeping Monkey alive for so much time. Here comes the Needlework two-man pulve, though, and now JDG able to win that fight easily. It's a 2-0.
Yeah, despite the fact that the Hallowed Mist was able to keep Monkey alive for ages right there, it really doesn't matter in the end. You've got that re-engage potential out of JDG. Missing was just able to hold off on heading in until the moment at which it was most appropriate, and that's also going to completely open up that Dragon Pit. Jun going to be able to pick this one up, and that's now 2 Dragons in the back pocket of JDG, something they can most certainly try to play around. We'll obviously see what the Soul is going to be in just a second's time. Let's see if it's going to be one of the better ones, because if it is, then this could be something huge for JDG to try to play.
Got Ocean.
Ocean.
What do you think?
Okay. Not the best,
Like,
not the best.
It's alright.
In this situation, with not a lot of tanks on your composition, it's not ideal. You know, you would have preferred a little bit more damage for your composition. At the same time, though, Ocean, not going to be the end of the world. It's not one of the worst ones, certainly. And yeah, Monkey, he survives for ages, but that double knock-up right there from Missing was more than enough. And the Gwen, at that point, no items completed, just doesn't deal enough damage on the re-engage, even with all of the needlework landing onto pretty much every single member.
So far, Missing playing up to standard. You know, we were talking about him being sometimes a hit-or-miss player here for JDG, as you know, a decent chunk of them have been throughout the entirety of 2025. But right now, finding the plays that they need and ending up with his team having about a 600 gold lead. The second spawn of the Grubs has arrived. We'll see which team wants to take priority around that one first.
Yeah, those 6 Grubs going to be very important. These compositions have got a little bit of a lack of straight-up split push potential, but with 6 Grubs that could open that one up. If you really want to go towards it, you can see JDG, they're all in the area, potentially hunting around this one, and they are going to have the fast track over towards this Grub Pit. It's going to be on WE to decide if they think it's worthwhile trying to go in and get themselves a couple of these, or if ending up 3 for 3 in terms of the Grubs is not the end of the world for them.
Not a terrible position for them to fight. I mean, right now, they're only down a few hundred gold. They could potentially find out Scout here. Nicely used Hallowed Mist to make sure that Monkey doesn't get hit up by the Charm. First Grub will get secured by Shun, and I think that's all that WE really wanted, to at least force members of JDG around the pit instead of them trying to allocate their resources in a split fashion. Third Grub still is available, and Monkey could potentially try to steal this one away. He has the Smite, could dash in, and instead it's Vampire actually looking for the hook, initially onto Missing. Not too much damage dealt. Instead, now the target is going to be Shun. But look at the bullet time. It's going to be Monkey picking up at least that first Grub. But here comes the teleport from the other side. Ollie's finally arrived in the fight. Uses the Slicing Maelstrom. Pops Missing. Equalizer comes out, though. And now JDG are a bit split in this team fight. The rest of WB, they're going to have to try to escort out safely. Here's a nice charm from Scout as the world champion will take down Monkey. Shun will follow, but Taeyun will shut him down with a fourth shot. Q flashes over the wall. Who will potentially try to follow the rumble? As the curtain call is going to get canceled by a charm. Scout still hunting for more, but at least just forces Taeyun to cancel the ultimate.
Cube is still on the run right now, should just about be able to get himself back underneath the tower, but it is going to be a complete mess of a team fight. Massive advantage right here for JDG. They're able to pick themselves up. A couple of the Grubs do not manage to pick up all 3, so they're not going to be able to move further towards defeats with that one, but still, all of the kills you get on the backside of that team fight is massive. And once again, we got to see a huge ulti right there out of Pays, and Scout was just working his way through that team fight incredibly effectively.
I'm going to look at this. Vampire starting the engage off. Honestly, surprised that WE actually came out better than are worse than they did.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been an okay fight right here, especially at the point at which Jun gets a little bit collapsed upon between Taeyun, but the TP coming in from Ala completely splits the fight and gives Jun the re-engage potential, and at that point then, you're just stuck in the wrong place right here as WE. They're not able to get themselves back towards their towers. Taeyun's never able to ult in a good spot in this team fight. He does right at the end, but by that point, he's not really going to be able to land it onto anyone, and Cube has to go running, so it's just a split fight, and I think Vampire, as much as the engage could have been good, going in onto missing, not necessarily the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, using a major cooldown onto the Alistar, who wants to get closer to your entire team anyway.
Exactly.
As speaking of getting
hang on.
closer, that's going to be Monkey getting very, very close to Scout, maybe a little bit closer than he would have liked with that nicely max range charm. Another kill for JDG. His blocks are, they're starting to potentially extend this gold lead a little bit further than W would like.
And this is what we were saying, right? In the individual laning phase, it was actually looking pretty good right here out of WE, but this is where a lot of these worst teams begin to falter right here. It's the point at which you go from the skirmishes into the straight up team fights, all of the lane matchups break down and you're all over the place, and these worst teams, their macro just isn't up to scratch. JDG, they're just rotating across the map a little bit better, a little bit faster. We saw it in the top lane play, we're seeing it now again around this bottom side of the map, and Scout takes a big chunk out of this bottom lane tower. Is not able to quite pick it up, so neither team has been able to grab the first brick so far, but it's still a pretty big advantage at the moment for JDG.
Yeah, and that's kind of how we're expecting things to go. Obviously, Pays has had some pretty big moments. Scout been playing very well in this game specifically. I know, obviously, I feel like with Scout being on JDG, he's in my opinion, it seems like he's been almost overlooked in terms of the LPL mid laners that are currently playing this season, which is kind of a crazy thing to say considering the pedigree that this guy has. But you think of, like, you know, Knight playing really well, even Rookie and Doinby. Like, this guy should belong in that conversation, but I feel like in general, some of us kind of just forget that JDG even exists sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of when we have conversations of the top 4 teams, it does feel like they're getting left out of the conversation quite a lot at the moment, which is surprising for a team with this many amazing players, this much history behind it. But honestly, when we're talking about top tier teams, it feels like in terms of the conversation, you talk about AL. Oh, hang on. He's alright.
Yeah, as we were discussing that.
He goes back?
Monkey!
What?
He tries to come back
on,
in and
Monkey.
steal that dragon. He knew it was a one-way trip, and it was just a 50-50, but Sean able to lock it down and pick up soul point for JDG.
I was expecting him to just leave. That's why I kept talking. I was like, it's fine. He's just going to walk away.
Yeah.
Concede the Drake. Nope. Straight back in. Fair enough, buddy. And I guess I can understand it, right? You really don't want to be giving over that soul point already, just 17 minutes into the game. It's a very early soul, potentially going to be picked up right here for JDG. And like we were talking about earlier, not necessarily the best, the Ocean Drake, but still going to make these more extended team fights incredibly good for JDG. And that is a bit of a risk for them, because anytime you've got yourself a Jhin as your ADC, he loves a more extended team fight where he's able to get a couple of rotations of the bullets off, then open up with that ulti to be able to close out a few of the kills. And that's much harder to do when the Ocean Soul's doing work for you in terms of just getting back. Monkey just didn't have time for this one, but I guess I respect going back in. I do. He nearly gets it, to be fair. He's
it would have
so
been
close.
Yeah, that would have been like one of those Giga Chad TikTok edits if he did steal it away, right?
And if you do steal it, you buy more time for your team. You give yourself a little bit more time for the scaling to come through. It's not the end of the world.
He's you know, we talked about him being the reason that W win games and also sometimes the reason they lose games.
Yeah.
He's 1-5, but you admire him going for plays like this, right? His ghost seemingly is always on cooldown because he's always going to be using it to try to find an opportunity for something on this Gwen. Only problem is it just hasn't worked out so far against JDG.
No, he's very coin flip, but at the same time it feels like he's trying desperately to drag his team into good positions in these games, and it worked for the first couple of minutes of this one. Unfortunately, at this point, like you said, 1-5 has been dying quite a lot. He always dies quite a lot. Even in their wins, he tends to have died an awfully large amount. But still, when you've got a worse team around you, potentially, which unfortunately WE just do than JDG, you've got to try something, and if your jungler is being passive, well, you're just going to slowly lose these games. For as much as we can criticize WE about, they're never boring. They always make the games that they're playing in very interesting to watch.
Yeah, for better or for worse, I guess, sometimes. And right now, not looking too good for them, although they did have some of their moments at the first 10 minutes of this game. We do want to give them some of their flowers for that, as it is their first game. in the Ascension stage.
Of many.
Look at
First of
picture.
many with the way that this schedule works out.
18 games, yeah.
Crazy.
It's a lot of them to come after this. And so for JDG, they got to make sure that they take it slow, go with the flow, and do everything methodically and not too radically at this point, knowing that they're in a very good position here in this game.
Ooh, hook goes through.
Taken, started up here, missing actually procs the ultimate a little bit late, so he takes a big chunk of damage early on. You saw in the picture-in-picture, Cube does not have the equalizer, and so it would be a bit of a tough fight for JDG to go for 4W to go for, but Monkey is able to secure that red buff, which is a small win here for his team.
It's at least something. WE, they can't just sit back. They have to keep trying in this game. Because potentially we're going to get a 1v1 here.
Wow, yeah. I was surprised Ollie went in after missing the shuriken, but I think he's just going to win out of
No!
it anyway. No! Karis does. One last shuriken would have been able to do the deed, but Karis, the Corky, gets his kill number 3 in this game.
That's actually a pretty big time for this to happen because Atakan is up and available right here in the top lane. You see, Cube heads back to base. It's going to teleport his... Sorry. Karis heads back to base. It's going to teleport back towards the top side of the map.
Go for it.
Yeah, W, why not, right? You've got yourself a little bit of time. The only risk is that Arla does have the TP. Will be able to re-engage. This isn't going to be an easy pickup. It's not going down that far. Still, why not?
Teleport comes in. He's going to be Scout. Making it a 4v5 on the map. The health bar is not necessarily looking great here for WE. Going to be Vampire once again starting off the engage. Knocks down Missing. Marie doesn't have his ultimate from earlier. Should be burned down, but will get away from that final proc of the equalizer. There comes Pays. Bullet time. It'll at least lock down Vampire for now. And
it's
Sean
stolen!
steals
No!
away the Otacon. And it's now disaster unfolding for World Elite with their world falling before their eyes. Scout dashing forward, looking to finish off the final kill here for JDG. It is 4, soon to be 5. A clean ace for the squad.
Oh, woof. That one hurts right there to lose out on 4v5. You nearly get that initial kill right there onto Missing, but once again, we see WE use a lot of their big damage tools in an attempt to kill the support, and they don't even quite manage to finish that kill. We'll see here. The last needlework out of Monkey goes wide, and Missing's able to walk away from that one. And it's just so unfortunate. I can understand the idea of going for Atakan. I can understand trying to kill Missing. Last needlework, yeah, just goes wide.
Nope.
And without that initial kill, it's still not the end of the world. It's actually this bullet time that does so much extra damage. And more than that, it's Atakan. Atakan is dealing so much damage right here to WE that they're in no fit position to be able to fight the second half of this one. And getting it stolen away is just extra salt in the wound.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire tried his best to press that exhaust button on the MF, but didn't seem to block too much of that damage, as JDG now are up about 6,000 gold. The Baron not spawning for another 3 minutes or so, so they can just use these false lives to play as aggressive as they please. Right now, tough for WE. I mean, you respect them going for that play after finding a pick, like they did with the solo kill that Karis was able to collect. But at the end of the day, it was not enough, and now got a long way out of this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to go a long way towards making this game worse and worse. Losing the soul as well, not going to be ideal. And as we watch these towers begin to melt, we've still got 2 minutes until the next Drake is going to spawn. The JDG, they're in a great spot to just be able to step forwards. Not killable at this point. You don't want to give over the 200 gold for the shutdown. Oh, Monkey, does he want the flank here? They could try.
Oh, Missing. 2-man pull to start things off. Taeyun already has to be chunked a little bit by the Ignite, but Missing might have gone a little bit too far forward. The ultimate blocking a lot of the damage for now. Vampire the first to fall, and here comes Sean with the cease and desist immediately onto Karis. That's the main carry, and the slicing Maelstrom will finish off this game before the Baron even spawns blocks her. It's going to be Pays picking up a big chunk of kills, and all 5 members of JDG hunting for the Nexus of World Elite.
Can Taeyun do anything about this one? You'd have to imagine that the answer is no. He's going to get pushed back into the base by Pays and Scout, and the towers will fall. The Nexus soon to follow. People are respawning, but it's just surely not going to be enough.
Yeah, Vampire dies one more time for the culture. 0-5-2 his final scoreline. Max range charm again from Scout, but nobody will be able to take Taeyun down before the Nexus drops. JDG taking game number 1.
Pre-Baron. is a ridiculously fast game right here, and it's really unfortunate, right? Because WE, they had a great first 6 minutes of the game. Now, in a game that only lasts 25 minutes, that's not actually an insignificant portion of it where they were in a good spot, and then they had a couple of moments where it looked like they could fight back. The 1v1 in the bottom lane was great, but unfortunately, they just were not winning out on these team fights. It felt like every single time the engage was happening, straight onto Missing, who was more than happy to take it, and then the fight was won from there for JDG.
Yeah, just textbook how to win a game after getting a slight advantage, right? And you know, shout outs to everybody on that team. I think Shun played a very good game on the Vi, Ala as well on the Kennen. I mean, just all around, great game for JDG. This is what we want to see from them, taking care of business. You know, in this series, they are now on a 3-game win streak here in Group Ascend as well. So they had the 2-0 over NIP, and they are looking very strong. And this is one of the stronger parts of JDG that we've seen. We have not seen when they've looked at their weaker just yet, which is a good sign here for today.
Exactly. What we're expecting out of JDG is for them to be able to just clean house right here with WE. They were able to dismantle NIP, use WE as a speed bump, and then just carry on onto the better teams that they've got to face later on right here in this group Ascend. It's unfortunate. I'd love to see WE pick themselves up a win. I'd love to see 3 games out of this series. It feels like it's a little bit far-fetched to hope for, but at the same time, you know, it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. There were good moments for WE, and there are a couple of questions, right, that I do come away from this for some of the members of JDG. Why did Scout go for that 1v1? I'm not sure why he... Sorry, it wasn't Scout that went for that 1v1. It was Ala who went for that 1v1.
Ala, yeah.
I didn't think he was going to win that one to start with, and he didn't in the end, and it nearly cost them the Atakan, and maybe if the Atakan goes over to WE, that's a way for them to actually get back into that one.
It's so many like hypotheticals.
Yeah.
You need so many more other things to happen as well on top of it. But I do like the way that WE approached this game, right? They know that they're not the favorites, and they're not going to be for a lot of it. So just making sure that they are able to, you know, continue to find good matchups and find small wins for themselves throughout this, have individual solid performances. I think Monkey, the way that we saw his playmaking work out was very good, right? So if you are WE, finding some of those moments, we did see some of it in that game number 1, but yeah, you're never going to win a full standard League of Legends game with the caliber of players that are on the other side. So that's kind of what we have to look at here for this team.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels bad, you know, to be saying, there's very little hope right here, but JDG, they just look like one of the better squads. I mean, looking at JDG, it's really what they're going to be able to do going forwards, right? Because here, they've got themselves a nice, easy start to their schedule. NIP into WE, wonderful. Nice warm-up. BLG is who they're facing up against in their next series, and that one is going to be much harder for them to play out. You can see here through all the goal graphs and all the stats and everything, it was complete and utter domination pretty much from the start to the finish. First 6 minutes, pretty good. Beyond that point, really not ideal. And it really started from here. This was the moment in which JDG really were able to begin getting themselves into this game. It did end up being a 2-for-2, but it was the fact that they were able to just roam people up a little bit quicker, get involved, find themselves a couple of kills after the early game had very much been dominated by WE. And then the second they had their beginnings of the claws into WE, they really never let go.
Yeah, starting to think ahead towards like MVPs, things like that. I'm trying to remind myself all the little intricacies that happen here in this game. I think I wouldn't hate a Shun pick. I wouldn't hate a Shun pick though here, Blockster. What do you think?
Like
Scout played well too.
Yeah. It feels like the sort of game where nobody was like fully the pop-off player. I think I'd probably go towards Scout for this one. I think he was hitting a lot of really good charms. There were a couple of moments where Jun was maybe getting himself a little bit caught out, had to be bailed out by the rest of the team. But he did, like you said, have some nice plays. There were a couple of those flash Vault Breaker engages that he had that were really nice. It's not one of those games where I look at anybody being that pop-off performer. Nobody really had to be in this game. It was just a full, nice team win against what is a worse opponent.
Yeah, and you know, if as soon as you're able to make it a more standard game, that's what's going to happen here against WE. Remember, this is a WE team that only won 1 of their 6 games in the placement stages.
Yeah.
Had to go through a tiebreaker, and then they actually lost their first game of the last chance qualifier as well.
Yeah.
And then some miracle run that was led by Monkey. And you know,
Yes.
don't get me wrong, that's why they earned their spot in this group, no question about it, because they outplayed the other teams on the day in that group stage, or in that last chance stage. But it came down to that one day that they were able to have a good day, and you know, we'll see if they're going to be able to repeat any of that magic as we continue to go forward here in this series, and also just by following WE for the remainder of this Ascension group. And we're waiting still for our player of the game. I think that'll be coming up shortly, but looking ahead here, anything that you want to see differently from WE?
Yeah, I was very interested to see the composition that they decided to go for here, because we were talking about it, right? Other than having a little bit of tankiness down in the bottom lane with that Nautilus, it was a composition that was just high damage, not a lot to really play around. Missing actually going to pick himself up the MVP here. You know what? Not mad about it.
Yeah. That's respect. He had some good pulverizes in there. He was one to like start the engages off a lot of the time, and sometimes I was like, "Missing, what are you doing, bro? You're gonna die." But then he just didn't die.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah,
I guess
with a lot of
that's
hooks,
good enough.
but you don't mind that as the Alistair. Like you said, Nautilus is just dragging you closer to where you could go get involved with everything. Yeah, I can respect that as the MVP. Yeah, like we were saying, I would like to see back to the drawing board for the draft, maybe a little bit more of a straight up front to back kind of composition, rather than one that's all damage, you know, all gas, no breaks, nothing to really help you out if you start losing.
Yeah, so we will see what WE are able to do. If they're able to come up with some sort of magic, because right now it definitely is looking like the series that we were expecting with JDG, with a dominant 23-minute Game 1 victory. We'll be right back with the draft for game number 2. More LPL English right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have game number 2 between JDG and WE here in Group Ascend. Grapes alongside Blocks are here for this one, and WE, they had some okay moments in the first 5 to 10 minutes of that game here,
Yeah.
Blockster, but then it became the game that we were expecting. JDG, utter domination. They're looking like the contender that we were hoping to see from them once this roster was announced at the start of 2025.
Yeah, exactly. WE, we were hopeful that they'd have some good moments. We'd get to see Monkey again try to be a driving force of the team. We got that. Unfortunately, JDG, they were just looking better, and it was this sort of Hail Mary play that WE went for, where they tried for the Atakan off the back of what was a nice 1v1 between Karis and Ala. Karis wins that. They're able to try for the Atakan, but they don't take it quick enough. They take a lot of damage from that, from a bullet time, and they just get aced. And from that moment on, the game was completely and utterly done. But it was a nice attempt. Like we said, JDG, I think they closed this one out kind of as we were expecting. We got confirmation that this was the second fastest game that we've seen so far. So just an incredible domination of a performance right here from JDG.
And it's little things like that, right? Like knowing how to close out games very quickly. You know, there's LCK champions, LPL champions, world champions on this JDG roster. The fact that they're able to do that is very promising here for what this team can look like. However, it's also important to see what this team looks like when they are challenged just a little bit more. And so that could be a fun thing to watch and maybe a fun goal for WE to try and accomplish here in this game number 2. Again, they are the underdogs here, and so we are expecting, them to struggle a little bit once more like they did in game 1, but it's about seeing what parts of their game can match up to what JDG has to offer that we are looking forward to here as we enter game number 2.
Exactly. There were a couple of bright sparks, a couple of nice moments, right? The Karis moment was good. Monkey was great during the early stages. Cube was able to get himself some nice plays. It just didn't feel like it was all working together, and I gotta be honest, Taeyun and Vampire felt very quiet. Vampire was hitting hooks, but often onto missing, never onto those priority targets, and it didn't feel like Taeyun was ever really able to just open up with the ulti, or be able to actually hit a lot with this Jhin. I'd like to see him on a slightly different style of champion, maybe something a little bit more shorter range, force him to get involved a little bit more, maybe just a hyperscaler as well, could be the potential pickup, as we do jump on into the draft right here. Hard Fearless, of course, so anything we saw previously is now gone. And we are going to see a couple more of these top tier ADCs taken off of the board already.
And so, of course, with that Fearless aspect, things like the Gwen not available, as that is one of the strongest picks currently in the meta. WE, they tried their darndest. They tried to get the combination of Gwen and Rumble, two of the strongest players, two of the strongest champions we have currently in the meta. Didn't end up working. Now they're going to get the Nefiri, so they're going to get their fair share of the OPs in this draft, in this series, Blockster. Maybe JDG handicapping themselves a little bit, seeing what they can do to counter the OPs instead of just banning them away themselves.
Hey, potentially. And in terms of champions that Monkey's been really good on, the Nefiri actually was one of his best looking pickups. He picked it up in that game that they were able to beat out EDG for, that stopped them being that 4th place team straight down into Group Nirvana. Going to be really exciting to see what he can do on this one, because like you said, it is OP at the moment. It's such a strong pickup. Of course, that does open up JDG to be able to get their fair share of the nice grabs as well. We are going to see the Ezreal right here for Paige, something he's been incredibly strong on at the moment, and something that's also just been dealing so much damage. We've been seeing a ton of 40-50% damage shares for Ezreal's recently. Be surprised if it happens in this game, though. They're going to get the Jace as well.
There's another one of those super powerful picks that we've seen be banned in almost every single game that has been played so far in the LPL today. But now it likely will it'll go either towards Ale or Scout, and we'll see what the deciding response is for WE. You know, we've seen things like Scion be a response, but maybe Cube wants to have a little bit more agency in this game.
Yes.
The Ambessa still available as well. It's going to be a Kai'Sa locked in for Taeyun, as we're just getting started in terms of what picks can be locked in here for WE.
This is exactly what I wanted to see right here out of Taeyun, something that forced him to be a little bit more aggressive. He played a game on the Kai'Sa during the placements, looked really good, and it actually was one of the games that they ended up winning, and I think that he just looks at his best when he has to go get involved with the rest of the team. I'd like to see WE play themselves quite an aggressive composition right here. The Aurora would certainly fit in with that kind of style. Just all of your champions right now are looking to go straight on into the backline. I would be very surprised if we don't see the same sort of style from the remaining pickups that we will see. Same sort of thing from the support and the top lane. JDG, they're much more about poke at the moment. Not going to be a straight up all-in kind of composition, but they are relatively squishy at the moment and could fall to WE's overwhelming aggression if they're not careful.
Yeah, you know, the thematic counter to poke is hard engage, and so that's what WE have lined up for themselves right now. Looks like JDG gonna round out their composition just a little bit more with the Xin Zhao, some more skirmishing in the early game, as well as, you know, an ability to engage, start a fight kind of on his own. As we get into the second phase of bans, looking for bot lane, for support pickups here for both of these teams. That's certainly one of those lanes that we're going to be seeing some bans towards.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing with the Jhin, right, is that you can actually go toe-to-toe with Monkey on this Neferi. A lot of the champions do get poked out by it quite heavily. This is one that can actually go and try to skirmish alongside it. It's still going to be a little bit of a risk to do. It's a bit of a 50-50, but it's not going to completely lock you out of these skirmishes, as we now see quite a lot of these tanky pickups potentially being taken off of the board. The Jace still is flexible between the top and the mid lane, and it is interesting that WE going to take away the Galio, potentially thinking that this is going to be Arla's Jace right here. I think that makes a lot of sense, and getting themselves a little bit of extra tankiness into this mid lane and not necessarily having to put it all on missing does work for this composition.
Yeah, well, I don't know. The Galio is certainly one of the bigger options there if they wanted to go for more of a beefier frontliner in for Scout. Vampires for Khan gonna get taken away, and we'll see what the last target here is for WE. In terms of what WE could continue to select, most likely looking for a top laner and a support, and still looking for a matchup into that Jace. That Sion that we were talking about, not going to be available. As now we head over to JDG's side, likely to pick up something for missing. The Rel provides some much needed hard engage.
Yeah, and it works very well with this composition. You can poke everybody out, then head in as missing. He does need to be careful not to get caught out. I've seen him on the Rel quite a lot, get himself into situations where he really shouldn't be at. WE, they also do need themselves a support right here. Vampire looked absolutely best on the Nico. The Nico was the best Vampire performance that we got from him during the placements. Everything else was a little bit hit or miss. We said it was a little bit iffy on some of these tankier engaged tools, but the Nico did look great. The Ambessa, one of those strongest top laners that we've actually been seeing go through a couple of the drafts recently. It has a pretty rough time into the Jace for a while. You can all in him once you hit that level 6 though, but it will be the Leona to round this out. This is a composition that can go diving in overall. The only person who can't really follow that up initially is Vampire, but hopefully he's going to be starting these team fights off for them.
Yeah, with the Solar Flare, you can be the one to initiate it, even if you are a little bit further away. That's the difference in terms of value that a Leona provides versus something, you know, like a Rel, which has to be a little bit closer to begin and engage. You have a lot of long-range follow-up as well with things like the Ambessa and then a Kaisa jumping over on the top as well. So I do like what what WE have pulled out for themselves. However, what it means is that they're going to have to probably win early off of Monkey on this Neferi, and you're trying to do that against a team like JDG. And if that doesn't happen, well, all of a sudden, you're playing up against a late game Victor, a late game Ezreal, and a late game Jace. That is definitely never a recipe for success.
No, indeed. But at the same time, I think we would have been saying the same thing in every single matchup for WE. Whatever team they were up against, it's going to be all on Monkey, whoever they're playing. And right here, on this Neferi, one of the best pickups that we've seen for him on a very aggressive composition that wants to go all in, lots of dive potential. It's at least going to be fun. It's at least going to be interesting. I would be very surprised if we just watch WE roll over and die and let this game happen to them. They're at least going to be trying right here. Like you said, though, if they begin to fall behind, this composition really doesn't have any recourse for getting itself back into a game later on.
And so the champions loaded back onto the Rift. We are here for game number 2. Here in our second series of the day on LPL English is JDG taking on WE. Best of 3 here. JDG currently up 1-0. And WE, hey, shout out to them. They decided to get a little wild here in this draft. They're going to play very aggressive. It's going to be all about the skirmishing, specifically in this early game from Monkey on the Neferi. Very excited to see it. On the other side, though, for JDG, they've got the late game insurance. They're just going to make sure they hold the line, don't lose this game too early on.
Indeed. It may well be a similar story to what we saw in game number 1. Hopefully with a different outcome. Would be really fun to get to see a third game. It's always fun to watch what WE can do, even if they haven't necessarily been the best team recently. See a ton of pings going on towards the top side of the map right here for JDG. They've actually sent all 5 members up here, potentially looking for a bait with Arla.
Oh, you know what it was? It's because they did this, because WE did a similar thing to them last time. Taeyu and Vampire tried to chunk out Missing a little bit on the top side, and so they're trying to spot somebody out up there too. Try to give WE a taste of their own medicine, and unfortunately for them, did not work out as they'll head back to base empty-handed. And the interesting thing that I want to follow here is what the junglers do. What Monkey and Shun end up, executing on in terms of their path. For Monkey, finding kills early on is going to be very important, as you want to try to get this snowball rolling as fast as possible. Similar thing for Shun, except you have some of that late game insurance that we talked about in the Victor and the Ezreal specifically.
Absolutely, and with WE, it's a little bit tricky here with the lanes they've draft for themselves to know where exactly Monkey's going to be able to look to try go get those ganks off. Now, there are a couple of lanes where you're likely to be getting pushed in. Potentially in this top lane could be looking for an overextended Ala, but at the same time, dives have really been what WE have loved to focus on. Monkey loves a dive, Cube loves to try to fight back from them. So if you're not constantly being able to put yourself in a position where you can get dives off, WE, they've struggled a little bit with actually finding these early priority plays. We'll have to see what the actual pathing is going to be. Monkey has started towards the bottom side of the map, potentially looking to go up towards the top side. Is going to be exactly followed right here by Jun though. And so if you end up in a counter gank situation, that's oftentimes where this Jin Zhao can really shine.
Yeah, and so for Monkey, who does clear a little bit quicker overall on this Nefiri, going to be an interesting thing to follow, but more interestingly here for WE, their bot lane is getting pathed away from by their jungler and are taking a beating right now from Pays and Missing.
Yeah, they really are. The poke that you can get out of this is going to be huge. The all-in potential, of course, of WE's bot lane is very strong, but they need to be careful to pick the correct opportunity to go for that. Missing, though, if he does try to get a little bit too aggressive, that could really open things up for WE. It's quite tricky to get away as a Rel anyway, especially into something like the Leona. Scout.
What they need to do, find some kills like this.
Big
Doesn't
damage.
look like it's enough to burst down Scout. The bleed is going to take him to below 100 HP. Really nice discipline from Scout, knowing he was not going to die and actually saving his flash. He'll be able to teleport right back to lane.
Monkey, though, is going to be well aware right now of where Jun is at. It's actually going to force the red buff reset, force him to take a slightly different pathing around right here. Nobody in this top side is going to be surprised by where the junglers are. It would be very shocking if we end up seeing a gank work out at this point for either of them, as they are so on vision. But like you said, it was nice from Scout to know that he didn't need to flash, didn't need to panic to get away. Still, though, throwing the teleport that early on, not going to be ideal.
He just ignite that guy? Did you see that?
Yeah, Vampire.
He just ignited a full HP Pays without nade carry being there. Nice job, Vampire. Interesting. Anyway,
So very Vampire
Karras
thing
teleports
to
back
do.
in. And immediately gets a big chunk of his HP bar taken away. Yeah, very Vampire thing to do. I agree.
Baffling. Either way, still not going to change too much at the moment, of course. Ignite, pretty short cooldown, already a quarter of the way through, so, you know, you'll get that one back relatively soon, and we are actually going to see these bot lanes move around right now. Top lane is heading down towards the bottom side of the map. The bot lane is moving on up, with the first Drake going to be in Ocean, not necessarily one of the highest priorities to try to pick up, and so the Grubs in a minute 40 could well be the thing that these teams are going to be looking to try play around. The skirmish potential out of both of these compositions is very high. I think you're going to have to be incredibly careful with both of these teams to not over-aggress and get yourself into a bad situation where you've gone way too far in, just can get taken down by all of the skirmishing power, all of the damage available to these comps. Right now, Taeyoon, he's still going to get pushed around a little bit in this bottom lane. He is going to be joined up by Vampire in just a second's time, but this minion wave is really almost completely unapproachable for Taeyoon.
Yeah, and if you're WE, you want to fight around like this first spawn of the Grubs. 6 minutes in, this is like you want to try to skirmish here with the Nefiri. But already you look at the gold deficits, and you're down basically in every position at this point. You know.
Yep.
Right now it's 2 waves for Ala right now in the lead. 1 wave for Scout in the lead. 2 to 3 waves for Pays over Taeyoon. So in terms of the amount of resources and the strength of the champions, it's not necessarily going to be early game versus late game. It's going to be just who has more money at this point. And right now that very much goes towards JDG.
Really is. It's been JDG just getting themselves into these good positions overall in their laning phases. Nothing too much, you know, it's not a massive advantage for anybody from JDG. WE, they've not fallen behind, they're not getting solo killed constantly. Karras actually could get a kill here. Yeah, has to.
Hey, nicely
flash.
done. Getting that XP advantage is going to be big. Monkey dashes away after the wind becomes lightning, connects onto him from Shun.
Vampire.
No re-engage. Vampire standing very far forward, as you are potentially alluding to. Has to flash away from the stun of missing, and that's a key cooldown down.
Yep, exactly. Vampire had no reason to step.
Oh no! We just flash code in!
Oh,
Geez,
should
made
missed the
my
second
heart
would
stop for a
become
second.
lightning. Monkey, you can't do that to your support. After he just blows his flash, if you then immediately punt him into the back line and he dies there, that would be so funny. Actually, pretty close was Taeyoon to being able to steal that one away.
Yeah, W would love to at least take one of these grubs away. We'll see if they try to go for an engage. It is a 4v3 on the top side of the map, and so with pushing them away, will be W actually getting one of the grubs, and that might be big for a couple of reasons. Of course, it gives you that advantage, but it also prevents one of those feats of strength from going over to JDG.
Grapes. Was it Monkey or was it Vampire who hit that blast card?
I know, so right now it's a very quiet game. I would love for the Huya observing team to just
Please.
Just go find a replay of that so we can
Because I don't know who hit that blast
We need to launch
code.
some sort of investigation, some sort of report into that.
Yeah,
that was
exactly. If it was Monkey, that's hilarious. If it was Vampire who punts himself into the back line, yikes. You know, like, that would be... I mean, it would be funny. Jun actually going to get jumped right here. Vampire is in the area.
We're seeing some of the power of this Nefiri in the duels. However, Jun does a lot of damage in return. Both Conquerors have been procced, and now a big blast, shock blast from Ala is going to force Monkey down pretty low. He heals up rather nicely off the blast, off the Scuttle Crab, but here comes Ala, unrelenting in his aggression. With that to the skies, will force Monkey away and allow for Shun to pick up that Rift Scuttler and get level 6 first.
Yeah, really good to be able to just push everybody away. It's these small advantages that teams like JDG are able to pick up for themselves here. You can see it was all 100 gold in the advantage, now 200 gold in the advantage. It's just slowly but surely ticking up right now. All in all, it's come out to about 1,000 gold of a lead for JDG. They were able to pick themselves up 2 of the grubs, not all 3, not gonna be too bad so far for WE, but you've also got your jungler in the area right now and a potentially pushing wave in the bottom lane if Pays and Missing want it to be able to start yourself up right here onto the Drake.
Okay. This is your angle. No flash on Scout. This is the opportunity to find a kill,
Nice.
and they do. Monkey uses the Nefiri ultimate to pick up first blood for WE.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see out of WE. Monkey being proactive, being able to pick up that kill, and also getting it for himself right here. Exactly what you want to have happen on the Nefiri. Of course, that does open up that Drake potential for JDG. They're going to be able to go grab that one for themselves right here. So it's not going to be traded for nothing. But still, punishing that lack of flash on Scout is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, so that's one small little thing that we can potentially look for. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, going in on the Pays just a little bit, as Vampire tries to make sure that this wave is going to be locked down nicely. True Shot Barrage will tongue Taeyu down to pretty low, and that will also allow for Shun to pick up this dragon on the bottom side. So objectives as well as HP and CS on the bottom side of the map, still going well for JDG.
Absolutely, but still, it's something. We're getting to see some good aggressive plays out of WE. They didn't die, you know, in any of the issues with Vampire, although, having said that...
Might be a bit of curse here. There goes Vampire. Gets exhausted, gets Magnet Storm.
Although,
still actually alive for a long time. Missing. Has to get away from the tower aggro, and now Shun in a bit of a sticky situation as well. Taeyoon still has a killer instinct. Going to use it, but still gets knocked up. He flashes away. Picks up 1 kill. Missing. Should be a trade, but no! He barely gets away from tower range to allow for a double kill. They go to Pay.
Oh, that was so close. One more auto attack was all that was needed for Taeyoon to be able to pick up that kill. It was well played on the counter to that dive, but JDG, like you said, still going to be able to pick up 2 kills, and they go exactly where you need them to be. Actually have a great cinematic look at Monkey ulting in right here onto Scout. This is fun. I love when we get these little extra camera angles during the replays. Very dramatic for the death of the victor right there. The game, 2 for 2 in terms of the kills. The gold advantage still significantly in the favour of JDG. How early we are.
We're seeing more advantages for JDG displayed up in the top lane, actually. Cube.
What?
Cube, do we know what the ability does, my friend? Maybe he was trying to anticipate a... You know what? No. Here's my cope. Here's my cope. Cube was anticipating a flash from Ala behind him to go for an E backwards or something. To go for the insect. As I say that, looks like Monkey might have found out Shun again. It's actually WE. to pick up the feat of warfare here in this game. Pays issues some damage back, but with that numbers advantage with the jungler down, it should mean that WE get first dibs on these grubs.
I like that, Cope. I think you're right. You know? I don't think that was a misclick out of Cube. I think it just looks really funny, but you're probably correct in that one. Like I said, it is going to be all 3 of these grubs going on over to WE because they're able to pick up that kill onto Jun. But the tower in the bot lane falling incredibly low at the moment, with WE having the warfare.
Missing. Wow, he just, Giga Chad held his Hex Flash for like 3 seconds in vision, and still actually forced the flash out of Monkey, who was only able to pick up 2 of those 3 grubs, by the way, so that will be an even trade most likely after Shun has respawned and takes control of this top side river.
Oh, and this game, considering how much it was in the favor of JDG in the first one, WE, they're actually fighting back. Monkey looking really good right now, stepping up again, could potentially go for another play.
Hey, keep sending it. Why not? Solar Flare
damage.
going in on the missing. He's getting crowd control locked to Oblivion, and Taeyu will pick him up with the Acathian Rain. Grub still available, and Shun wasn't able to take it down, and WE might be able to pick up all 3.
Monkey so proactive right here on the Neferi. I think it's been his best champion. This and the Skarner have been amazing looks right now for this guy, and showing up in this game number 2 versus JDG. As we've been saying, this is the first series that we're seeing out of WE. Really odd in terms of the way that this split has worked out. FBX, they've played 3 games already. WE, this is the first one that we're seeing from them. And so they're still going to be warming up into the split number 2. Good looking game from them so far. They had 6 good minutes in the first game. They've got at least 12.5 so far in this one.
Hey, if you double it each time, then eventually you're going to get to a win, right? So that's the hope for WE over the course of this series, over the course of this split. Of course, getting a good opportunity here to play in this Ascension group. Get some of the best teams that we have here in the LPL. So far, putting up a good fight against JDG here in game number 2. However, in terms of the gold, it still is JDG ahead by a fair margin, with that first tower also going over to Ala down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're just able to extend these advantages through the individual lanes. They're just up by quite a lot in terms of CS. I mean, look at the bottom lane CS gap. It's massive, about 30 at the moment, I think it was. They're now going to be pushing forwards right here, trying to take away this red buff from WE. Monkey's in the area, though.
Vampire going in once again, finds a stun only onto Missing. Smite secured for the red buff by Monkey. And Vampire should be able to escape with his life. Not enough closing the gap available for JDG. On the top side, Karis taking rather low by Scout. He's going to have to head back to base. Dragon up in 25 seconds. Will be just the second one here for JDG if they pick it up. So WE don't necessarily need to fight for it.
No, they could sit back and just allow WE to pick this one up, get themselves a little bit more scaling. They've got some great scaling on their composition as well. At the same time, though, kind of giving over anything, conceding anything to WE right here feels bad, because they've got themselves a sort of composition that spikes at 2 items very, very hard as well. They're going to be in a great spot. And even now, to be honest, with those Eclipses completed onto both Cube and Monkey, they're in good spots to be able to go for fights if you open up the opportunity. Jun is at least going to start this Drake. He's going to be fully on vision, though, so I'm not sure he's going to want to go straight for this one right now without any awareness of where the rest of WE may be hiding. Vampire.
You know they're hiding because they always want to be fighting. As Vampire has been using that Hex Flash basically off of cooldown to try to look for some plays, playing very aggressively on this front line. Basically treating his life like it doesn't really matter. But so far, it's actually him setting up kills for his team. As Karis finds the kill yet again onto Missing, who gets caught out for the 2nd time in a row and should allow for WE to pick up this Drake.
Yeah, straight on over to the Drake, go WE. And we said potentially JDG could just abandon this one. Instead, they try to stand around to fight for it. I really like the positioning right there out of Vampire, actually. He kept walking down, making it look potentially like he was going for Jun, and then decides to E straight back up and pick up the kill. Really well played there, and getting themselves the Drake is going to be very nice. The gold lead still in the advantage for JDG, though. WE, despite the fact that they're getting themselves some extra stats, good couple of kills and things like that, they're just not quite able to break past the CS leads that formed during the early laning phase.
And it feels like WE have nearly abandoned the philosophy of laning phase at this point. All has been able to take a turret bot and top lane at this rate. Over 10 CS per minute. You can see it's at 170 right now as he heads back after a reset. And on the other side, Cube has like 110. So he's like 50 CS down against his laner. 20 to 30 is kind of the deficit in mid and bot, but it's become very clear that what W want to do is try to overgroup maybe a little bit and try to find picks that could lead to them taking objectives and finding numbers advantages in fights.
Exactly. If they can find themselves those number advantages once they get into these team fights, it's going to make things a lot easier. They've also got the potential to try for a little bit of split pushing as well if they want to drag members of the opposition around. Right now, we've got the Herald up and available. Ages until the next Drake, ages until the Atakan. So it really is only going to be this Herald to try to fight for at the moment. As WE, I think you want to go for these fights. You're in a very strong position at the moment. You're kind of hitting those power spikes that you want to be. And Monkey's been playing this game out great so far. Can Vampire find the engage, though, to start things off?
See Monkey, the only player on WE that's currently up in gold ahead of his lane of his respective opponent. A teleport is coming in from Ala. He's the strongest player in this game, I would say, by a decent margin. Yep. You can see it there with that accelerated shock blast. Already taking Taeyun down to half. Shun waiting to try to potentially steal away this Rift Herald. He's going to be a little bit far away, but might be here for a fight. Monkey's going to be able to collect the eye. And now here comes the engage. Teleport comes in again from the bottom side. It's down, joining the fray. But now WE can just fully collapse upon the flank of Ala and potentially just take this chase down. It's Monkey picking up yet another kill as JDG were waiting around for way too long before they decided to make a move.
Yeah, that was really odd from JDG where they were just sat there waiting. Like you said, they may well be able to catch out onto either Cube or Vampire. I think Vampire's just going to fall right here, but it's really not going to be the end of the world. Maybe Monkey wants to re-engage.
Seems like maybe W want to fight this. He's lost on the cube right now. Vampire will be the sacrifice. Here comes the Magnus Storm from missing, but now Monkey's here. Taeyun in the back line as well. Could potentially go in with the killer instinct. Finds it on
there he is.
There goes Taeyun. He finds the shutdown. And WE are still alive in this one. Monkey poking with the dogs. And Cube still continuing to try to chase down Shun. Monkey,
Monkey.
He eats a wind becomes lightning. Shun can potentially E in to pick up a kill, but the Nefiri will not fall. WE are up 8-3 in kills right now, Bloxer.
And they're only down by about 1,000 gold. This game is still so incredibly close. And JDG make another mistake. I thought they were just going to be able to pick up that kill onto Vampire. But instead, WE, they don't want to abandon their boy. They go back to try for the play and actually are able to turn that one around. We end up watching the top half of this fight during the live moments. The really nice engage that we got out of Taeyun. What happens on the bottom side of this fight? This Monkey gets jumped right here and then ends up taking a huge chunk of damage. Jin flashes over the wall, doesn't quite manage to pick up that kill. And yeah, what we watched previously with all the action happening towards the top side, Taeyun, he was really, really quiet in game number 1. On this Kai'Sa, you can't do that. You can't try to sit back. You have to go in. And it was great to see him be aggressive in that one, actually use the ulti to go forwards, and helps to pick up another couple of kills for his team.
Taeyun and Pays, I'm sure they have interacted multiple times, both here, you know, in China, and also, you know, they were both coming up in the academy system in Korea together for a number of years as well, whether it was with Breon here for Taeyun or for Genji for Pays. So for these guys, getting an opportunity now to play in LPL, although they've had very different upbringings in terms of their careers in the LCK beforehand, but now on a similar level in terms of what their expectations are for this team, for their respective teams. JDG, despite being ahead in gold, making some uncharacteristic mistakes at this point. Like they were a little bit hesitant to go in around that Rift Herald. They either should have let it go and made a play on the other side of the map, or gone for the fight a little bit earlier. Speaking of fights, we almost got another one here as a nice arcane shift away from Pays to make sure he does not get hit by that public execution.
Getting hit by that would have been almost certainly a death sentence right there. We are, though, going to see this Rift Herald heading down into the bottom lane. This tower will fall. Are they going to be able to get another charge off of it? I would be surprised. Instead, no WE. They're just going to pull back. Drake, though, spawning in under 10 seconds time. Picking this one up would be huge right now. Hextech Soul, massive for whichever team is going to be able to pick this one up, especially with such heavy skirmishing, fighting-based compositions.
Comes an ultimate here. Once again, Monkey going on to scout. Nice buffer. We're with the untargetable. Here comes Cube as well on the Ambessa, and Scout is down. Missing will fall in addition, and Shun is stuck in a 1v4, and Pays can only watch as the jungler goes down. The Mystic shot's just not going to cut it. On the back end of things, it's a 1v1 kill for Ala, as Taeyun will fall without burning a summoner spell, but WE winning the fight outright, and they'll be able to pick up another dragon.
Yeah, but still, JDG, they trade it. Like you said, the 1v1 kill from Ala. I don't know why Taeyun was caught out right there. Really unfortunate as the Kai'Sa to just get jumped fully by this very strong Jace. And they also get that tier 2 tower in the mid lane to JDG. They keep themselves in the advantage in terms of gold, but it feels like the objectives and the fights are just falling right here for WE. If they could just claw themselves into a little bit of a gold and as such item advantage, they'd be in complete control of this game.
Oh, look at this. We'll get the
What
full
happens?
replay here of Ala.
Does he-
Seemed like
does Taeyun
Taeyun was
go
trying
for
to find a
this?
flank and he
Oh,
just gets
no.
face checks.
Yeah, can't do that. Cannot do that. You can see at this point he's realised that he's just dead. Could potentially have tried to flash over that wall, run away, decided it was not going to be worth it. Can't do that. Can't face check a Jace, not when he's this strong. 2 items completed right here on Ala.
And that's the funny part about the way these fights have been going, is because Ala really hasn't been involved in many of them. He's either been doing his own thing, or picking up a solo kill, or getting any of the towers. And he's super fed. Look at him right now. 2K ahead of Cube, who honestly, in his own right, is having a good game. But he's 2,000 gold behind his lane opponent because he's gotten 3 towers. He's farming 12 to 13 CS per minute at this point. I mean, it's ridiculous right now.
But hasn't been able to translate that into helping out the rest of his team win, right? The first fight we see him get involved in, he gets jumped, and that's the beginning of the end of that fight for JDG. And the second one, yeah, he's able to pick up Taeyun on the backside of that fight, but isn't matched up with the rest of his team, and ends up just getting 1 solo kill, and everybody else ends up falling. Karis is going to get collapsed on right here. He does have friends in the area, though. Monkey on the way.
Okay, looks like he forces the jump out from Ala and then uses the between worlds to jump backwards. Now Monkey, as well as Taeyun and Vampire, hovering around the top side. Otacon right now spawned bottom, so they were just maybe looking for a potential dive onto the Jace, but will not be able to find it, so instead we'll just back away using those Hex Gates. By the way, Hex Tech Soul available for whoever is able to pick it up.
Yeah, being able to grab yourself that soul point as WE in 3 minutes time could be huge. Really allows them to dictate the pace of this game a little bit more. We do, of course, have ourselves the Baron spawning very soon, and Atakan is still up and available, can be claimed by whichever team thinks it's a good idea to engage upon it. I think you're going to have to win a team fight first, so neither of these teams are far enough ahead to just go start this one up, and Atakan's always hurt. You really don't want to allow it to deal all the damage that your team then is behind once you engage in that full-on team fight. 2.5 minutes. Oh, never mind. JDG actually do feel confident to do this. They saw Monkey topside, to be fair, yeah.
Why not just go
for
it? I mean,
yeah, very true. Monkey way out of position right here. You're going to get yourself 1 tower for it, maybe a second one. Is that worth it while as a trade? I'm not sure.
We'll see if they can get 2 here. That's big. They have 2 grubs. Yeah. They have 4 grubs, I should say, right now. So WE going to continue to push here with Karis and Monkey. They will likely take down this tier 2 tower. However, now it is just a bunch of blood petals going the way of JDG. So not even the false resets here. And so we're actually at a relatively even game state here, Blockster. Right now, the petals, again, the biggest difference maker in terms of how strong these teams are.
Oh yes, level 16 hit right here for Ala, so he is so far ahead right now. If Taeyun or Karis step to him at any point, they're just going to get 1-tapped. Monkey 2 going to be very reliant on that E invulnerability to be able to keep him alive in the face of Ala. It's just going to be on him to be able to actually get involved in these team fights. The rest of his squad haven't been able to find success without him. So Ala joining up going to be very impactful. Like I said though, W, couple of towers picked up in trade for the Atakan. I think that's just about going to be worthwhile for them. It's being able to pull them almost level in terms of gold, something they haven't been since the very start of this game.
You know, if you are WE, like, I understand wanting to trade, like, for towers in terms compared to fighting for something, but you take a look at the Victor. He's level 15. He's getting his Rod of Aegis fully stacked up. All as well as now level 16, continue to stack up. These champions are starting to scale now, Blockster, and so WE, they've been playing well with the leads that they've been able to generate, specifically in their mid-jungle, but I think they've got to start to make some plays happen here, and in order to keep themselves in this position, keep that momentum flowing.
Yes, 100%. It's very much going to be on WE right now with those 2 items completed on the way to the 3rd to up the tempo of this game. They are in control of this one. They've been winning out on all of these team fights. Monkey's been great, but it's very hard to catch JDG out multiple times in a row. They've been able to do it pretty effectively so far. It's very much going to take playing around these objectives to actually draw JDG out. They've been very happy to just sit back so far for good reason, right? Their composition scales incredibly well, and once it starts hitting those 3 and then even 4 items, that's where JDG are all of a sudden in a massive advantage in this game. So, with the Drake spawning in less than 10 seconds time, WE, oh, Vampire, oh no.
Yeah, getting caught out by
He's
one of the
pretty
strongest
tanky.
members of JDG right now. With the Eclipse and the Aftershock, actually doesn't take a ton of damage. However, now with your support chunks, might be a little bit hard to get to that Dragon Pit first, especially now if Missing is potentially trying to zone away Taeyun from the fight again. Shun, the one that started up. Vampire spots him out. Monkey here as well. Dragon actually going to potentially be stopped here as Vampire goes all the way in onto Olive, but the Solar Flare doesn't connect. Here comes Cube off the teleport flank. They lock down the jungler and Shun will fall. Olive forced to flash away, but Taeyun will go over the Killer Instinct and pick up the shutdown. He'll die in response to the Pays, who's still full HP here on the Ezreal, but Monkey's going ballistic, but can Pays do it? He picks up one. Cube here to shut him down, and that's an ace for WE.
It's a complete mess of a team fight right now. Everybody split. At the beginning, Vampire's just in the mix, in the middle of everyone. But WE, they keep 2 members alive. They're not going to be able to grab the Drake on the back end of that one, but they will pick themselves up a ton of kills, some shutdowns, some towers as well. And this is exactly what they would have been looking for out of this team fight. WE, they don't want to be a speed bump on the way to more victories for JDG. They want to actually shut them down here. Vampire, yeah, he's so into the backline, but really, it's the damage that Monkey's doing, weaving his way through this fight, that's just huge. All the way through, constantly jumping in. The dogs are just dealing so much damage, and he lives for so long. You see here, flashes away, just about survives, goes back in, gets a ton of damage off, nearly even survives this entire fight, just takes one final little bit of auto-attack damage from Pays to die.
I mean, yeah, that's a fantastic play for Monkey. We've said that this is the Monkey show, and that's what we're seeing a little bit here. And by the way, that Dragon didn't end up going down, so we're going to go do it again. Shun, the one to continue to start this one off. Solar Flare does hit Ala. Will Monkey get in the pit? He does. Right now, JDG are peeling away from the Drake and instead looking for the fight. Vampire very low. Zenith Blade does not connect.
Gets it.
Worlds comes in.
Stolen!
Will be secured here by Shun, as that is now the second Dragon of the game secured here for JDG. But Monkey will dash in and take down Missing. Pick up a reset. But here comes JDG. They've scaled into the late game. Karis will go down, and it is 3 dead for just Missing.
Oh, WE, they had themselves in such a good position, but they go for the re-engage onto that Dragon. They don't even pick up the Drake for themselves, and they end up losing so many members that the Baron's now under threat of falling too.
And Monkey's dead. It is just Taeyun and Vampire. Vampire has been bold in terms of his decision-makings here in this game. I don't think he's this bold to go into a 2v4 with the Baron being taken down without a smite. So it will be JDG securing the big purple worm. And once again, they can breathe a little bit easier. Back up in the lead.
Oh, Monkey goes flying in onto this one. It's Vampire too, stepping up, taking just a huge chunk of damage. Really nice ulti there out of Shun. And he's able to just buy enough space and get the smite off as well. And then an attempt at a re-engage here out of Monkey. Yes, between Cube and Monkey you do a lot of damage, but watch Monkey's health bar. Now it's there, now it's not. Just gets popped, and your melee right on top of all of these incredibly fed carries at this point for JDG. I just don't see that fight ever working out for WE.
Yeah, there's like a million things that went right on top of Monkey to help burst him down. Pays playing a big factor. He's now at 3 full items. Looking for a 4th with that last Whisper completed. And now JDG can try to break this game open a little bit more. Inner towers, the first to fall on the bottom side. Jungle camp secured, stolen away here from Monkey, who had himself a pretty steady go of income recently, but that's going to start to go away. You got to shout out WE here, right, Blockster? They played these fights out, they played the skirmishes, but we did say going in that like once this Jace, once this Victor, once this Ezreal really come online, it's going to be much harder for WE to win any of these fights.
Exactly. These carries have now gotten to the point where they are so strong, you really need Monkey and Karis to one-tap somebody. Maybe even a public execution right here out of Cube to start things off. And also, in that previous fight, Taeyun just really wasn't able to get involved. Not like he was in the first Drake fight. The second one, he's kind of just stood there watching everything happen. You can't afford to be missing out on all of this damage that a 3-item Kai'Sa is able to do. See if he's going to be able to change that one in this next fight, as it looks like the top lane tier 2 tower is going to be the next focus for JDG. They've got everybody around in this area. They've also got a wave pouring down through the mid wave. They are in a good spot to keep the siege up at the moment.
to the poke right now that is evident here with the
Yeah.
Jace Ezreal that was selected early on in this draft here for JDG. True Shot Barrage chunks Taeyun down to 30%, I should say, or even less. And that is the tier 2 turret going over for free, and now the inhibitor certainly under threat.
Now let's see if they're going to be able to crack open the base right here. It's so tricky to actually step up here as WE and clear out these Baron-empowered cannon minions. Just going to be able to take down this tower. Now here comes the engage.
Only landing the engage on the missing right now, so Pei's still free to fire. That's going to shift forward and take down the Leona. Now it's the 5v4. Pei's continuing to go in. Here comes missing. Not using the Magnus Storm just yet. Karis goes between worlds. Monkey going way too far forward all by himself, and that should be game. It looked good for WE for a little bit, but this is JDG that we're talking about, man. They're here for way more than just the victory against World Elite. They want the game. They want the series. They want to dominate the Ascension group, and with a 2-0 over WE, they will jump up to 2-0 overall in the standings.
Oh, WE. It felt so good for them for so long. That was one of the best games that we've seen out of WE. The thing is, it works. It works versus these Group Nirvana teams that they faced during those last chance matchups in the placements. But it doesn't work versus these top tier teams. JDG, they pick it up as a 2-0, and if you're just scoreboard watching, if you're not looking in depth, you don't realize how close this one was to being a loss here for WE. Sorry, a win here for WE. It felt like they just waited too long. You really called it out well there, Grapes. They needed to start doing something. They tried, but it wasn't necessarily in the right way.
And I think part of that goes to the fact that you have to give credit to JDG, who is a very good team, and their ability to stall out the game on their own was obviously very, important. But on the other side, for WE, maybe you wish you saw a little bit more, but there's also the good things that you could take away from this. There was less good things to take away from game number 1. I think after watching this game, if you're a WE fan, you can say, hey, Monkey played really well in the Nefiri. Him and Karis seemed to be working well in tandem. Taeyun had really decisive decisions to go in on the Kaisa, and that's like a fun thing to watch. And so take those notes, and you hopefully look ahead to the future and say, how can we apply those to maybe next time take a game off of them. These two teams are going to face off against each other in a couple weeks, as this is a double round robin in the Ascension group. And so maybe next time around, WE can learn from some of their mistakes here and learn from the things that they did well and see if they are able to do a little bit better this time.
Absolutely, because it's a really tough challenge for them to be able to pick up a victory right here up against JDG, but they've got a matchup versus NIP coming up in either tomorrow or Saturday, I think, so they've got themselves a matchup that they can genuinely win, that they could actually look towards picking one up. You don't want to be along the bottom of this group ascend. At the same time, even if you are at the bottom of it, like we've been saying, there's a lot less pressure here than there really is for all of the teams that are currently in Group Nirvana, and they've got a lot of tough matchups. The schedule isn't particularly nice for them. That's the joy of this group ascend. You have a lot of the best teams constantly facing off each other. It's good fun in that way. For WE, I think they could cause a couple of upsets, even if they're not going to be able to win full series. Even taking games off of a few people, that will be huge for the overall rankings for these top 4 teams. And if you can knock somebody down, potentially actually pick up a win versus one of these top teams, all of a sudden the standings that we think are pretty set at this point are all mixed up.
Yeah, it's not as drastic as the Nirvana group, where like a 1-4 record is so different than like a 2-3 record.
Yeah.
If you go 10-8 versus, what is it, 11-7? Like, is that the biggest deal? Maybe not as much on all things considered, but any one of these games could mean the difference between making it into the playoffs or not. Obviously, we have like a couple, like maybe probably 6 or 7 like really highly established teams at the top of the LPL that are likely hoping that they can get one of those first 4 spots, get themselves an advantageous spot in the playoffs to kick off the Split 2 postseason. And so that's where these games can be important, specifically for a team like JDG.
Yeah, exactly. For JDG, the fact that they were taken quite so to task by WE, not going to be ideal for them, but at the same time, their composition had a lot of scaling on its side, and then also, they just sat and allowed the game to happen in a lot of ways, and it wasn't the end of the world. They were losing quite a lot of these team fights, but still, the scaling was happening. They were only down in gold for a very brief moment, only 2-3 minutes where they actually ended up down in gold, and then they were able to win that second fight. Maybe if WE make different decisions around that second re-engage onto the Hectic Drake, things are different. We're talking about a different game. Maybe we're still in the game at the moment. There's so much different. Of course, in the alternate universe of the LPL, EDG are our best team, so things would be a very different place right there.
That's a crazy
Still,
alternate universe. Yeah.
Yeah, the alternate universe, EDG, if EDG won every game that they were up in gold in, they would just be right at the top. Unfortunately, we live in this universe. You know, we can have a look after this gold graph. This is what I'm saying, right? They were only in the gold disadvantage JDG for like 3
Okay.
minutes. Not even. That might only be 2 minutes there.
But you take that little fraction of time and you're like, hey, that's more than it was last game, right?
That's true.
So you
That's
gotta
true.
you gotta make sure you're happy with the little things here, especially later on into the game. You take a look at Monkey, led his team in terms of damage, actually really contributed to a big portion of the early advantages WE were able to find. Remember, they were up in kills up until the very end of that game. And so
They were in a really good spot early.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as much as we had a few great moments out of Taeyoon, there were a few moments out of Taeyoon where we just needed to see more from him, and that's really reflected in the damage that he dealt compared to with everybody else in this game. He was half the damage that the Ezreal was able to do, barely any more damage than his jungle was able to put down. You know, you really just need more. The Kai'Sa, it forces you to go in. I think it's this fight here where he goes flying into the backline and actually gets very aggressive. I just think we need to see a little bit more from Taeyoon in terms of getting aggressive. He was very passive on the Jhin, ended up being a bit passive at points as well here on the Kai'Sa. It was a tricky game to play out. There was a lot of damage that he needed to try to avoid, but this was kind of the only very aggressive moment that we saw out of him.
That is true, and there's always that fine line you have to play when you're playing an aggressive AD carry like Kai'Sa, who can work well at close distances, but also is still an AD carry and can get one shot. But
Yeah.
I definitely agree. Could have seen more on the aggressive side, especially when you have your lane partner in Vampire, who was going for those very aggressive plays every single time. This guy was fearless in this series and in this game specifically. Never worried about his own life, as long as it meant potentially locking down a key member, getting that crowd control chain going. That's all that Vampire wanted to do, and I think that's what results in him being kind of a controversial figure here in the LPL sometimes.
Exactly. There were a few moments where we were really scratching our heads. I still want to know who hit that blast cone. I might actually go back, dig through the VOD to figure out if it was him that nearly caused his own death right there. He ended up losing his flash in a couple of interesting situations. But when it came time to actually team fight, he was so aggressive on this Leona. Exactly what you want to see from this carry. It's unfortunate that it doesn't work out for them in the end, but potentially there's something there that you could try play around. Monkey definitely looks like somebody you can try to play around.
Yeah.
He's been so much fun to watch, especially on this Neferi. I think teams going forwards need to think twice about giving Vampire over this champion. It looks like his best by far and away.
Yeah, and somebody like Monkey wasn't even the starter on this roster to go into the season, right?
No.
And so was kind of a change that they made about a month and a half ago, and so far it seems like it has been bearing a decent fruit so far. And so for JDG, they get the win over WE, but I think with Monkey's performance, you can still feel confident about what WE can potentially build off of here, as we are still very early on into this split number 2 regular season. Again, 17 best of 3s left for
So
WE
many.
to try to continue to figure some stuff out.
Yeah, I wonder if we could quickly pull up the standings right now before we get to the MVP. Not quite at the moment, no worries then. It's just interesting to see the way that these teams have really been shaking out, because this is now 2-0 right here for JDG. They've put themselves in a great spot. Ala.
Yeah, it goes to Allah.
You know
He
what?
was so
He
fed.
was ahead the whole game.
He had like 15 farm per minute. It was ridiculous. So
Yeah.
I guess you could give it to him just for
Truly
the farm
insane.
alone. While everybody else was like screwing around and like playing these fun little team fights that JDG like thought was for fun. Allah was like taking down turrets basically on his own. I think he took down like 5 of them by himself.
Yeah,
So that
he was
deserves some
absorbing
credit.
gold all across the map.
Yeah. I think we do have our standings graphics, so we'll try to get that aired in about a minute or so. But overall, a great day here in the LPL. Let's pull up those standings really quick as we got our second game in the Nirvana group. Congratulations to LGD once again. Still Bloxer 3 games in each of our Nirvana series. You think RNG versus Ultra Prime is going to hold true for that as well?
Yes, I do. I would be very surprised if either of those two teams is able to clean things up. RNG should be the better team looking at them on paper, but Ultra Prime, they've been able to show a couple of really interesting moments. I was surprised that they weren't one of the teams that we ended up getting to see in Group Ascent. One of the bottom teams they probably would have been, but WE being there was a big surprise. RNG was the big shock though, right? Everybody was expecting RNG to make it into Group Ascent, and the fact that they're down in Group Nirvana is probably going to have annoyed them quite a lot. The threat of not getting to play in the split number 3 is huge, looming over all of these teams, and every win matters. You know, we keep talking about how these Group Ascent teams have tons of games in their future. Group Nirvana, it is single round robin, and there's only 6 teams. So you get 5 best of 3s to determine if you get to play next split. Huge pressure for all of these teams.
And don't look now, but we start to see that top of the pack forming. Only 3 undefeated teams that currently exist. Top Esports, BLG, and JDG, who just won this series. Of course, with things being slightly, one-sided, or this being them playing WE, you can consider it as much as you want, or as little as you want. The good thing is we see one of those teams play tomorrow here on the LPL broadcast, as we will have first Weibo up against Thundertalk, 2 teams that are looking to get back on the right foot, followed then by BLG versus Anyone's Legend. That should be a very fun series. The previous year's champion versus the last split's finalist should be a very interesting series to watch. But that's going to do it for our show here today on LPL English. It was a pleasure to be here alongside you for all of it. Blockster, thank you so much for joining me for this past series. Big shout out to Mickey, our producer, as well as Alk Battery, who was here before for our first series. So make sure to tune in to LPL English tomorrow. More action coming your way. Once again, final score here, JDG 2, WE 0. I've been Grapes. Thank you so much, and we'll see you all here tomorrow.